Chapter 551 Chapter 549 Test results 4 inches Ding. There are unknown evolutionary talents without analysis. Do you want to analyze? The test machine suddenly issued a prompt, and suddenly the whole ring became silent like death. Everyone stared at the ring and looked at the ring with horror. Shit. What's the situation? Does this Nema still have 3 lines? If so, the faces of everyone were shocked. And when Wool heard these words, as if swallowing, his face was distorted and pale. The 4 deans had expressions of surprise. They were shocked when they heard this voice. Although in higher civilizations, it is very common to find 3-line geniuses, but Yitank is a force acceleration type. The genius that comes out of this combination is very rare in the universe. It can be said, very rare. Only those princes of the supreme civilization or some retainers of this genius status. But these 2 lines are already geniuses among geniuses, and there is still a 3rd line in Nema. So do ordinary students still live? And then President, he didn't expect such a situation to happen. And there is an unknown talent that has not been analyzed. This must be analyzed. Analyze now. President, he shouted directly to the test machine, and the brain of the test machine immediately began to act. In less than a minute, it stopped operations. Ding. The scan is complete, and the talent and brain domain are analyzed. Level Pinnacle. The sound of the test machine was not too loud. It happened to be heard by all the students under the ring. In an instant, the entire 3rd ring exploded. Wow. Fuck. Is it another level Pinnacle? It's the brain area. Isn't this brain area the direction of the evolution of scientists? What a shit. Is it true? Level Peak Brain Domain. 3 levels. This is something I have never seen before. It's terrible. What did Yitan grow up with? There are actually 3 level peaks. My Nema has struggled for 20 years. And I only have an 11 primary defense. This person is more than a person, it is a beeping dog. It's not just that they beep the dog. The deans on the ring are even more dumbfounded at this moment, looking like a slouchy look, looking at the test machine. Their horrified mouths are all grown up. Speechless for a long time. Even Huang Saikang and others are even more stunned. Boss actually exploded like this? 3 evil peaks. My 2nd Olympic. President Ho. He was already speechless. Under his robe, his fingers were constantly trembling. No one could know what the concept of class peak brain domain evolution was. This is really the level of the president of the Freel civilization. He is also a level intermediary. Yitan has actually reached the level peak. This deserving of the young master of advanced civilization. President, he can only attribute all this to Yitan's identity background. Then Wool and Elder Liu trembled all over, looking at Yitan with a numb scalp. They actually provoked such a monster. This kind of genius is placed in the supreme civilization, and they break their heads to grab people, and they even target him like this. In an instant, both Wool and Elder Liu's legs were a little weak, and they almost fell to the ground, not wanting to get up or facing the cruel reality of blood. Yitan squinted his eyes, looked at the people who ate melons that had exploded, and looked at the appearance of the deans who were beeping dogs, suddenly a little confused. What's wrong with this? Isn't it the brain evolution class D? Every time the red police base is upgraded, the whole body evolves in all directions. The brain area, defense, strength, speed, etc. are all fully evolved. Just a small level brain area will make you gaff. Haven't you seen the world? Ahem. I said, what's wrong with you guys? They all have such expressions. Isn't it a brain level D? I think it's a chicken rib. It's useless at all. I don't need to study technology. Hearing Yitan's ridiculous words, on the spot, the chaotic scene immediately became silent. One by one looked at Yitan dumbfounded. President Ho. 4 deans. Huang Saikang and others. Student eating melon. They were all silent and speechless, and they almost ran away inside. Regarding Yitan's words, they really had nothing to say. If you really want to say something, you can only say, bring me up with a 32-meter knife, and I will hack this animal to death. Paralyzed, people have struggled for 20 years, it is difficult to be promoted to the level peak. You can easily let a brain domain evolve to the evil peak, and even think it is a tasteless, useless. Beat the dog. If it's useless, isn't the Genesis Council president standing in front of you just a waste? Looking at the president, he was aggrieved with a black line. He really wanted to kneel for Yitan. I call you uncle. Okay, please stop talking. I admit that I am a trash, but don't say so. What kind of brain is a tasteless one? This is the most amazing profession in the universe, but you think it is a tasteless one, and we can't survive. The scene was silent for a while, but their hearts could no longer be silent. The students who eat melons looked at Yitan with jealousy. Is this a genius? People casually promoted a talent that was considered tasteless to evil, but never used it as a for them. They have struggled for 20 years, but they are still A-level intermediary little people, and they think they are so amazing and powerful. In Yitan's eyes, they are simply ants. When everyone was still and silent, the test machine suddenly made a noise again. Ding. Scan an unknown talent. Do you want to analyze it? Hearing the sound of the light brain of the test machine again, everyone directly exploded in their hearts, their heads banged, and the crowd eating melons directly boiled. Fuck. Do you want this name? Isn't 3 enough? How come there is 1? 4. Is this a human? The 4th. Will it also be the evil peak? If it is also the evil peak, I will jump off the building immediately. The people who eat melons are boiling. They really can't believe that there is an unknown talent. How can this keep them alive? The test machine can test out the 4 talents: strength, speed, defense, and brain domain. All 4 of your special talents. Even the most genius of Freya civilization would not have 4 talents, right? And the deans on the stage, hearing the test machine, their hearts burst, and their eyes suddenly turned red. Everyone thinks, yes, paralyzed. Who would dare to snatch Yitan from me and see if I can kill him? The only thing they want to do now is to win over Yitan, such a super genius. The future achievements, but very high. If they don't win now, they will regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 552. Chapter 550. The test is over. Shocked. Needless to say, the 4 deans' eyes were red at the moment, and they looked at Yitan's eyes as if they were a peerless beauty. Yitan felt the hot 4 pairs of eyes. His whole body trembled, and the goosebumps were all up. Suddenly, he secretly said in his heart, "These old guys have bad eyes. I don't get fucked." Then Yitan looked at the 4 deans with disgusting eyes. The dean was also embarrassed by Yitan's eyes. His cheeks flushed slightly, knowing that they had lost their temper. But Yitan happened to see their faces flushed, and he was shocked. Beeping the dog. These old clappers are really good stuff. Thinking of their eyes, Yitan shuddered all over, and goosebumps all over the place. At the moment, the students who eat melons stood there stupidly, looking at the test machine in a daze. In their minds, the tumbling wave of shock is endless and can't be calmed down. Ding. The analysis of the unknown talent is complete, and the defense against the evil peak. Hiss. When everyone heard the test machine again, they couldn't help taking a breath. They all knew it would be the result, but they have no way to accept it. This Nima's thin body, you tell me the evil peak? Are you kidding me? That defensive warrior, isn't that big and rough? Everyone had to believe that it was a test machine, a product of advanced civilization. How could it go wrong? Even if something goes wrong, those deans will see something. When the 4 deans heard this, the face was smiled and flowers bloomed, like daisies, brightly blooming, and the eyes were full of green light. Yitan, they are bound to win. Huang Xiking and the others, who stood beside Yitan, recovered the fastest, and they looked at Yitan with excitement and joy. Boss, that's awesome. You are actually a genius of the 4 elements. Yeah, boss. What did you eat when you were a kid? It was so fierce. Yitan's face turned dark when he listened to the words of his brothers. What did I eat? Why is it so fierce? Do you think I beat dozens of kilograms of chicken blood? Ahem. I don't know, I have so much talent. I always thought I was just a little faster and stronger," Yi Tan said with an awkward smile. The people around immediately said. They didn't have much to say, they just wanted to carry a 32-meter knife and hack this pretense to death. I, Nima, always thought that if I was faster, I would beat the dog. Huang Saiking and others also cast their eyes blankly. The boss is the boss, pretending to be extraordinary. Didn't you find that you have the talent to be a researcher? Haven't you found that you have more than twice the defensive power of others? Have you discovered all of these? Really? All these years, I have lived on dogs. Boss, how did you improve your physique? All 4 elements are at the evil peak. This is the 6th level civilization, and it's rare, right? Huang Saiking looked at Yi Tan and asked, narrowing his eyes. Yi Tan, improve physique? What's so rare? I remember that I went to bed and broke through. How did I know that I have so many lines? If I knew it, I would sleep less and raise my speed and strength! Exclamation mark. When everyone heard Yi Tan's words, they couldn't help it. The crowd of Melaniating students immediately boiled. Fuck. Do you want to be so pretending? My Nima can improve as soon as I sleep. Why don't you say that you can improve after eating? It's so pretending. It's almost no one. Woo. I forced him to pretend. What shall we pretend? The internal calculations of the students have completely collapsed, and even some people have a strong disappointment in the industry of warriors, because Yi Tan broke the faith in their hearts. We can break through when we sleep. Then we work hard, exercise, do extreme sports, and break through ourselves. It's no better than a normal sleep. How do they play? Even the deans on the ring are even more speechless. They just want to give Yi Tan a word. Can you say something false? Can sleep break through? Should you play fantasy? Deacon Wang, count the number of people on the ring. As long as the standard is met, the next exam will be arranged directly. Okay, Dean. With the Dean's order, the Deacon Wang began to take action and began to count the number of people in the ring. Those students who insisted on fighting a wave in the ring are very excited. Do you still need to count? Do you still need to count the special ones? Just 2 dozen people, a few woolen threads. But they can enter the next competition, which is worth it. Fortunately, Yi Tan didn't kill them, otherwise, they would be killed in this ring today. Deacon Wang, who had counted the number, was also a little embarrassed. There are only 21 people left in the entire 3rd ring. This is still a good melee with Yi Tan and the others. Is it so miserable? This is worse than other arenas. For those who are eliminated, you can stay for 1 day, or you can set off now, take the exclusive transport ship and leave the insect star. Deacon Wang squinted and shouted at the crowded heads of people in the audience. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd began to act, and dispersed around. The good show was over, and the seeds were finished. It was time to disperse. Only a small group of people went to the transport ship and prepared to leave Chongqing, while the rest of the students planned to stay and visit tomorrow's final competition. Boss, let's go. Huang Saiken yelled to Yi Tan. Yi Tan nodded, raising his foot to follow the brothers and preparing to leave the ring. Today's task is completed. If it weren't for the 10 billion energy stones, Yi Tan didn't bother to come to this big match. Just as Yi Tan was about to leave, the 4 deans suddenly became anxious and hurriedly called Yi Tan to stop. Little friend, please stay. Yi Tan frowned. What did these old clappers want to do? He just turned his head and saw that the 4 old clappers had come to Yi Tan, showing their big yellow teeth, and each one smiled like a daisy and said, little friend, I don't know if you want to come to our Tani Academy. We are the famous Speed Warrior Academy. That day Dean Wu looked at Dean Tani disdainfully and said, cut. What good can an academy that can only become a killer in the future? Yi Tan, you come to my academy, and my academy teaches everything. But at this time, the martial arts dean opened his mouth and said, anything is good? Do you know that there is a saying that a person who knows everything, in fact, knows nothing? He only knows a little bit, not good. You, Dean Tandwu suddenly exploded with anger. Is it so harmful? You, what are you? Don't forget, then Elder Yu is from your academy. If you can be such a scum, then it shows that the teaching environment of your academy is not very good. Dean Tan was angry, fingers were trembling. Chapter 553. Chapter 551, 4 Deans, compete for Yi Tan. Tomorrow's final. Okay Deans, I don't want to consider which college to enter now. After I have a big match tomorrow, how am I deciding? Yi Tan said, neither humble nor arrogant. After all, these are genuine advanced civilization colleges, not his fakes. If you offend them, it's not a good fruit. The 4 deans were taken aback for a moment. They never thought that Yi Tan would reject them. Instead, they would wait until tomorrow to make a decision. Did Yi Tan already have a plan in his heart? The 4 looked at the president of the Creation Society. Then why did the president feel the 4 lingering gazes? And he was taken aback for a moment, then secretly said, damn, you choose students to care about me? I don't want Yi Tan, this guy is even better than me, what do I want him to do? The 4 of them also had doubts in their hearts, because the president of this was too abnormal. They even threatened to eradicate Yi Tan last second. When he arrived at the scene, he directly gave himself a mouthful. He directly supported Yi Tan, which horrified them in their hearts. And why did they grow crazy? But now that they saw Yi Tan's achievements, they couldn't help but speculate. Looking at the 4 deans, Yi Tan immediately shook his head. How is this different from the rich and the poor? When you have money, those friends run happier than anyone else. And when you are down, who takes you seriously? Deans, if there is nothing else, I will retreat. After Yi Tan finished speaking, he fisted away at the deans. The 4 of them watched Yi Tan and his brothers leave, and suddenly sighed in their hearts. He was really a genius among geniuses. I don't know what can move his heart. After the 4 people felt their emotions, they all looked at the founder of the society one by one, with green light in their eyes and a faint smile at the corner of their mouth, like the smile of a big bad wolf. What do you want? Hui Cheng said in a hoarse voice, and he was also anxious. The eyes of these old guys were all green. Whoever looked, who was not afraid? President He, your attitude in the hall just now is not the case. Why did you become a different person when you got to the ring? Dean Tani stood aside and asked sarcastically. After hearing this, President He snorted coldly, don't be sarcastic. I don't know you yet. It's just like saying what I said. I can only tell you one thing. His background is beyond me, even you all may not be able to provoke him. He is a high-level civilization and an experienced practitioner. What? A genius who wants to study at your college? Are you kidding me? Then why would the president be the most unsympathetic? Just say what you have directly. When the 4 of them heard it, their eyes suddenly narrowed. They didn't expect Yi Tan's identity to be an experienced practitioner from advanced civilization. Since the establishment of the human star field, the supreme civilizations in the center have continuously sent family children to the marginal star field for trials, so as to reach a higher level. When they heard that they were experienced practitioners, they were immediately extremely disappointed. In this case, it would be impossible to win Yi Tan's plan to go to their students. I wonder if this old fellow of the Creation Society will behave like a good dog in the ring. Even the civilization that we can't provoke, dare he provoke it? It is estimated that the Creation Society information was stolen because of this reason. The 4 guild leaders smiled at each other, and then they walked away. In the entire arena, only the founder of the society and the Freya civilization master were left. When Freeman came to the ring, he was a roller coaster in his heart. It was low and high at the other, almost scaring his high blood pressure. However, seeing Yi Tan's achievements, Freeman was very proud of himself. He really didn't look away. The future of this young man was no less than that of Prince Nose, even more powerful than the 4 presidents of the big competition. This time, Freeman returned to his senses and found that everyone had left. He had grown up with him, and left in a hurry. He was going to save the information Yi Tan left him and keep it well. He no longer needed Avril to rely on. Darby, come to get information about advanced civilization. This president He has already helped him fulfill his wish. However, Freeman left at the end and did not discuss Yitan's identity and background with President He. He has now roughly guessed that Yitan must have used technology or intellectual brain. I remember that he has a very powerful intellectual brain. It must be this brain that helped Yitan transform his new identity. At the bottom of the ring competition, in the huge hollowed-out bedroom, Yitan had already returned to the room alone at this moment. He squinted and looked at the beach where the phantom was projected, not knowing what he was thinking. In the war fortress outside the Emperor's Star, a smile appeared on the corner of the red dragon's mouth. Domination? Is this ready to face all the civilizations in the Freya domain? If it were not for this, the master would not reveal his talent, because his talent is too terrifying. At this moment, after the melee match is over, all the optical brains can be used and even contact the outside world. In a luxurious large bedroom, a young man with a gloomy face was kneeling on the ground. In front of him, there was a man's projection. Yanja, the revenge of your second and third brothers must be avenged. Tomorrow is the day of the big competition. There will be a Neon match. You can use weapons and mechas. Your chance for revenge is here, in the projection. The man said gloomily. Yu Yang, with his head lowered and a gloomy face, raised his head abruptly, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Father, don't worry, I have already investigated the matter clearly. I will avenge this enmity. You will see the results of my battle tomorrow. Hearing Yu Yang's violent words, the man nodded in satisfaction. He valued his eldest son most, because the eldest son had to treat his two sons as good no matter his physical level or psychological quality. All right. And on that night, news of a four-line genius appeared among the students, and it spread wildly among the students participating in the grand competition. Overnight, everyone knew this message. When the Ma family heard the news, they almost ran away. The four-line genius they were talking about turned out to be the murderer who punched Ma Long to death. In a secret bedroom, a man wearing luxurious armor was being projected out, standing quietly. Father, it's so late. What's your explanation? A sturdy man walked out from the dark shadow behind him. Feiya, your brother's hatred is left to you. Yitan is already a four-line genius at the moment. If we are elected, we will avenge your brother. It will be difficult. So tomorrow, you must kill Yitan. You can't let him choose. You now have 3 talents. The mecha warfare you will deal with tomorrow, so I believe you. Chapter 554. Chapter 552, Finals. The night was very uneven, and the hearts of many bigwigs were surrounded by a strong sense of crisis. They all received a piece of news that the founder of the Bloodstab mecha turned out to be a four-line genius. What is the four-line genius? That is the genius that is difficult to possess in advanced civilization, and even the 4 elements are all evil beaks. In the entire Frelwyn Star domain, there is only one evil intermediate, and that is He Yunlong, the first family of the Emperor's Star. In He Yunlong's room, there is also a projection. Ryu, you must have known the news about the 4 geniuses. My father was shocked when he heard the news just now. I didn't expect that he turned out to be the master of a mere second-level civilization, and even the founder of the Bloodstab mecha. People, this person is your biggest threat this time. That projection was a refreshing man with a gloomy expression in his eyes. He Yunlong said coldly. He Yunlong heard his father's words without a trace of change on his face, and looked at his father blankly. He said coldly, Father, I already understand the situation. Although Yitan is a genius of the 4 elements, he doesn't use mechas at all. Oh, how do you say this? He questioned that He Yunlong's father. This is what I learned from a certain channel. Yitan doesn't know any mecha technology. His Bloodstab mechas were built for him by the Tamron civilization because he has not been trained by professional instructors, and even some no mesh has been piloted. So even if he is a 4-line genius and can't drive mechs, what kind of power can he have in the comparison? Driving a mecha is his death date. He burst into laughter when he heard what his son said. Okay, tomorrow is Yitan's death. You can't let him grow like this. He was born in our domain. Once he grows up, he will take their civilization and swallow all the civilization in our domain. It is even harder for our family to think of controlling the domain. He Yunlong nodded gloomily. His fists clenched fiercely, and his heart was extremely angry. But his father spent the price of the whole clan to buy a 3-line genius corpse from the 6th level of civilization, and he finally used it. For 2 years, I have merged my body. I thought I was a genius in the domain of Freya civilization, but I didn't expect that Yitan popped out. I took away the halo that I should belong to. This hatred must be reported. He Yunlong's body was transplanted from someone else's body. Except for his head, nothing below his body belongs to him. In the universe, advanced civilization technology has developed to a very powerful level, so the head can be made on Earth. Transplant surgery is even more common in the universe. But this kind of surgery is illegal in the universe. The Supreme Civilized Constitution does not allow them to do it. But the Constitution is useless, and there will always be loopholes for lawbreakers. Therefore, Yitan must die. He Yunlong's eyes burst out with a strong killing intent. The second day has come, and no one can sleep well this night, because today is the final stage of the Big Buy. It is the day that determines their future path. Woo! The loud rallying sound resounded throughout the city, and all the students walked towards the competition ring yesterday. Many students came to the big competition ring and found that the dozen or so rings had disappeared, leaving only one not too big or small. Not far from the ring, there is a huge high platform. A dozen golden chairs are placed on the high platform. There are 4 principals, 1 president, and some of the 4 major families of Freya civilization. The position of a civilized boss. They visited this competition. Under that high platform, there are also many chairs, all of which are prepared for some big bosses in the Freya civilization. Just as the number of people around was increasing, an elderly man stepped onto the ring. Looking at the dense crowds of students below, they shouted, "Today is the last stage of the grand competition. This test determines your future path. You must do your best. In the arena, life or death, the rules of the game. Each arena, 1 person goes up, whoever beats will stay. If they fail, they can go down, and there is unlimited heads-up. In the end, we will decide who is the one by the number of heads-ups, 2 or 3. In addition, the points for the loser are retained, and for the killed, the points are converted to the winner. If I say that I admit defeat, I can't continue fighting, or even be killed." Wow! As soon as this rule came out, all the students boiled over. They had never seen such a big comparison. What is the difference between this and the ring? Moreover, points can only be retained if you admit defeat. If you are killed, your points will belong to others, which is cruel. But this is fine. After all, everyone's chances of winning are still there. Although it is somewhat unfair, this is a rule of advanced civilization, and they can only obey. Okay, you already know the rules of the game. Your current number, there are 1,265 people. Start now. After the old man shouted, he retreated. After the old man shouted, a man jumped up and lifted it directly. After he jumped on the stage, a virtual projection appeared from above. The densely packed mechas of Freya civilization were all over. Without saying anything, the man directly chose the mecha he was most familiar with. Then, in the distance of the ring, an upgrade slowly appeared. The man knew what it meant, so he rode in the mecha and walked back to the ring. Kaka moved her body for a while, and then yelled below, "Who is coming?" The sound was loud, and the sound was vibrating around the ring. Standing at the back of the crowd, Yitan and others, Huang Saiking squinted his eyes and looked at the stage thoughtfully, then turned his head to look at Yitan Dao. "Boss, you said this game, can 3 or 4 people besiege one?" After Yitan heard this, he suddenly laughed. "Where do your thoughts come from? Having said that, 1 person goes up, and you want to go up several more. Isn't this a foul?" It seems that the group picks one. This is not a mess. Huang Saiking sighed when he saw the boss shook his head. At this moment, a man also took the stage. After choosing the mecha, he came to the ring. The 2 of them didn't say anything. and they fought together without a referee. Just kill someone or get out of the ring. And the countless students in the audience were discussing in full swing. Even the chiefs on the high platform squinted and watched the battle on the ring. The ones that have come out now are all small fish and small shrimps, and no special students have appeared yet. And Yi Tan looked at Taiwan, thoughtful, because Hong Long just gave him a game evaluation. After Yi Tan watched it, his heart became active. Chapter 555. Chapter 553, Mecha Warfare. The Red Dragon gave him the evaluation of the game. The above showed that he won the first place in the big competition 100%. Of course, Yi Tan understood what this meant. If he doesn't understand, he can go to death. He is the pinnacle genius of the four-lined class. In the entire Freeal civilization, no one can beat him. Although this time the test is about the comprehensiveness of mecha. But for Yi Tan, does this still use him to do it himself? The level and control of the Red Dragon is already the most terrifying. Let the Red Dragon control the mecha. How could those from the higher academy find out? If there is a blood-stab mecha on it, do you still use the Red Dragon test? Therefore, Yi Tan turned his head thoughtfully and looked at the 7 people and said, 7 of you, go up in turn. Each one, take down 10 people, that's it. Huang Saiking and others were taken aback for a moment. And 110? There are thousands of people, and only 10 people have been won. Will it be a bit less, boss? Hong Lo also frowned and asked. Yi Tan said with a smile, you only need to win 10 heads, and I guarantee you can rank in the top 10. Looking at the boss' confident smile, the few people didn't know what to say, they just did it. And as long as the first match is over, they will go up. The ones in front are small fishes and shrimps. It is easy to deal with them. And Huang Saiken lowered his head and thought, how could the boss let them do this and still make sure to make the top 10? Does the boss want? Thinking of this possibility, Huang Saiken suddenly widened his eyes. If it was really like that, Huang Saiken couldn't calm down in his heart because his thoughts were really exciting. Huang Saiken's heart was full of enthusiasm. But Yi Tan lowered his head at the moment, and sent a message to Avril Lavigne, which showed him to go up after the 7 brothers ended. You only need to get 10 heads. Avril Lavigne couldn't reply to the letter, and the examination room was still being blocked. Although Avril didn't know how Yi Tan sent him this message, or even what Yi Tan wanted to do, she still unconditionally supported it. As for distinguishing the true from the false, it is very simple. It depends on whether the 7 brothers are on. As long as the 7 brothers are on, it is the message from Yi Tan. After Yi Tan got everything done, he squinted his eyes and looked at the competition that was almost at the end. Boom! The man who came to the stage first, a laser sword, instantly broke the chest of the other mecha, and the student inside was directly killed in seconds. The students in the audience suddenly took a deep breath when seeing this situation. Who else? The man who won the competition yelled while driving the mecha. The students in the audience were upset when they heard such arrogant words. Who is this person, so arrogant? Don't you know? This is the Prince of Tier 3 Intermediate Civilization. I forgot what it was called. It's amazing anyway. Hey, this is over. The ones who come up directly are so powerful. What about the ones behind? Those students who couldn't beat them were all sighing. Incoming. Just when everyone sighed, a man suddenly jumped onto the ring. It was Bai Yi. He was the smallest of the 7 brothers, and the 7 brothers were also ranked according to their ranks. Wearing a white robe, Bai Yi looked like an ancient cultivator. As soon as Bai Yi took the stage, all the students in the audience burst into flames. Isn't that the Prince of the White Cloud Empire? Isn't he the top 10 of the Huangjia student ranking? Why is he on this time? What else are we playing with Nima? Yeah, this guy is the pinnacle of E-grade. I'm drunk. When everyone saw Bai Yi, they commented. And on the high platform, the king of the 7 civilizations, the Baiyan king, looked confused. My heart is about to explode. Nizai, is it easy for Lozi to raise you? But at this time? How many heads can you take at this time? The angry Baiyan king's complexion turned red, and the pinched fingers squeezed towards him, and the surrounding kings looked at Bai Yun's face. They all said comfortingly, "Lao Bai, it's okay, trust your son, don't worry, he must have his reason for going there at this time." Hearing the words of a few old clappers, Bai Yun's expression became even more angry. These few things that will gloat. Huang Sheng's several civilized kings are a little gloating, although they are now one mind. No one accepts defeat in the contest between their sons. After Bai Yi took the stage, he directly began to select mechas. The arrogant student standing opposite him had an ugly expression on his face. "Why are you so bullish? You are now on, are you not afraid of getting points? Will you be killed soon?" The arrogant student's face became more and more ugly. He was not sure to beat Bai Yi at all, but if he gave up now, he would never have any chance to be selected. Everyone was waiting for Bai Yi to choose the mecha, but Bai Yi still didn't choose it well, and everyone was a little anxious. The old referee stood in the distance and shouted, "This student, why didn't you choose the mecha? Didn't you find the mecha you needed?" When Bai Yi heard the old man's words, he nodded and said, "Referee, why is there no bloodstab mecha here?" As soon as Bai Yi's words came out, the students below all laughed. "Bloodstab mecha, what is that? That is an exclusive mecha for ordinary people. Do we talented students need that kind of mecha?" The referee was also taken aback when he heard Bai Yi's words. What is the bloodstab mecha? He is a highly civilized man. Of course, he doesn't know the bloodstab mecha. After all, the time for the bloodstab mecha to appear is too slow. The referee turned to the stage and asked his deans with his eyes. As soon as the deans heard this, they started to discuss with each other and asked the master of the Freel civilization, "Freeman, what kind of mecha is the bloodstab mecha? Is there any difference from the mecha we chose?" Freeman, who was questioned, was taken aback for a moment and said directly, "The four deans, the bloodstab mesh is not powerful, but it can be driven by ordinary people. Ordinary people can control the mecha by their own brains and consume energy. They are all double the ordinary mechas, and the energy weapons on the bloodstab mechas are very few. They are beast-type mechas." Hearing these words, the deans nodded their heads. The mechas on the entire ring are the most powerful mechas in the Freya civilization. There are more than 30 types, and the god of war of students can choose at will, because everyone has different talents. There must be fairness. After discussing with each other, the four deans nodded towards the referee, indicating that the bloodstab mesh could be used. After the referee got the news, he shouted to Bai Yi, "This student, you can use the bloodstab mesh, please wait 10 minutes." The referee's voice hadn't settled yet, and Bai Yi waved his big hand and shouted in a very righteous and awe-inspiring manner, "No, I'm just asking." Then, he pointed to a mecha he was very familiar with. The referee who was watching was stunned. "This Nima ... You don't have to ask anything special, you don't need to ask, fuck." Chapter 556 Chapter 554 A few brothers in turns. It must be my way of getting up. Bai Yi's actions left everyone speechless, even his father, Bai Yun, almost burst out of anger. This rebellious son, after the big match is over, he must clean up. After Bai Yi chose the mecha, he drove the mecha to the arrogant student and clasped his fist towards the student. When the student saw Bai Yi holding a fist at him, he was taken aback for a moment, and then subconsciously clasped his fist. After all, he was the prince of the third-level civilization. This bit of face still has to be given. But when he just picked up his fist, Bai Yi suddenly raised the laser sword and slashed it towards his chest. The speed was so fast that everyone did not react, even the arrogant student did not react, and the laser sword was fiercely inserted into the chest of his mecha. You shame. The arrogant student standing in the mecha was passed through by the tip of the laser sword, and even the strong current directly caused him to smoke. Hanging up directly, after Bai Yi pulled out the laser sword, the mecha stiffened and fell down. All the students around were dumbfounded, watching this scene dumbfounded. This Nima. They didn't react now, and the arrogant student was killed directly. Those demons on the stage are also speechless. It stands to reason that you deal with that easy one. Why are you cheating? Father Bai, with embarrassment all over his face, didn't have the face to carry here. This rebellious child was a shame on his face. Bai on the stage, after killing the arrogant man, said coldly, "Who else? Hurry up. I have to go home for dinner." When everyone in the audience heard, "Nima, this is even more arrogant than the one just now. I come." A man has seen it. Even if you are the prince of the third level peak civilization, how can you drop it? Deceiving people too much, you must kill you. After the man selected the mecha in 2s and 3s, he came to the arena, but Bai still held his fist towards the student. The man saw, "My Nima is still here?" Immediately retreated. What's going on with people now? There is no respect at all. Bai yelled angrily when he saw the man back. Suddenly everyone is fucked up. You were respected just now, but you were killed by someone special. Now you want to hold your fists again. Do you still want to do this trick? The man on the ring was speechless. He looked at Bai in embarrassment. His heart settled. Anyway, I don't hold my fists. Whoever holds my fists will die. However, Bai rushed forward, a laser sword flashing in the air, and it was cut off at the man's mecha. When the man saw it, he was taken aback. He immediately turned on the energy weapons and shot towards Bai's mecha. Bai walked quite well, evading those energy weapons, and thrust a sword there. The chest of the man's mesh. The man was also directly electrocuted into coke, and the whole battle was very fluent without any interruption. The deans on the stage nodded their heads. Such a sense of operation is still very good. Countless students in the audience saw the man being killed, and there was no change in their hearts, because they had known the result a long time ago. Then Bai was among the top 30 students in Huangjia. After killing the man, Bai looked at the audience and shouted directly, "Is no one on it?" You say, "This is a chance to change your destiny, but you are here, so you are?" Hearing Bai's words, all the students in the audience clenched their fists. Who was persuaded? I come. Another student had the courage to go up, choose a good mecha, and was killed by Bai's babbling twice. Bai scorned and cursed again, and another student rushed forward without admitting defeat. The whole battle went very smoothly. Soon, Bai got 11 points. The first point was the first person killed by the arrogant man. After Bai played 10 games, when everyone thought Bai was going to yell at him, Bai didn't yell at him. Instead, he stood on the stage, as if waiting for something. Just when everyone thought Bai was tired, a voice suddenly rang in the distance. I have long heard that Bai is very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Today, I will do harm to the people. A man came to the ring from behind the crowd. Everyone took a look. Suddenly he beeped the dog. It was Xuanhong, and the prince of the third level civilization. This Nima, you are all brothers, and you are tired of being together for a day. You said Bai is very arrogant, which is compelling. The trainees felt like a billion CNM galloping past each other. What happened today? Is the way of getting up wrong? At the place where the 7 great civilization kings were on the high platform, Dad Xuanhong looked even more like a beeping dog. He was gloating at Bai Yun just now, and now his son has done such a thing. This Nima. King Bai Yun came to the side and saw that Xuanhong was on the court, and he couldn't close his mouth in joy. This was not Nizai being stupid, but all stupid. Ha ha ha. The 7 big brothers felt wrong, but there was no way they could not inform their sons. While Bai and Xuanhong stood on the stage, they had already selected the mechas. They haven't fought yet. When everyone thought that the 2 of their brothers were going to come for a real truth, Xuanhong just waved his arm when he was about to finish speaking. Then Bai shouted in a very painful way, "Fuck, what did you do, Brother 6? My internal organs were destroyed by you. I can't do it. I give up." So that Xuanhong was also stunned in the same place. Didn't you say that everyone pretended to be forced to get there? Now that you have knocked down all the force, what should I pretend? Bai didn't wait for Xuanhong to speak, and walked off the stage, pretending to be seriously injured. Everyone in the audience was speechless. They didn't want to complain. They were really tired. It must be the wrong way to get up in the morning. The game will continue. Who knows that Xuan Hong is even more arrogant than Bai Yi, and he yells directly, "You want me to say that I'm making spicy chicken?" When everyone heard, Nima, came again. Sure enough, someone was upset and went straight to the stage, and was defeated again by Yang La La La. Hyun Hong's 10 games were played very quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the next one. It was exactly the same as before. He brought Kanezawa on stage, and before he spoke, Hyuna seemed to have received a heavy blow and stepped off the stage. Everyone in the audience was stunned. That old man Jins also looked like a beeping dog. And the 7 great civilization kings had already deeply felt that these turtle sons were all deliberate. Those deans didn't feel anything. In their hearts, these students had already lost Pars. Because everyone has 10 points, how can he be in the top 10? The ring continued. Then Jins stepped down, Kinya stepped up, followed by Huang Saiken, Siege, and Hongl. Chapter 557. Chapter 555. Today's Revenge, Today's Report, Yitan, Die. When Hongl was over, everyone finally calmed down. Is it over? The 7 brothers are finally over. It's time for them to show off on stage. When Hongl stood on the stage and said nothing, a clear voice sounded in the distance. I come. Everyone was shocked. It was a woman. The voice was as sweet as a bell, so nice. Who was it? When everyone looked at it, they were shocked and looked at it dumbfounded. It was Miss Avril. Freeman sitting on the high platform is also eating, and his heart is falling. This Nima. The princes of the 7 civilizations felt better when they saw Avril Lavigne. Their sons were soaked in their heads, and they did such a thing. They were so happy when they saw Avril Lavigne. It wasn't that their son had water in his head. It was all like this. But the deans of the 4 majors were a little confused. The 8 people who came to the stage were all senior students of Freel civilization. Why was this happening? Don't they look down on the academies? The 4 deans were a little helpless. But the students in the audience boiled over. Standing on the ring is the #1 beauty of Freel civilization. Even if it fails, it's worth it to be able to fight against the first beauty. Immediately afterwards, a student came to the stage, and they were all knocked down by Avril's iron and blood method. After the 10 points were obtained, before the other students shouted, Yitan went straight to the high platform. Avril Lavigne saw Yitan, smiled in the mecha, took off the mecha, walked out of it, and looked at Yitan who hadn't put on the mecha. She said softly, "Come on." Her pink fist was still clenched in front of her chest, cheering for Yitan. Whoever is a fool can also tell that Ms. Avril has a leg with this man. The 7 civilizations and Freeman on the high platform immediately understood Yitan, and all this was probably what Yitan had instructed. After Avril Lavigne jumped off the stage, the whole stage boiled. One by one, they screamed inwardly, and shouted with some depression on their faces. My goddess. It was taken over by this man. Fuck, my goddess, who is this man? I must take revenge. Who is this person? I want to kill him. Under the entire ring, everyone clamored to kill Yitan. In several places behind the crowd, there were super strong murderous eyes, looking at Yitan. They are Yu Yang, Marf and others. And that He Yunlong. Yitan started to choose the mecha. Looking at the mecha options on the projection, there was no blood stab mecha. Turning his head to look at the referee. Why is there no blood stab mecha? The referee was taken aback by Yitan's words. Don't you need to be paralyzed? Why are you using it again now? Are you sure you want to drive a blood stab mesh? The referee asked in a cold voice. He was afraid that he was being fooled. I'm sure. Yitan also replied coldly. Okay. The referee waved his hand, and the blood stab mesh slowly rose from the ground. This mesh was provided by the 7 civilizations. It was the tiger mesh all the time. Yitan didn't say a word, and walked directly into the tiger mesh, and all the students in the audience smiled disdainfully, afraid that they might not do it. He even used the blood-stabbing mecha. What is the blood-stab mecha? It is the brainless mecha among the vicious senior students. Because it is not controlled, it is called a brainless mecha. There is no famous genius who is willing to use the blood-stabbing mecha. Roar. Yitan drove the blood-stab mecha and let out a tiger roar. Then the mecha's eyes were red and he looked down the stage. He didn't say a word, just looked at everyone like this. I come. A man jumped directly up and carried it. He drove his mecha and ran towards Yitan's tiger mecha, but the tiger mecha was so powerful that it grabbed the chest of that mecha with a single claw, and it was extremely fast. Boom! With a paw, the student was directly photographed into mud. The whole battle didn't exceed 3 strokes and died. This surprised all the students in their hearts. It was so powerful. But many students don't believe in evil, they don't believe that they can't beat a mindless mecha. Then, one after another, Yitan was quickly killed. The number of students in the big competition continues to decrease. Huang Xiking and others in the audience saw that the boss was so crazy, they immediately understood that if they didn't make it at first, even if they were great later, there would be other great people. The outcome is not always certain. So they scored 10 points as early as possible, so that the boss himself will single out everyone to death, and they can enter the top 10. When the brothers knew, they were shocked in their hearts, and looked at their boss with enthusiasm. This is the real cow. The 7 civilization kings and freemen on the stage now also understand. The 4 principals saw Yitan appear and didn't feel anything. Just want to see Yitan's mecha control technology, but Yitan actually uses a mecha that ordinary people can drive, and they are a little disappointed. The battle on the ring is still going on frantically. Yitan has gained more and more points. Many of the more powerful students are ready to move. Once Yitan is killed, wouldn't they be able to get more points? Be the first in one fell swoop. Yu Yang and others had this idea, so instead of going up, they waited. 3 in total disappeared, and Yitan eliminated nearly 800 students. The number of points on his body is already 800, and the students under the ring are already numb, and they are shocked. Too much. This is not a big match, but a show, belonging to Yitan's show. Who is that person? He is so powerful, he already has 800 points. I know that person. You all know the news of the appearance of a genius of the 4 elements yesterday. He is that genius. His name is Yitan. Yitan, is the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. He is so powerful, and now only those civilized princes can beat him. Many people commented on this. The remaining students surrendered without fighting, and there were not many students left. Then Yu Yang looked at Yitan alone in the battle arena, very arrogant, and became even more angry inside, that he killed his 2nd and 3rd brothers. And this hatred must be reported. He is no longer able to do it now. It is impossible for a person to drive the mesh for so long. Besides, it is still a bloodstab mesh. What is consumed is not physical power, but mental power. How much spiritual power can you have? It's time to play. Just when he was about to take the stage, a voice with incomparable killing intent burst out. Here, Yitan, you kill my brother Ma Long. Today's revenge. Today's report. Chapter 558. Chapter 556. Ma Fei's experience. Ma Fei's father's trembling. Here, Yitan, you kill my brother Ma Long, and you will get revenge today. The voice was full of murderous intent, and the man came directly to the stage with a fast speed, looking at Yitan with red eyes. The students in the audience were shocked when they saw this situation. It's Marf. Huang Ji's student ranked 4th. It's over. Yitan is over. I remember Marf is very powerful. Even Avril is very difficult to deal with. Yeah, Yitan killed Ma Fei's younger brother. People will definitely not be merciful. Haha, I can finally see Yitan being killed. Great. The students boiling in the audience were very happy inside. They really couldn't stand a bully like Yitan. Have the ability to fight Marf? No. Maybe even he can't fight Marf. After Marf selected the mecha, he looked at Yitan coldly and said, Yitan, I have 2 types of talents. One is strength, the other is defense, and my mesh is the God of War mesh. See you today. How can you beat me? Ma Long arrogantly and confidently drank towards Yi Tan coldly. As soon as Yi Tan heard this, he suddenly smiled speechlessly. What about the two lines? What about the Ares mecha? In his eyes, it was nothing but clouds. If you want to fight, don't talk so much. Yi Tan drank coldly. When Marth heard this, his face suddenly changed. If you don't kill you will not be a man. Court death. Marth directly turned on all the energy series weapons, sprayed towards the Bloodstab mecha, while rushing towards Yi Tan at a crazy speed. The sharp and big machete of the God of War Mesh also moved towards the Bloodstab mecha. Greeting. Yi Tan took a step back when he saw it so violently. All the students in the audience suddenly smiled disdainfully when they saw this situation. What four-line genius! When you meet Marth, isn't it like a spicy chicken? Such a genius must use the blood-stabbing mecha to find death. On the high platform, the deans shook their heads. They all understood the data of the Ares mecha. They approached Yi Tan with the help of fierce artillery fire. Once they approached, Yi Tan would undoubtedly die. Hey, a four-line genius who has finally seen it, should he be so damaged by this? The four deans sighed in their hearts. And the president of the Creation Society sat aside, without saying a word. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Tan would die. But the Prince of Senior Secretaries, how could he die? The poor guild leader is still deceived, living in a world of lies. Just when everyone thought that Yi Tan was going to be killed, the Tiger Mesh retreated, with its limbs facing the ground, and suddenly flew towards the head of the God of War mecha. Marth was shocked when he saw this situation, and immediately brandished a big knife, and slashed at the head of the blood-stabbing mecha that was flying into the sky. And just when his big knife was about to smash Yi Tan, the head of the blood-stinging mecha suddenly opened, and a huge barrel appeared, spraying instantly. He directly bounced Marth's big knife to the other side. Marth was shocked and wanted to do something, but Yi Tan's claws had already reached his chest. Boom! When Marth failed to respond in time, the huge tiger claws instantly tore into Marth's mecha. He grabbed Marth's body and pulled it out of the God of War mecha. Everyone took a breath when they saw this situation. On the other side of the audience stage, Marth's father saw the situation and jumped up, staring at him like a cow. But Marth was gripped fiercely by the claws of the blood-stabbed mecha at this moment, knowing that he was defeated, and he would be dead if he didn't shout to admit defeat. I think. Bang! Marth's voice hadn't died yet. Yi Tan crushed the Marth into mashed flesh with a single claw. Failure. Marth's father, standing in the distance, roared toward the ring. His neck is full of blue veins, his face is distorted and crazily. Marth's father couldn't beat him to the stage, and his whole body was trembling looking at the ground meat. Yi Tan, my son has given up. Why did you kill him? Marth's father roared with a trembling voice. The four principals on the high platform were also shocked by the scene, driving a blood-stab mesh for 3 hours, and even beat a senior student. How terrifying Yi Tan's mental power of the brain is. He deserves to be a evil brain talent. In the ring, the referee saw this and could only stop the game. Practitioner Yi Tan, I also heard the voice of Practitioner Marth admitting defeat. Why do you want to kill? Facing the referee's question, Yi Tan snorted coldly. Did you say it? I didn't hear it. Hearing what Yi Tan said, the audience was speechless. Have we all heard it? Is there a rascal like you? That Marth's father was even more gloomy and twisted. My son has said it. I sat so far away and heard it all. Why didn't you hear it? Marth's father roared, very excited. Yi Tan shook his head and said, oh, I heard it too. I admit what he said. Right? When everyone heard what Yi Tan said, they all nodded. That Marth's father shouted directly, referee, he said he heard him, and you should kick him out of the game. The reason why he said this is because after Yi Tan was kicked out of the game, he directly sent an army to kill Yi Tan. The referee nodded and shouted directly at that Yi Tan, Practitioner Yi Tan, you also admitted that you heard it. So you have to terminate the game and wait for the four deans to discuss it before you can decide. Hearing the referee's voice, Yi Tan said coldly, referee, what I heard is, I admit it. I know so well whether he admits defeat, or I admit it. Or do I know your mother or your father? How do you know? And, you also said that you have to say 3 words of my surrender before it is considered surrender. He didn't even say the last word. How do I know? Yi Tan's words directly stunned everyone. That Ma Fei's father was shivering, repeating a sentence frantically in his mouth. You have a strong word, a strong word. Puff. Ma Fei's father fainted, and the referee also looked at Yi Tan in a daze, and then at Ma Fei's father. What Nima said makes sense. Even everyone in the audience is the same. Yi Tan seems to have a bit of truth. It is Ma Fu who hasn't finished it. Can you blame Yi Tan? In the battle, who is not the killer, you still yell so slowly. It's not what it is to seek death. The referee looked at the 4 deans. This matter was beyond their control. But the 4 deans were also dumbfounded. This kind of thing has never happened before. Everyone is reasonable, and Yi Tan is even more reasonable. What can be done? Yi Tan can only continue. Chapter 559. Chapter 557, The Weakness of the Blood-Stabbing Mecha. Father Maf spurted blood and fainted, causing countless students in the audience to look at him in shock. What kind of character is Ma Fei's father? Yi Tan opened his mouth to vomit blood. And looking at the posture, the 4 deans seemed to have admitted that Ma F did not say the rhythm of letting Yi Tan continue the match without saying the 3 words I admit defeat. Yi Tan stood on the ring and saw that the referee didn't let himself kick out of the game, but instead stood aside and continued to preside. Seeing this scene, Yi Tan couldn't help but sneered inwardly. He now has more than 800 points in his hand. Can they not worry? Just kill yourself, they will be number 1 in this game. Although Yi Tan thought this way, the audience in the audience did not buy it. Because Yi Tan killed every student so brutally, this is not a big match. This is a massacre. Is there no one going up to kill Yi Tan? If this continues, what is the point of our competition? Lightly speaking. Didn't you see that Ma F was killed by Yi Tan with 3 strokes? Yeah, the current Yi Tan is simply invincible. Isn't there no one in our Friel civilization anymore? Isn't our Friel civilization comparable to someone who came from a 2nd-level civilization? The audience in the audience was a little excited. All of them criticized, and their emotions were all kindled by Yi Tan. Yi Tan's brutal tactics have already scared many students who haven't been on stage. That's right, they are scared, and they don't want Yi Tan to continue like this. If this continues, Derby will become Yi Tan's show alone. All the students in the audience were full of enthusiasm in their hearts, and their faces were angry, and they wanted to take Yi Tan off the stage. And in the crowd not far behind them, that Yu Yang was looking at Yi Tan on the ring calmly. Young master, are you really going? Even though the blood-stained mecha driven by Yi Tan is driven by an ordinary person, his defensive power is very strong, and even the attack power is controlled by energy. Standing next to Yu Yang were all members of his team. Hearing the unwilling voices of his team members, Yu Yang still had no emotion on his face. After immersing for a long time, Yu Yang's eyes were lightened and he said, "It's just an ant. I already know how to deal with his blood-stab mecha." The corner of Yu Yang's mouth showed a sinister arc. The body stood up unconsciously, very self-confident, and the whole person looked refreshed. "Master, did you really find the weakness of the blood-stab mecha?" The team member standing next to him asked incredulously. Because the blood-stab mecha is so powerful, no one has found the weakness until now. Young master found it so easily. If the weakness is wrong, you will die. Yu Yang smiled sarcastically. Yi Tan thinks that no one knows his weaknesses because we didn't look at the problem in the right way at the beginning. I ask you, what is his blood-stab mecha as its shining point of, or stand out? The members of his team were suddenly puzzled. How could the young master ask such a question? Yi Tan's blood-stab mesh is of course his brainwave fusion equipment. His blood-stab mesh is produced for ordinary people. It can let ordinary people use brainwaves to control the mesh without any dullness. In addition, there are no major side effects. The team members blurt out directly. The blood-stab mecha is well known in Freya's civilization. If anyone doesn't know it, it is no different from society. Yu Yang nodded with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, his biggest advantage is his brainwave fusion equipment. And when have you seen Yitan drive a mesh by himself? Hearing what the young master said, they were even more confused. They had never seen Yitan pilot a mecha, but Yitan had always used a blood-stab mecha. Young master, Yitan has never piloted a mecha. They replied directly, because they also wanted to know how Yitan's blood-stab mecha was destroyed. Yu Yang sneered unclearly. Since he is driving a blood-stab mecha, he must be lying in the fusion brainwave nutrition cabin, and the way to deal with him is very simple, that is, use the small pulse missile. Let Yitan, completely finished. Hearing the words of the young master, his squad suddenly realized, one by one. His eyes widened, and he secretly said, "Can you do this?" Yes, since Yitan is an electronic instrument, let his electronic instrument together with his brain, it burns out. In this case, wouldn't Yitan be killed easily? Moreover, the mechas that everyone drives are driven by their own physical strength, and the internal electronic equipment is quite small. Who would get a pure energy mecha like Yitan? If this kind of mesh fights against the mechanical race, isn't it looking for death? It is not easy for the mechanical race to control them. Thinking of this, those team members immediately became confident. Master, your trick. Hi. The team members gave Yu Yang a thumbs up. And on the ring, at this moment, another student who could not understand Yitan was pinched to death by Yitan. The scene was brutal and bloody, and even the four principals on the high platform could not see it. Yitan's killing intent was too heavy. The whole person is in that violent state. This will not work. But there is no way. They said yes. In the arena, life and death are arrogant, and those killed can only sigh. But at this moment, the ring is already so dry, it's no good. Why? This is the big competition, not his show, nor his slaughterhouse. Strongly ask Yitan to roll down. If this continues, no one in Derby can survive. Get down, get down. Slaughter the geniuses in your own domain. What kind of ability? How many geniuses we can have in our domain have been slaughtered by Yitan one by one? What does he want to do? That's right, I still regard him as a hero, because he slaughtered students like this. It was heinous. Get out, get out. The students under the ring were already boiling to a certain degree at this moment, one by one, emotionally, cursing towards the ring. But Yitan didn't say anything. Everyone had their own belief in life. Yitan's belief was that he could kill one and never let it go. This is the case in the universe. If you are not capable, will others let you go? If he didn't have such a powerful force, but instead was an unknown junior, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, according to the information provided by the Red Dragon, these remaining students have already handed over the nomination certificate to Hajir, the head of the four major families of Emperor Star. The He family is the family that wants to take Freeman off the throne this time. Their family wants to become the master of the Frere civilization. Since it is Avril's enemy, why not Yitan's blocker? If you want to be a blocker, you must be ready to die. Chapter 560. Chapter 558. The student scolds. Yu Yang comes on stage. The underside of the ring is already boiling. It can't be boiling. Those students seem to have received a message, that is, disturbing Yitan. Make things big. The students who can't see any hope can only do so. Although they can't be admitted by advanced civilized students, they can also become the He family. Why is it not beautiful? When the He family becomes the controlling family of the Freel civilization, then their status will come. Moreover, the He family is now short of people, and the benefits for them are quite large. Whoever does not go is a fool. As for the Freel civilization, haha, today's competition is over, and the three words Freel will become a thing of the past. Just as the anger of those students became more intense and fierce, Huang Saiken, Avril Lavigne and others all looked at Yitan worriedly. Are these people crazy? In the arena, they are arrogant, they are incapable. And the boss who is blamed? Jin stood aside and shouted uncomfortably. Huang Saiken looked at the boiling students, but smiled sarcastically. It's just a group of villains. I guess they have taken refuge in the He family, and now they have become the running dogs of the He family, and the boss is so strong now. If you don't kill Avril Lavigne, then we will be accepted by the advanced civilized students. At that time, the conspiracy of Hajia will become a bubble. So, they are jumping the wall in a hurry now. When Kanazawa and the others heard that they had eaten up, they didn't expect things to have developed to this level. I wonder if the boss let them go on stage first and get 10 heads. The boss did this to put all the pressure on him. Boss. Many brothers, the eyes are almost red. Avril Lavigne is also standing with them at the moment. She has heard all Huang Saiking's words, and her heart is so touched that she can't wait to come on stage to embrace Yitan now. What about the boss now? Asked Sage, who had always been silent on the side. Huang Saiking's eyes were superb, and he said coldly, "Boss, what he is not allowed to do. Haven't you seen what the boss is doing? Let the world spit on me, and I will return to the world." Hearing this sentence, the brothers' brains shook. The boss meant to use a sea of blood to suppress them. That's right. Yitan, who was standing on the stage, did not care about the insults to the students under the arena at all. Scolding. I will let you scold. Come up one, and die. It depends on the number of people you scold or the number of dead people. Anyway, Yitan stood on the ring, just like a leisurely and contented look. The students below are even more angry. Get down, wipe, look at him, as if he had killed someone, and he looked very righteous. Get out of here, natives. I feel sick when I see you now. Spicy chicken, that's spicy chicken. Killing a few people who are weaker than you will be arrogant. Wait, there will be a master in a while. Then, how can you be arrogant? The scolding below became more and more serious. Yitan sneered, looked at the audience, and shouted angrily, who else is going to take the stage for a trial? Are you all stubborn tortoises? You only dare to scold but don't dare to come on stage. If this goes on, when will this test be possible? End. A bunch of trash. Hearing Yitan's anger, the students almost fainted. Fucking, is this shameless? If you don't kill people, can we not make it? Now you see one kill one, who will catch up? Besides, who do you mean to waste? In an instant, Yitan was like igniting an explosive barrel, and the audience directly exploded, and some of them were scolding. Scold whatever is ugly. Yitan turned his head, looked at the referee, and let him decide for himself. After the referee asked the dean, he came to the arena and looked at the bottom of the noisy arena, waving his arms and shouting, students, be quiet. Now the rules of the game are changed. If the challenger is the challenger, there will be no for half an hour. When the challenge is received, the game is over and those who did not participate will all be eliminated. The meaning of the dean above is very clear. If you can get on, please hurry up. If you can't get on the BB, get out. Dean and they couldn't stand it anymore. This Freeman civilized student is simply scumbag. When encountering a strong one, he will only scold, dare not go, and act as a coward. Which college would dare to recruit them? As everyone knows, as soon as the referee's voice fell, the students under the ring were clamoring even harder. But time is still passing by, and it seems that 20 minutes will be over. Those students no longer scolded, they are a little anxious. What about the He family? Then why isn't He Yunlong going? Is He Yunlong also afraid of Yitan? They guessed in their hearts. I come. Just when everyone was nervous about not wanting, suddenly a wild roar sounded in the distance. All the students turned their heads and looked far away. It's Yu Yang. Damn, why did I forget Yu Yang? He is the second person in the Royal Academy. Yes, I heard that the two brothers of Yu Yang are also very good, the three brothers of the Yu family. This is a good story of the Friel civilization. Yeah, it's time for Yu Yang to appear on the stage. He will surely kill Yitan. Haha, I would rather see the three brothers from the Yu family play together, to see if they can bring the torment of Yitan to life. The students under the ring were excited at this moment, yelling Yu Yang's name one by one, as if at this moment, Yu Yang was already their faith. After Yu Yang came to power, he directly obtained the mecha, activated the mecha, and looked at Yitan with red eyes. The two held each other like this, and there was no movement at all. What's wrong? Can't you fight? Does it mean that the masters have to be immersed for a while? When everyone was in doubt, Yu Yang moved. No, his mouth moved. Yu Yang's eerie and terrifying voice roared, Yi Tan, you killed my second and third brothers. I will avenge today's revenge. Wow! When everyone in the audience listened, what did Yi Tan do? Ma Fei's younger brother Ma Long was killed. He came to seek revenge, and now Yu Yang is also seeking revenge. How many disciples did Yi Tan kill? All the students in the audience were shocked at the moment, looking at the two people on the stage in shock. Regarding this news, they still couldn't calm down for a long time. Because of the news, I was too shocked. The two brothers of the Yu family were killed. No one knew about such a big news. It was terrible. Yi Tan, who was standing opposite Yu Yang, suddenly smiled when he heard Yu Yang's words. It seemed that the enemy had come to the door. But when Yi Tanxia came out, he shocked everyone. Who are you? Who are your second and third brothers? All the students, the blood almost burst their heads. Fuck, you killed the second and third brothers, but you don't know who they are. Paralyzed, he is the Yu family of the Freal civilization. Dafeng tweets testimonials. Big Black Brother, closed tweet comments. The Genesis homepage has been closed and tweeted. This is the supreme honor. These honors leave your lovely group of readers and leave my favorite editor of Dragonfly. It is you readers who carry a 23mm knife every day, chasing after DA and requesting updates. It is your recommended tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards that have made us so glorious together. Today, we are not only on the big tweet, but even the high-quality recommendation, which is a very happy thing for an author. Red Alert is a niche subject that cannot be in the niche. But with you, letters, who can't be a niche subject, be able to rank among the top 10 science fiction every month and the top 100 in the total ranking. Thank you very much. But this month, your recommendation votes are not strong. Hee. Maybe DAI is a bit cheap. You have to use a 23mm knife to force you. Now that I'm on the big news, don't want to be excited, you may not realize the feeling of the author. Some people will say, don't you just give me a push, excited about the wall. But DAI is really excited, don't want it. To be able to be on this tweet, readers' support is indispensable. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks also to my editor, Sister Dragonfly. Thanks also to those brothers who once made the list. Eddie, Oba, Goo1, so monotonous, wait. I'll talk about it in detail. In addition, thank you again, brothers who have always supported me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Today, I was on the Dafeng tweet, everyone should celebrate, and I will be shameless. Do not. I never seem to have a face. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, clicks, rewards, etc. Come on. Welcome. 5 shifts a day. If you say it is done, there will be 3 shifts in a while. Love you Big Black. Chapter 561 Chapter 559, Want to kill me? Die. Everyone was about to explode. What Yi Tan said made them almost vomiting blood. 3 feet. Co-authored for a long time, you killed someone without knowing who it was. When Yu Yang heard Yi Tan's words, he almost exploded with anger, and the blood all over his body was boiling. If you can't kill Yi Tan today, the law of heaven will be too much. Yi Tan, don't be arrogant, I have seen your weakness, today is your death date. Yu Yang shouted coldly, as if everything is in his heart. Yi Tan has become a slaughtered fish. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. What? Yu Yang already knew Yi Tan's weakness? Ha ha, great. Looking at how arrogant Yi Tan is, I've seen him upset a long time ago. Today, I will do a lot of harm to the domain. Great. Since young master you can say this sentence, he must be confident. I want to see today. How can Yi Tan be arrogant? Everyone was commenting one after another, one by one said more than one. What they said, Yi Tan heard everything clearly. The temperament of Yi Tan's whole body had undergone changes between heaven and earth. No one knows that after today's competition is over, it will be the end of Freal civilization. No one knows, just because of their words. Their civilization is almost extinct. All this is because Yi Tan is angry. That's right, Yi Tan held tightly on the claws of the Bloodstab Mecha, and the killing intent in his heart could no longer be stopped. as if a storm was coming. Seeing Yi Tan's silence and ignoring him at all, Yu Yang's heart was thunderous. He was the young master of the Yu family, the second-ranked figure in the Royal Academy, and Yi Tan despised him so much. Yi Tan. Yu Yang let out a terrifying roar. Then his mecha directly extended a big knife and rushed towards Yi Tan's blood-stabbed mecha. Ha ha, today is your death date. As he said, the big knife was about to slash the blood-stabbed mecha, and everyone's hearts were raised. Can Yi Tan be killed with a big knife? Obviously, everyone has some doubts in their hearts and is not so confident. What is the difference between this broadsword and their broadsword? They were all produced in the arena, and none of us broke his defenses. How could Yu Yang's sword break open? Just when everyone was puzzled, Yu Yang actually smiled madly, because Yi Tan was arrogant and let his big knife slash on the blood-stabbed mecha. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, you are too arrogant. Originally, my plan was not easy to succeed, but you helped me. Ha ha, look at my pulse. After Yu Yang roared, he stretched out two small barrels directly from the shoulder of his mecha, and randomly emitted two blue rays of light, rushing towards Yi Tan's blood-stabbed mecha. Boom, it exploded in an instant. The light exploded, and there were waves of blue light. Make the entire ring extremely dazzling. Everyone under the ring was almost blinded by the dazzling light. This is a pulse missile. I understand. Yi Tan's blood-stabbed mesh is controlled by brain waves, and the pulse missile is just a weapon to restrain him. Ha ha ha, now Yi Tan, I will burn my head and die completely. Really? If so, isn't Yi Tan dead and can't die again? Ha ha ha. Everyone under the ring laughed. On the high platform, the 7 civilized kings suddenly stood up. They looked at the motionless blood-stabbed mesh on the ring in horror. They are also scared in their hearts, because they all know how the blood-stabbed mesh is produced. The scientific research department also discussed with them that the weakness of the blood-stabbed mesh is the pulse missile. As long as people lie in the nutrition cabin, as long as they are attacked by pulse missiles, they will definitely die. Is Yi Tan really dead? The 7 civilization kings were a little panicked. Even Freeman watched with his eyes wide open, and couldn't miss any details. If Yi Tan were finished, their empire would be completely finished. A full minute passed, and only Yu Yang laughed. Upright in the ring, all the students in the audience looked nervously at the blood-stabbed mesh. They were afraid that the blood-stabbed mesh would suddenly rise. But 1 minute has passed, and the blood-stabbed mesh hasn't moved a bit until now. Doesn't it mean that has Yi Tan in the blood-stabbed mecha been completely killed? Everyone thought of this. Their faces were filled with excitement, extremely happy. And Huang Saikeng and others looked at the stage with red eyes. At the moment the pulse missile was launched, they wanted to rush to the stage, but it was too late. Boss, don't have anything to do. Huang Saikeng and others clenched their fists and prayed in their hearts. And Avril Lavigne looked at the ring with cold eyes, and her heart told her that Yi Tan would not die, and was even angry. She could feel the breath of a wild beast about to wake up. If anything happens to Yi Tan, even if I fight for the Empire, I will wipe out all the civilizations of everyone in the ring. Avril Lavigne's eyes burst out with a strong killing intent. Yu Yang, who was on the ring, stopped the arrogant laughter at this moment, and opened the chest plate that entered the armor. This chest plate is a combined type, like a window. As long as it is opened, Yu Yang who is driving inside can be revealed. Yu Yang controlled the mecha and step by step came to the blood-stabbed mecha lying motionless on the ground. Second brother, third brother, I take revenge for you. Killing my Yu family will kill me. Yu Yang shouted with gloomy eyes and crazy expression. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yu Yang has been dazzled by the hatred. Yu Yang let out a cold snort, then lowered his head, looking at the blood-stabbed mecha, and then the right foot of the mecha was about to trample on the blood-stinged mecha's tiger brain. At this moment, everyone felt a very violent, intense, and ferocious, like a wild beast awakening with its own violent aura. It makes everyone feel very depressed and uncomfortable. Yu Yang also felt the breath, his eyes shrank sharply, and his right foot was about to step away. But at this moment, the blood-stabbed mecha lying motionless on the ground moved suddenly. A claw lifted the right leg of the Yu Yang mecha fiercely, followed by a claw severely slashed. Crack! A powerful metal crash sounded throughout the ring. Everyone's ears were stimulated by the metal sound, and many people were shaking their heads. But before everyone recovered, the blood-stabbed mecha made a sound like hell. Want to kill me? Die. Everyone's eyes narrowed. That was Yi Tan's voice. Yi Tan was not dead. Chapter 562. Chapter 560, A Punch to Death. The fat man is crying. Yi Tan is not dead. Everyone was horrified. How could this be possible? He was hit by a pulse missile, and nothing happened at all. This scene really shocked everyone, and they couldn't believe it. Because this is not scientific. Even Yu Yang looked at Yi Tan with a look of horror. No, it's impossible. You know why the pulse missile is attacked. Why can you still stand up? It's impossible. Yu Yang shouted madly at this moment like crazy. Yi Tan didn't speak. It was just that the blood-stab mecha, Kaka, changed, transformed into a second form. The human-shaped blood-stab mesh chest also opened, revealing the appearance of Yi Tan driving inside. Yi Tan looked at Yu Yang with an ironic expression at the moment. When Yu Yang saw Yi Tan's appearance, his face suddenly became ashes. Yi Tan can even drive a mecha. It turned out that more than 800 battles were driven by Yi Tan. He was not lying in the nutrition cabin at all. Thinking of this, Yu Yang seemed to have suffered a big blow in his heart. Looking at Yi Tan with a pale face. Yi Tan stared at Yu Yang coldly at this moment, and then at the bewildered students under the ring. Today you insult and scold me. I bear it, but please remember, tomorrow is your end. Yi Tan said at the end. He let out a roar, and then before everyone could react, the humanoid blood-stab mecha driven by Yi Tan sprinted to Yu Yang mecha and punched fiercely. Hammer toward the chest of the mecha. Then Yu Yang had opened the flap on his chest at this moment. So, wouldn't it be easy for Yi Tan to kill him? Boom! Before Yu Yang let out a scream, he was directly turned into sludge. Blood splattered, and his mecha was stained with blood everywhere. Seeing that Yu Yang was killed by a punch, hearing Yi Tan's domineering words, all the students under the ring were horrified and terrified, and they all took a step back. They have some regrets in their hearts, regretting why they should provoke such wild beasts. Tomorrow is their end. Everyone is shocked. Yi Tan has already done it. Today is simply their doomsday. Not to mention the day. Huang Saikang and others, seeing the mighty and domineering side of the boss, they clenched their fists with passion. This is the style of the boss. When Avril Lavigne saw Yi Tan standing up again, she smiled from the bottom of her heart, making the whole horizon like a fairyland. In the hidden crowd in the distance, Nahi Yunlong had been paying attention to the ring, waiting for Yi Tan's trump card to appear. He didn't think about attacking with pulse missiles, but he also thought about the consequences. What if Yi Tan didn't use brainwaves to drive the mecha? The consequences were unthinkable. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as he thought. Yi Tan was driving the mecha by himself. Such a genius has already taken away all his aura, and even his most beloved woman will be taken away? This is impossible. He Yunlong roared angrily in his heart. His face began to twist. However, Yi Tan killed Yu Yang, and things had already happened. How could Yu Yang's father let him go? Sure enough, on the audience stage below the high stage, Yu Yang's father, Yu Duanshan, was sitting in the audience at the moment, thunderous in his heart, but he couldn't attack. His own son died, as if he had died as a domestic slave. He was waiting for the end of the competition, which was Yi Tan's death, and he couldn't intervene now. If he were to fight with Yi Tan, it would be impossible for the four principals to let him go. Therefore, he immediately united with the Ma family and some families that Yi Tan had killed, and began to discuss with the Naif family. Today, Yi Tan cannot be admitted as a senior civilized student. Once admitted, their hatred will never be reported. The shock that Yi Tan brought to everyone was wave after wave. The students under the ring closed their mouths at this moment. They didn't dare to scold them. Didn't they hear Yi Tan's murderous words just now? They believed that Yi Tan would do something like that, and once they were admitted, it would be their end. In their hearts, there are 10,000 people who are unwilling to admit Yi Tan, but now no one can beat him. Could it be that no one can beat him? What about He Yunlong? Why didn't he come out? Ha ha, people of the big family. Don't you know that you still don't know? They let us be cannon fodder to consume Yi Tan's physical strength, and then let He Yun go on. Hey, there is no way at all right now. It consumes his physical strength. Speed martial artist, Royal Academy is the fastest. Chen Zhuang, isn't he the fastest in the domain? Yes, where is Chen Zhuang? Many students want to use speed to consume Yi Tan, so they are all in the crowd, looking for the first piece of speed. Chen Zhuang was in the crowd, and when he heard these words, he suddenly fell asleep. Beat the dog. Can Yi Tan fight it himself? Also speed. Paralyzed, but it took less than 3 seconds to grab myself. After a gang fight, you still let me go? That's right. Chen Zhuang is the first wonder of Freya's civilization. Speed. The fat body is surprisingly fast. Found it. Here. The fat man Chen Zhuang was stunned for an instant, and he was discovered. Suddenly, the fat man's face became horrified and panicked. But there is no way. The whole crowd has surrounded him. Chen Zhuang, come on, as long as you consume Yi Tan's physical strength, He Yunlong can kill him. Yes, Chen Zhuang, you are the fastest in the domain. As long as you drag Yi Tan, we will win. You are going to go today. Don't you want to be admitted by advanced civilization? Everyone who spoke to me, the critics who spoke to me, Chen Zhuang's face flushed. He roared directly, fucking NMB. You guys who have the ability to go, I can't do it. Who doesn't know that going up is dead? I'm fast. Yi Tan, I've never dealt with anything special. At the beginning of the gene counter competition, I was robbed by him. I was not as fast as him. My special is the level intermediate speed. He is the level pinnacle. Assi, my Nima. The fat man was already cursing incoherently. You can't do it without scolding these bitches. Just let him go if you don't want to go up and die. He didn't make it. Then Yi Tan was in the ring just now, and he aimed at himself several times. If he did, would it be strange if he didn't die? When thinking of the last time he ran away, he scolded Yi Tan. It's strange that he didn't die. Thinking of this, the fat man cried directly. Still crying. The students who watched in a circle were shocked. Chapter 563. Chapter 561, My son, surely win. It's no good, sir, your son was killed. You are a big man, or a fat man, why are you crying? Everyone couldn't help it. The fat man who was crying was so pitiful, and their hearts softened. Yeah? Why should they let the fat man go on? Since He Yunlong instructed them in this matter, why didn't He Yunlong do it? Everyone calmed down and was not arguing or cursing. They have run out of energy now, and can only watch Yi Tan succeed in being admitted. Today their end is here. He Yunlong also saw the situation on the scene, and knew that he would not be there again. There would be no chance. On the ring, Yu Yang's corpse had been cleaned up at this moment. Even the underground mechas have been repurchased. The whole atmosphere became somewhat depressed, as if a storm was about to come. The 4 deans sitting on the high platform squinted and said with a smile, Here, the last contest is about to begin. I don't know who is the first in the Royal Academy rankings and who is better than Yi Tan. Weak. Hearing Dean Tanwa's words, Freeman squinted his eyes. And he also wanted to know who is better and who is better. There are many versions of He Yunlong's rumors, and no one knows how strong He Yunlong is. However, in the ranking among the students, the second Yu Yang was defeated by He Yunlong with a punch, so He Yunlong's number 1 has never been challenged. Because no one dares. Does this still need to be said? Yi Tan must have won. This Yi Tan has brought us so much shock. I am afraid that this will make us find the strongest students in the major star regions on the border. 5 level peaks. 5 items. There is no such talent in Supreme Civilization, right? The Dean looked at Yi Tan greedily that day. In their eyes, Yi Tan has become a sweet potato at this moment. Everyone has to fight for it. That's not necessarily the case. 5 of them have disappeared. Yi Tan was fighting on stage alone, and his physical strength was already exhausted. In the last battle, The state was not good. The martial arts master said by the side. The deans also nodded their heads in agreement. This final battle has not yet been concluded, only watch the battle. Yi Tan watched Yu Yang's corpse taken off, and then squinted to rest. His brain was exhausted too much. This feeling seemed to be all night. The reason why he appeared in the driving is because when Yu Yang was on the court, Hong Long discovered something was wrong. Because the mecha that Yu Yang chose was an energy weapon series mecha, it was a gunfire mecha on the battlefield. Using this mecha against Yi Tan was a joke, so there must be a problem. After Red Dragon scanned it thoroughly, it found the pulse missile, and immediately notified Yi Tan. So Yi Tan didn't speak at the beginning of the ring, and was silent because he was changing seats. After changing seats, Yu Yang really did it, and the pulse missile instantly destroyed the entire brainwave fusion instrument. Yi Tan was scared for a while. If he was still lying in it, he would be dead right now. If the pulse burns the instrument, it will burn his head. Just when Yi Tan squinted his eyes to take a break, that He Yunlong moved, leapt one by one, and came directly to the ring. Yi Tan opened his eyes and looked at that He Yunlong, the grim man, and the whole person, feeling very powerful and powerful. Is this He Yunlong? Yi Tan didn't continue to look at him, and continued to squint. At this moment, under the ring, all the students were boiling again. It's He Yunlong, haha, Yi Tan is completely finished now. Is he still trying to recover his strength? Are you kidding me? When I saw He Yunlong, I was relieved. This time, if Yi Tan is not dead, I will eat Xiang Xiang. All the students, seeing the number one in the royal ranking, were very excited. As long as He Yunlong is there, who can beat him? Yu Yang was defeated by He Yunlong with one punch, let alone Yi Tan. When they saw He Yunlong, they seemed to have seen the backbone. When Huang Saikang and others saw He Yunlong's heart, they also stunned. They had seen He Yunlong's reputation when they were in the academy. That is not generally strong. I don't know if the boss can really fight. Don't worry. Trust your boss. He can repeatedly perform miracles. Will he fail this time? Just when Huang Saikang and others were a little nervous, Avril Lavigne's voice was as good as Yellow Ming, and it reached the seven brothers' ears. The seven brothers turned their heads, seeing the firm expression on Avril's small face. They nodded one by one. Yes, believe in the boss. The boss can create miracles every time. Why not this time? Under the high platform, at the moment Ne family, Ma family, Yu family, and so on, all gathered together. Yi Tan, this son, must die today, the Yu family leader said coldly. The Ma family and others nodded. The He family members looked at a few people, and they were very happy. He was still distressed. If Long was admitted, and he gained control of the domain, what should these people do if they refused to accept him? But Yi Tan helped him a lot. Killing the sons of these people directly, it couldn't be better. These people will find their own revenge if their sons and grandchildren are dead, and only their own Long can deal with the Yi Tan. Therefore, they immediately took refuge in themselves, so that in the future, they would simply not want to control the domain. The head of the He family was very happy in his heart, and he was almost irritated, and he just didn't want it. The smile on his face is almost a daisy. My son, don't worry, you don't need 3 rounds. Yi Tanxian is on the head. He must. The He family hadn't spoken a long story, and there was already a fight in the ring. Fight. Then He Yunlong can't do it. He is obviously at a disadvantage. Yi Tan's power is too explosive, right? My Nima. 3 tricks haven't been done yet. He Yunlong is dead. The students boiled over there, and the head of the family nay, before he could speak, his son was killed after repeated blows. The whole person's eyes were bigger than a bull's head, and he looked at the ring with horror. No, this is impossible. My son is a genius of the 3 elements. How could I lose so fast? It must be fake. Family leader Nay, as if mad, stood in the audience, yelling frantically. The patriarchs sitting next to him were all looking at the ring in a daze. Isn't this Kaiguoguo's face slap? The Nei family didn't finish the long story. You killed his son. Who else is this Nima? The whole ring was in silence, as if the entire space had stopped. Chapter 564. Chapter 562. The big competition is over. Fight for Yi Tan. That's right. The whole arena was silent, and everyone grew their mouths and looked at them with horror. He Yunlong was killed with 3 moves. The news really shook their hearts, and in that instant, no one could see what was going on. That He Yunlong was pulled directly from the chest of the mecha by Yi Tan, and pinched to death. The action is very simple and fast, leaving everyone in a daze. That He Yunlong's father was even more grim, standing on the audience stage, waving his limbs like a lunatic. If he didn't believe his son, he was killed by 3 tricks. No, I don't believe it. All of this is fake. Fake. He Yunlong's father, his eyes were red, and his whole person was crazy. The patrons next to him did not hold him, because they all hit the eggplant like frost. Without a word, he looked at the ring with grey eyes. He Yunlong is dead. Who can stop Yi Tan from being admitted? Once Yi Tan was admitted, wouldn't their plan be completely finished? How could it be possible to let Freeman step down? Moreover, as far as the relationship between Avril Lavigne and Yi Tan is concerned, it is not impossible for Yi Tan not to seek revenge on them. In addition, they also wooed students and insulted Yi Tan. Who can forgive such sins? Therefore, everyone was discouraged. They are really sad inside. Standing on the ring, Yi Tan had a pile of flesh and blood remaining inside that huge blood stab mecha. It was He Yunlong's corpse. Yi Tan killed He Yunlong, glanced at the people around him, and snorted coldly. Is the blood stab mesh as powerful as they said? It's just a joke. The end of today's competition is the end of the domain. Yi Tan looked at the audience stage with cold eyes. 1 minute passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. In the whole ring, no one went up, as if everyone had accepted their fate, and they knew whoever went up was a death. The big guys who didn't see that audience station were crazy. Didn't the others dare to speak? 10 minutes passed, and the ring was still silent. The referee looked at the 4 deans, and immediately understood that the final competition this time was over. The referee came to the stage, looked at the students onlookers under the ring, and shouted, "This time, the competition for recruiting students once in 10 years is over." Now that the list is announced, only 9 people have been admitted this time, and the rest have 0 points. They cannot be admitted. As soon as the referee's words came out, everyone below sighed inwardly. They already knew the ending. Why did they fail to score a point? If they can start from scratch, they will not target Yi Tan. They only need to get 1 point and they will be admitted. The 10-year competition this time was cruel and sloppy. It was a farce. Next, I will announce the list of admitted winners. First place, Tenglong Civilization Yi Tan, points 954. Second place, Freya Civilization Avril, 10 points. The third place, Hongxiuan Civilization, Hong Li, points 10 inches. Fourth place, Saiwai Civilization, Sige, points 10 inches. When a name was pronounced, the 7 great civilization kings, and Freeman's hearts were very hot, especially excited. It was really successful, and only 10 points were used to obtain admission. Who else is this? The 4 deans have arrived on the ring, ready to select students. But seeing Huang Saiking and Yi Tan and the others, a black line appeared on their faces. Right? This was the worst time they had ever seen. A total of 9 students were admitted. Can this be less? Moreover, they also saw a lot of talented students, but they were all pinched to death by Yi Tan. This makes them beep even more. With Yi Tan, there is no way. The 4 deans came to the arena, and everyone felt nervous. Are they about to start selecting students? And the students who eat melon under the ring are all coaxing up. Although they are very depressed, it is not bad to be able to meet people from the Advanced Civilization Institute. The 4 deans have selected students, and I don't know which college Yi Tan would choose. I need to talk about it. Only the Danji Academy is really a good place to go. It is for training mecha divisions. Does every mecha division still use me to say? That is a big man who exists side by side with the researchers. Cut. The Danji Academy is only training mecha masters, but he is far behind the Martial Arts Academy and the Danwu Academy, but it is specialized in cultivating some combat skills. Even if the mecha is in the bull, I can't beat it either. I think Tani Academy is still great. It cultivates assassins and speed mechas. Once trained, they can really kill people without blinking. That day, the Martial Arts Academy was too mixed. An academy that teaches everything means nothing but a little bit. Everyone talked with each other, as if they were admitted. On the stage, the four deans still smiled, and were not angry at all. The first person who spoke was that Dean Wu said that day, Yitan, congratulations on your winning the first place. How about it? Are you interested in coming to our college to develop? After Dean Tandwu finished speaking, he squinted his eyes and looked at Yitan confidently. And the other deans immediately secretly said the old fox, and they got to the point directly. Who else is Nima? Yitan, come to our college, everything is good here, and there are more female students. On the other side, the martial arts chief also said anxiously, fuck. This Nima is shameless. Even female students have said it. I saw that Yitan shook his head, and did not agree, and scolded inwardly, you old clapper, my women are all next to me, and you said female students, rub, cheating. Sure enough, Avril Lavigne and others all came to the ring, pinching Yitan's arm angrily. Yitan didn't dare to speak, so he could only pat on Avril's pink hand, and signal her to calm down. Am I the kind of woman who is easily seduced by women? With that, Yitan's chest looked straight at Dean Wu that day. When the deans saw the awe-inspiring justice on Yitan's face and the self-confidence of a gentleman, everyone's faces suddenly became embarrassed. They also saw Avril Lavigne on the side and knew what it meant. Dean Tandwu coughed awkwardly. And Dean Tani, who had not spoken on the side, said, Yitan, as long as you come to our academy, what kind of energy stone, what cherish valuables, medicine and the like, we have everything. After finishing talking about that day, the dean straightened his back. His academy is really rich and rich. Generally speaking, the students who are taught are given tasks, and the rewards for the tasks must be half of the academy. So it is not an exaggeration to say that they are rich and powerful. Chapter 565 Chapter 563, Selling Iron and Selling Granddaughter. When Yitan heard everything, especially the energy stone, his eyes immediately turned red. Are you serious? You have everything you need to have energy stones? How many energy stones do you give me when you invite me into your academy this time? Everyone listened. Suddenly, speechless. Nima, we tried so hard to be admitted, but we didn't get accepted. You have to ask for special requests. This is simply a beep. The dean was taken aback that day. He was also confused by Yitan's words. I haven't converted my identity for a while. At this time, Dean Wu directly shouted that day, Yitan, as long as you come to our academy, I will give you 30 billion energy stones and a bottle of Gleeville Evolution Potion with a 30% success rate. Gleeville Combat Suit 1 set. Dean Tanwu's words directly awakened the other deans, right? Yitan didn't covet female sex. He only coveted energy stones. Energy stones are in higher civilizations. There are so many things that you don't want. What use is there? Filtering is also troublesome. In higher civilizations, energy stones are no longer needed. But as long as you can pay the energy stone, you can do anything. I have 40 billion energy stones, a bottle of D-grade evolution potion. The dean directly shouted that day, with a painful expression on his face. They are all old foxes, since Yitan needs energy stones so much. There are few energy stones to be installed, and it is very painful, so that Yitan will believe it and pay attention to it. Don't grab it with me. I have 50 billion energy stones, 3 bottles of grade potions, and 10 bottles of E-grade potions. The martial arts chief shouted directly. As soon as the dean of martial arts came out, the dean's eyes widened, looking at the dean of martial arts. Are you too expensive? Do you want to pull all the colleges over? Facing everyone's questions, the dean of martial arts sneered. Yes, he just wanted to pull all the academies over. They were all Yitan's brothers. As long as the brothers were pulled over, Yitan couldn't stop going. Sure enough, the eyes of Huang Saikang Honglai and others are red. They really need medicines. because those medicines are too precious for them, and there is no such thing in free civilization. Yi Tan nodded. The martial arts dean saw that he was hopeful, and immediately shouted, Yi Tan, as long as you enter our academy, I will give you the best tutor, and even give you a lot of training. Channel. In addition, my granddaughter is almost the same as you this year, and is also a level. As long as you enter our academy, I give your granddaughter a license. So what? The Dean of Do was crazy. For Yi Tan, he created the first deed of selling a granddaughter in history. Yi Tan looked embarrassed when he heard it. This old stick is really going to sell his granddaughter, is it used? Looking at that Avril Lavigne, her eyes were blinking and looking at Yi Tan, and an indescribable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I saw Yi Tan's heart numb. The other deans were convinced. For some reasons, they couldn't pay so much price. Although they were deans, every college had an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. They were just the outer courtyard. Dean. What is the outer courtyard? It is a gathering place for many people who have become geniuses. However, the outer courtyard is also a huge sieve. It is constantly screened and filtered. Those who remain can enter the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard is a gathering place for geniuses above geniuses. The resources there are very rich. There are even many famous teachers with all kinds of fighting skills. As for the other deans, they couldn't take out so many potions. Although the energy stone could take out a lot, they really couldn't get out the potions. There was no way. I could only watch the martial arts school elder Bang Tsai enroll Yi Tan. Moreover, the granddaughter of Dean Wu that day was a real beauty, and she was on the same level as Avril Lavigne. It is estimated that the granddaughter does not know now. She has been sold by her grandfather. At this moment, there was an uproar under the ring, and their hearts were very excited, because the medicine was so good for them. Now I can only watch with envy and hatred. Okay, I promise to enter your college, Yi Tan said with a smile. Avril Huang Saiking and others behind him directly shouted, we are also willing to join the Martial Arts Academy. The Do Dean laughed loudly. Although no more academies were recruited this time, Yi Tan alone is enough. Okay, let's go and sign the admission notice. The Do Master smiled like a flower. Dean, wait a minute, I want to enter your academy, and there is one more requirement. Yi Tan called to the Dean Tan Wu and said directly. Dean Tan Wu was taken aback. What else is there to ask for? I have paid enough, and my granddaughter is sold to you. What else do you want? Well, I have no other granddaughter. Yi Tan listened. Fucking hot next door. Am I that kind of person? Am I that kind of person? Yi Tan almost picked up the 32-meter knife and chopped up the goods. And Avril Lavigne on the side, covering her mouth and smiling. The sound is very pleasant. Ahem, Dean, my request is very simple. I need to take a 3-month leave. I can't go to your college yet, but don't worry, I will come to the college in 3 months. The martial arts director was taken aback. What happened? Seeing the dean's puzzled look, Yi Tan said coldly, I still have some things left unresolved. After speaking, Yi Tan glanced at the big guys on the audience stage. That old He Yunlong was already crazy, running all over the floor. But the other civilized tycoons looked pale at this moment. They knew what Yi Tan meant by saying that, which meant that they would slaughter their civilization for 3 months. The students under the ring didn't dare to speak anymore. All of them were silent like dead bodies. Looking at the surroundings, the 4 deans suddenly understood. This is all their personal grievances. They are not easy to intervene. Okay, I promise you, I will send someone to pick you up in 3 months. I hope you can solve it as soon as possible. After that, the dean took Yi Tan and others on the transport ship, ready to leave Chongqing. When everyone saw that the deans had left, those Freemans began to clean the battlefield, evacuated the students, and let them leave the insect star on the transport ship. This competition is over, but many people are still in the shadows. This competition is simply Yi Tan's solo show. On the audience stage, the domestic servants of the He family had already come to pick up their master, and their hearts ached when they saw that their master was crazy. My son was led by a 3-fisted dog, but I was crazy, Hajia. He fell. He Yunlong was dead, which dealt a great blow to their family. Yi Yanlong's 3-line talents were obtained by using all the family's property, but now, he was killed without showing off his power. This makes them feel uncomfortable. Chapter 566 Chapter 564, Stop Talking. Kiss Me. Yi Tan and others signed the admission letter, which was very simple and the procedures were very fast. The rewards given to them by the admission book are very special. For example, the civilizations of Huang Saikang and others will receive the materials and technology for upgrading the first-level civilization, and the Freya civilization has obtained the materials for the advanced 5th-level civilization. I believe it will soon become a 5th-level civilization. And what was given to Yi Tan was the materials for advanced level 3 civilization. But Yi Tan didn't ask for it. Yi Tan's civilization is probably the pinnacle of level 3 civilization now. It is useless to ask for those things. In addition, this time it can be upgraded to another level. By then, it will become a 4th level civilization. What is the use of the rewards of advanced civilization? Of course, they can only give the college a reward for upgrading a 1st level civilization, not more. After all, this kind of thing is controlled by the Supreme Civilization. Haha, Yi Tan, welcome to our Martial Arts Academy. The Dean of Martial Arts handed over the admission letter to Yi Tan, and let him go and laughed. Yi Dankson was also very happy. He was very short of energy stones. Only energy stones could make the empire grow. Dean, can you give me my 50 billion energy stones first? Yi Tan asked, rubbing his hands while flowing through Harazi. The martial arts dean was taken aback for a moment, and his face suddenly turned dark. This guy is so lucky. Yi Tan, who of us can bring 50 billion energy stones out? We don't have that many in the Martial Arts Academy. Yi Tan's face was also dark, and he said directly, Ahem, if you don't have one, then forget it. I still won't go to the Martial Arts Academy. As soon as Yi Tan said something, the martial arts chief was stunned. Damn it, do you want this? Yi Tan, you can't do this. I have already sent the news back to the main hospital. You don't want to go like this. What should I do? The martial arts team became anxious. Can you not worry? He recruited himself into the martial arts academy with a pentathlon level talent. He was still in the newsletter for a long time. You can't tell me now. It's a beeping dog. Note, the 5 items, defense, speed, brain area, strength, and mecha technology are the same. Seeing that the dean was anxious, Yi Tan smiled and said, okay, if you want me to go, then bring 50 billion energy stones. No, 60 billion. I remember who won the first place. But it rewards 10 billion energy stones. Hearing Yi Tan's words, he almost cried out of breath. Not afraid of hooligans knowing martial arts, but afraid of hooligans shameless. Okay, what a Yi Tan, he'll go to borrow it from another hospital, right? I haven't seen you like this. The martial arts dean threw his sleeve angrily and left. No way. Yi Tan is a genius. Yi Tan is a talent who has grown their academy. Can't let it go. I can only pull down my old face and ask other deans. When the dean of martial arts left, Huang Saikang and others looked at Yi Tan with a smile. Boss, so awesome, you got the dean before you even entered the others' college. Tut tut, admire it. Cut. Do you still need to say, who is the boss? That's a genius. Everyone really admired Yi Tan in their hearts. Who can do such a deed? But Avril Lavigne was sitting on the table, shaking those Kiankian legs, smiling at Yi Tan. Huang Saikang and others knew that something was wrong, and everyone winked out. Only Yi Tan and Avril Lavigne were left in the room. After watching the brothers go out, Yi Tan suddenly touched his nose, smiled and came to Avril's side, looking at Avril's affectionate eyes. In his heart, he was so excited. This is the time he and Avril really get along. Since the earth parted, the two of them always missed and missed. We finally got together today. In Avril's heart, the pressure of rebellion in the empire during this time made her father and daughter breathless. Yi Tan was simply there to relieve their pressure this time. Thinking of all these things, Avril Lavigne jumped off the table directly and threw herself into Yi Tan's arms. Her wet eyes clustered in Yi Tan's arms. Yi Tan hugged Avril Lavigne, and her heart tweeted. Her woman had paid enough for him. If it weren't for her weak civilization, Avril Lavigne would not be the master. It is impossible to be so desperate to increase the ratio. All this is afraid that his father's throne will be lost, and he will not be able to help Yi Tan. Fool, everything is over. From now on, I will not let anyone bully you, Yi Tan said solemnly with his eyes. Avril Lavigne stretched out her small head from Yi Tan's arms, looking at Yi Tan with a little tear in her eyes. The two looked at each other quietly, but Avril Lavigne's tears could no longer stop. Yi Tan stretched out his hand distressedly, gently wiped her tears, and smiled. What are you crying, fools? You are all crying like little cats. It's ugly to cry like a kitten, so I won't want you. Yi Tan's voice just fell. Avril Lavigne shouted like a little tiger, dare you? A small cherry-like mouth was slightly pouted, and she was very smart in speaking. Look, I dare not. Yi Tan raised his head and said proudly. When Avril Lavigne saw it, she cried even harder, holding Yi Tan tighter, and staring at Yi Tan. If you dare, I will, I will. What are you doing? After Yi Tan finished speaking, he kissed Avril's little cherry mouth and blocked Avril's words directly. Avril's eyes widened and blinked. Her heart was throbbing. Then Avril Lavigne closed her eyes and let Yi Tan invade and prey in her small mouth. She held Yi Tan tighter again. Yi Tan's uneasy hand had already begun to sneak attack, slowly moving from his back to Avril's chest. Avril Lavigne naturally felt Yi Tan's movements. Her whole body trembled and her eyes closed tightly. Yi Tan looked at Avril Lavigne with such a lovely look, with a smile on his lips. The martial arts chief is now running full of pictures on the battleship. At this moment, they are now flying towards the Emperor Star on a battleship of level 7 civilization. So they are all on the battleship now, and the other students are all taking other transport ships back. The treatment is different. In the restrooms of other deans, the martial arts dean has gathered all the deans, as well as the people from the Creation Society. Ahem, Dean of Martial Arts, why are you looking for us? All 5 geniuses have been taken away by you. Why, are we here to see a joke? The deans deliberately got a stern expression and said unhappy. The martial arts dean suddenly smiled awkwardly. Everybody, Yi Tan can come to our academy, don't blame me, I am looking for you today. I have something to ask for. Chapter 567. Chapter 565, Borrow Energy Stone. No. The Dean of Martial Arts hadn't finished speaking. The deans said directly. It made the martial arts chief even more embarrassed. These old guys, so grudges, forget it. It seemed that they were going to be severely slaughtered when they returned. Ahem, listen to what I said first. As long as you promise me and go back, let you sit at a table in the red bamboo forest. The Bdo Master said sadly. Really? You said it should be done. By the way, you should first talk about what you asked for. If it exceeds the scope of our help, I can't agree to you. The deans showed happy smiles on their faces. Where is the red bamboo forest? That is the star field where they are located. The largest luxury hotel, not a hotel. It can be said that the clubhouse, there are many big people in it. It is not necessary, just with an entry fee, there are tens of millions of universe coins. You can imagine how terrifying this red bamboo forest is. As long as you can enter it once, that's something you can brag about in a lifetime. Ahem. What I beg you for today is to lend me the energy stone you brought this time, and return to the main hospital, and I will return it to you. Everyone closed their eyes and listened to what the martial arts chief wanted to say, but when they heard these words, they all opened their eyes and looked at the martial arts chief. I said no. Where's the energy stone of your martial arts academy? Yes, although the first place was invited by you, you won't tell me that you didn't prepare the energy stone this time. A few people say what you say to me, and the old face of the martial arts school elder who listens to it is even flushed. These people really fart. Can they come out without an energy stone? These people are also true, and don't let go of a chance to hack themselves. Ahem, I need 50 billion energy stones this time, I need you to lend me. What? After the martial arts dean finished speaking, several people were shocked. 50 billion? Why don't you grab it so much? I said, why do you want so many energy stones? Didn't you promise Yitan to go back and give him 50 billion? Why do you want it now? Dean Tani frowned and said. Everyone also cast their gazes, looking at the martial arts chief. The Dean of Martial Arts turned black and said frustratedly, do you think it is so easy to admit a genius? This kid now costs 60 billion, 60 billion, and if you don't give 60 billion, you won't follow me. Hearing the words of the martial arts chief, everyone's eyes lit up. That day, the dean was a little old man, skinnier and wearing a big black cloak, just like a wretched person. Ahem, Dean of Martial Arts, if you can't give it, then I will try, Dean Tani said wryly. The angry Dean of Martial Arts was taken aback and shouted, Dean Tani, you dare to steal Yitan from me? I will fight you desperately, no matter how much I have paid. You must collect 60 billion for me today. After finishing speaking, the martial arts chief sat directly on the chair, and he was in a position not to go. Everyone watching was speechless. I have 20 billion energy stones here. I only have 10 billion energy stones here. I have 30 billion energy stones here. Everyone directly reported all their energy stones. Well, thank you. I only need 50 billion. After speaking, a few people began to mobilize the energy stones and transport them to Yitan. They are all academies within the same domain, so everyone knows each other. If you are familiar, you can't be familiar with each other. So with this little help, everyone can still help. After all, in their domain, the energy stone? It's just the papa drawn by the cosmic storm. In their civilization, they don't use energy stones, but use a kind of stone that contains more energy than energy stones. I don't know how many times it is purer than the energy stone, and how much energy it contains. I don't know how many times it is stronger. Okay, I have the power stone, so I will leave. Don't worry, I promised you to go to the red bamboo forest. I will do it. After speaking, the martial arts chief left directly. Only the three chiefs left and shook his head. This old boy is still so naive. Yes, but he has picked up a treasure this time. 5 talented geniuses. Why didn't we meet them? Hey. But I am still very worried about Yitan's temperament. This temperament will definitely make the old boy's main courtyard uneasy forever. Yeah, Yitan's temperament. Ha ha. Don't mention it, a genius has a genius character. It depends on whether Yitan can survive in Tanwu Academy, but I think he is still suitable for Art Annie. Everyone was discussing that Yitan, a wizard, was the first person they had seen after beckoning the academy for so many years. After all, in such a remote star field and still so backward, it is a blessing to be able to meet such a genius. And at this moment, the president of the Genesis Society has already boarded their exclusive battleship, and among the remaining students, he has begun to screen some researchers. Although this competition is Yitan's solo show, their creation meeting still has to absorb some talents. Otherwise, the above will blame it. After selecting some talents, the president of the creation club stretched his waist, leaned comfortably on the chair, and squinted his eyes to rest. Pumping. The door rang. Coming. A man was wearing a black cloak and a white mask on his face. President, everything has been arranged. Those members who went to the Earth to monitor have already returned to the voyage. As soon as the guild leader heard this, he nodded in relief. Mardan, since he knew that Yitan was a child of advanced civilization, he was shocked. In my life, I have been to the Supreme Civilization Star Domain once. And it is also the border of supreme civilization. He knows how dull some high civilized children are. They are existences that don't agree with you. Chairman, there is one more thing, that is, the He family, and the Ma family, You family and other families are discussing the meeting in secret, and all the power that their family can use are mobilizing, and they don't know what happened. When the president heard this, his eyes suddenly opened, and he smiled disdainfully. What they want to do, he knows best in his heart. Those people want to put Yi Tan to death and then hurry. But is this kind of thing possible? Yi Tan is already a child of the Martial Arts Academy. It is simply impossible for Yi Tan to die. It seems that they are going to fight. Don't worry, after we go back this time, everything will be fine. Yes, Chairman, the member in the white mask said and went on. The president squinted his eyes and wondered what he was thinking. He remembered what Yi Tan said in the ring. Those who insult me and scold me today will be your death date tomorrow. Are the old clappers of those families afraid? I don't know how Yi Tan will destroy them. Chapter 568. Chapter 566. The Third World Controversy. Want Yi Tan to die? That was just kidding. The president gave a disdainful smile. In Yi Tan's room, the ambiguous time between Yi Tan and Avril Lavigne had passed, and the clapper of the Martial Arts Academy also returned. Had it not been for the martial arts chief, Yi Tan's claws would have stretched to an indescribable area. In the room, Yi Tan looked at the martial arts chief with a stern face. 60 billion energy stones gathered. It's collected. It's all ready for you. Well, that's fine. The Dean of Martial Arts is really speechless. I am the Dean of Martial Arts. Your small academy makes me guilty. Mareg. The warships of the four principals were very fast, and within half an hour, they arrived at Emperor Star. Countless people in the Emperor Star are paying attention to this competition, because this is a once-in-a competition, and it is related to the future of Freel civilization. The entire Emperor Star is as lively as the Spring Festival of the Earth. In the Third World, there are discussions everywhere. Today's competition, I don't know who will get the first place. Cut. What do you need to say? It must be He Yunlong. Anyway, I heard those stage fright students said that He Yunlong is a genius of the three lines. Regardless of whether there are three lines or three lines, I only know that this year's competition is simply the cruelest ever. Yes. The first test is to fight against the Zerg. They are all the darlings of the academy. Who has actually faced the Zerg before? Hey, there are not many people who hope to be eliminated. Your news is too late, right? I heard that the founders of Bloodstab have gone. The founder of the Bloodstab Mecha? Is that the youngest and richest man? What is he going to do? It's not that I said. I have seen his film and television materials. So thin, can it work? Don't think you got Bloodstab's. Mecha can be compared with the people of the Royal Academy. In my opinion, it must be hype. Upstairs. Do you need a hype? Does the Bloodstab Mecha need hype? How popular is the Bloodstab Mecha? Have you ever seen Yi Tan advertised? What a joke. A funny comparison. Upstairs. Yi Tan is so thin and weak. At best, I count his talent for speed. Now he estimates that besides fleeing, it is fleeing. What else can he do? Go to Nima. Where were you when Yi Tan fisted the Prince of Shabo civilization? Why didn't you stand up at that time and said Yi Tan couldn't do this, that one? Huh? There were constant disputes between the king, each with comments and support, but Haitians, but more. All this was the idea of the Nahi family. When Yi Tan went to participate in the grand competition, the He family received the news the first time. So all the time when participating in the grand competition, the He family began to be crazy about Black Avril, Yi Tan and others. In order to affect them, and when everyone was fighting, the report card was quietly announced at the house of Emperor Star. Within the first family. The transcript is out. What? The transcript is out? So fast? Take a look. Fuck. When everyone at Emperor Star went to see the report card, Hijie was shocked and dumbfounded. The people of all Emperor Star were dumbfounded and looked at them in disbelief. The members of the royal family were stunned, not knowing what to say. The entire Emperor Star, a dead silence atmosphere, immersed for nearly 30 seconds before the Third World exploded. I rely on. Is this true? Yi Tan used 800 points to get the first place. Wipe. Is that the point? The top 10, there are only 10 points, and of the more than 1,000 students, only 9 were admitted, and the rest are 0 points. When I heard this news, I was shocked to death. Who can tell me the details of this competition? Seeking agreement. Seeking agreement. At the request of countless people, those students who were extremely lost have returned to Emperor Star. And there are very few people who are still very excited because they have all received admissions from the 4 major colleges. Yes, they were admitted offline. Basically, these people are relatively elite. In the first test, there were fairly prominent students. When these admitted students returned to Emperor Star, they began to watch the noisy situation in the third world. Immediately someone stood up and said, "In the academy that participated in this competition, and even participated in the finals, I have seen everything going through." What? Someone knows? Say it, say it. Yes. Say it. I am the college that participated in this competition. The whole thing is like this. Tens of thousands of our students are eliminated and eliminated. After a melee, we finally participated in the competition. Only 1,000 people are left. Why does Yitan have 800 people? Leading points. Why are the top 10 only 10 points? No one cheated, and even all the students participated in the competition. The Huangjia Academy ranking list, He Yunlong, Marf, Yu Yang and others are all on stage. But, you don't know. Yitan stood on the ring from the beginning. Knowing the end, do you know what this is like? More than 800 people challenged Yitan, but none of them succeeded in the challenge. Yitan kills them one by one. The 3 outstanding ones mentioned earlier, haha, I guess you can't find the corpses now, right? In addition, Yitan is still a 4-lined evil genius. If you want to add Mecha, I think he is an all-round genius. When I saw what this student said, they were all dumbfounded and watched dumbfounded. And the people of the He family jumped out directly in the third world, and those Ma family. A school of nonsense, a school of nonsense. My family, how could He Yunlong lose to Yitan? And you say that Yitan is a genius of the 5 elements. Do you believe it? We are such a remote star field. If we have no resources, how can we have it? 5-line genius. Yeah, I dare to insult me and my Ma family. It's just looking for death. Marf is in the top dozens of the Royal Academy rankings. I don't believe it. Can a silent Yitan beat my Marf? Those who spread rumors should be arrested and punished severely. Although my Yu family is not a big family, but I, Yu Yanja, you all know it. It is the top 10 of the Royal Academy. You humiliate my family like this, why intent? Hiss. The people in the third world who were waiting for news took a sigh of relief when they saw the news. Did this lead Hujia out? It seems that Hujia is still very concerned about this year's competition. In the third world, there is no Niao Hujia at all. And the discussion continues. Is it true? Yitan singled out thousands of people, and he is a genius of the 5 elements? If it is so, terrible. It can be said that the 10 years competition this time has exploded in the third world, because some idols, He Yunlong and others, were pinched to death by Yitan. However, evidence for this matter has not yet been collected. What if what the student said is false? Chapter 569 Chapter 506 TICE Even, Base Upgrade, Data Conversion. Once it is false, the matter will be interesting. Will the person who spread the rumors be arrested? But there are more people who believe the student's statement. After all, the transcripts have come out. Yu Hujia didn't believe it all. Then don't believe it. The first report card shows Yitan. Is this wrong? Those big clans are making crazy trouble in the third world. They don't believe it. Of course they don't believe it. This time the big competition is their family's hope, who wants to fail. Therefore, the entire third world has been messed up, because no one has come out and said the news is correct. And what about Yitan at this moment? Has returned to the War Fortress. Of course, Yitan alone, Avril Lavigne, Huang Saikang and others have all returned to their own civilizations to deal with things. Master, welcome back. As soon as he arrived at the command center of the War Fort, the projection of the Red Dragon appeared steadily. Well, I'm back. Exhausted, Yitan lay on the sofa as he said. Half of his command center is driving battleships, but there is a Red Dragon, and war fortresses don't need to pilot battleships. Therefore, the entire command center has become Yitan's bedroom, and all the decorations inside are exactly the same as those of the Earth. The reason why Yi Tan refitted it was because of this. He could feel the familiar warm feeling, otherwise in the boundless universe, it would be impossible to encounter an existence exactly like the Earth, and the feeling of living on the Earth for nearly 2 lives will not be there. In the universe, there are only strangers, or strangers. Master, the situation is not so good for us now. The big families I monitor seem to have begun to act. Yi Tan was taken aback. He started acting so soon? Can't wait so much. Master, should we upgrade the main base now? Where is their goal, do you know? Yi Tan said with cold eyes. Master, judging from the direction of the troops they mobilized, they are heading to Earth. Earth? Yi Tan was angry. The Earth is his taboo. No one can move. These people actually want to do something on the Earth. Do they want to destroy the Earth? Yi Tan squinted his eyes and thought, they don't dare to do it with him now, because they already have a backer, so they can only destroy their home star and give themselves a heavy blow. Is it just to avenge their son? No, this is not the case. They must be looking for opportunities to get rid of themselves. Since they dare to attack the Earth, they must surely destroy themselves. Now upgrade, can we catch up? Yi Tan frowned and asked, if he upgrades now, if those people really fight the Earth and become paralyzed, then it will be over. Master, the upgrade is very fast. You only need to purchase the second build permission in advance. In this way, it will be much easier for you to advance. Yi Tan nodded. Anyway, now there are nearly 70 billion energy stones, very rich. Okay, then upgrade. Yi Tan said coldly. Suddenly, the huge main base hummed, and then the entire main base changed drastically, becoming more savage and firm. Master, the upgrade has been completed. Yi Tan was taken aback. This was too fast. It deserved to be spent a lot of money. Yi Tan and Hong Long came directly to the main base. Just entered the main base. Ding, the main base has been upgraded. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Tan knew what to do. He hurriedly sat on the ground and closed his eyes, because he knew that after the base was upgraded, a reminder was that it was time for them to upgrade. After Yi Tan sat down, a blue light flashed from them, letting go, and unlocked the gene lock on them. The bursting aura on Yi Tan directly concurred. All the soldiers in the war fortress were like Yi Tan, sitting on the ground with their eyes closed. They were all upgrading. At the subbase of the Earth, a blue light was also emitted. No matter how far away you are, once the base is upgraded, it will be upgraded. All the soldiers in the Earth received the news from the Red Dragon this time, so they sent all the troops back to their respective camps in the morning. Accept the upgrade. After all, a person walking on the street suddenly stops moving, always attracting some people's attention. Moreover, the Earth is now no longer the Earth it used to be. It can be said that trade with the universe has begun, and thousands of people from the 7 civilizations come to the Earth every day. If they saw it and the news was revealed, the consequences would be disastrous. This time Yi Tan upgraded very quickly. In less than an hour, all the soldiers had finished upgrading. The red police soldiers opened those violent eyes. And Yi Tan also opened his eyes and felt the powerful breath on his body. Congratulations to the master, being promoted to a crank fighter. Red Dragon stood beside Yi Tan and congratulated. Yi Tan waved his fists, and he didn't expect that he could become a Cleavel fighter, and he was just recognized as the Cleavel Pinnacle. Now he has become a Cleavel, as long as it is let them know. It is not foolish. Master, in addition, there are 3 new units. Do you want to check? Yi Tan's eyes lit up. This is what he was waiting for. 3 new units. This is a good thing. Open it. Yi Tan said excitedly. Now the higher the base level, the new technology is also very powerful. Perhaps Yi Tan looked forward to it even more. Dark Energy Blue, a class fighter. Yi Tan was taken aback when he saw the name. Fuck. Isn't this self-destructed fighter Yuri's self-exposed truck? I remember that in the game, it was revealed that the truck was one of Yi Tan's favorite trucks. That thing, as long as it can rush into the enemy's camp, it is simply the end of the world. 10 vehicles can be comparable to a nuclear explosion. The Dark Energy Self-Explosive Class Fighter is a self-explosive truck. The fighter is extremely fast and sturdy. The class fighter has a terrifying combat effectiveness. The fighter comes with a Dark Energy Collider, which can hit the enemy's nest and detonate. Detonation will produce a concentrated beam of dark energy, destroying everything. Construction time, 12 hours. Energy for construction, 5,000. When Yi-Tan saw 5,000, his eyes bulged. What a shame. It only sells for 5,000. He has 60 billion energy points. How much can he build? If this is all flying towards the enemy, the consequences. It is called a black hole. Looking at the excitement of the master, the red dragon said silently from the side, "Master, this time the base is upgraded, all energy point units have been changed. The previous 100 million energy points have been converted into 5,000. What? Yi-Tan shouted tremblingly. Chapter 570 Chapter 568, Destroy the Star. 100 million energy points, converted into 5,000, this Nima. Are you kidding me? Yes, it is the master. Because of the large number of bases in the later stage, the base energy points will be converted to decimals. Therefore, 100 million energy points can only be converted into 10,000, and 50 billion energy points are 5 million. After Yi-Tan listened, he fell into a mess. Although the value has not changed, the data has changed and Yi-Tan has suddenly become a poor man. What is the price of that unit? Yi-Tan asked silently. Master, there are now 1,000 arms. Yi-Tan. Sure enough, now the base has been upgraded to such a large scale. The arms have also been upgraded. Yi-Tan can see that it is only at this stage that there are constant violent soldiers. When the violent soldiers are upgraded, they will upgrade all arms. That is the most energy-saving energy stone. Otherwise, the number of arms is not exploded now, but there are still violent soldiers, which costs more. Yi-Tan had no choice but to accept this change in data. But there was no change in fact. Then how much do I need to upgrade the base next time? Master, of course 10 million energy points. Now Red Dragon doesn't talk about energy points anymore, but energy points. After Yi-Tan heard this, he was relieved. Nothing has changed from before. Just to reduce the data, Yi-Tan continued to look at the second unit. Light energy jumps through time and space. Yi-Tan's eyes were the same again. The red police product was really extraordinary. This jumping gate, remember that only advanced civilizations have it, and it is still a short distance jump. This is no different from a battleship jump, but it's not that there are two interoperable pedestals, just like a wormhole. On the contrary, this kind of time and space jumping gate is very stable. As long as they can open and build two bases, they will jump anytime and anywhere. Time and space jumping gate. Using battleship jumping technology, build two bases at two interoperable coordinates, you can jump anytime and anywhere. The construction time is 1 day. The construction energy is a pair of pedestals of 100,000 energy stones. Seeing this price, Yi-Tan was speechless. This base is a big pit, the wall of the pit. He finally got 5 million energy. So it was so bad. A pair of pedestals costs 100,000. Why don't you grab it? If the base can speak, it will definitely say, I am robbing. What can you do to me? You bite me. And just when Yi-Tan was about to look at the next unit, in the distant and dark interstellar space of the Earth, there are more than a dozen large warships, leaping rapidly, rushing towards the location of the Earth. They are non-stop. There is no delay in the way, anyway. They must use the fastest speed to reach the Earth. In their command battleship, it was densely packed with people. There are people from the He family, the Ma family, Yu Yang, the rebels of the Shape civilization, and some civilizations whose sons were killed by Yi-Tan. Today, they came to crusade against Yi-Tan and destroy the Earth. Then obliterate Yi-Tan. It's coming to the Earth soon. As long as you see the Earth, just shoot. An old man said with a fierce expression. Elder, he is right. Yi-Tan and we have antagonisms. We have more than a dozen large warships this time. I don't believe that a small projectile Earth can be powerful. As long as the Earth is destroyed, Yi-Tan will come back as soon as he receives the news. The patriarch of the Ma family said gloomily. The small civilized people behind them frowned and said, Clan Ma, even if we destroy the earth, how can we disclose the news? Is it going to be sent in the third world? When the Ma family heard this, he said disdainfully, why should we be so sneaky? Kill my son, I will avenge this hatred. I want to make Freya's civilization, and everyone will see the destruction of his earth. Even, I want to kill Ethan in front of everyone. Hearing the terrifying tone of the Ma family chief, everyone's heart was chilled. It really deserves to be the Ma family chief, who could do such a thing. This is not to leave Ethan a way out, to destroy the earth, that is to destroy the core technology of Ethan's blood-stabbing mecha, so that the 7 civilizations will hesitate to cooperate with Ethan. Moreover, after the earth was destroyed, Ethan didn't have any reinforcements. Isn't it easy to kill Ethan like this? Therefore, they all said in their hearts that the Ma family was so cruel that it was unnecessary. Okay, just do it. If we don't get rid of Ethan today, the future will be our day of destruction. Think about it. He cried out gloomily that his clan elder was crazy. He was greatly stimulated and he went crazy on the spot. Yanlong is dead, and the patriarch is crazy. How much blow has this brought to their He family? If Ethan is not destroyed and they are allowed to develop, then his first family will disappear completely in the Friel civilization. Because their family background is running out, most of them bought the corpse for He Yanlong. Therefore, Ethan must be removed as soon as possible. Hearing the words of the elders of He's family, the masters of the small civilization who were killed by Ethan's son gritted their teeth and drank directly. Okay, I'll do it. Kill Ethan, avenge my son. That is, Ethan must die. I did it too. Me too. These little civilizations all gritted their teeth and shouted. Their minds are particularly deep, and they say revenge for their sons. Why don't they try to curry favor with these advanced civilizations? As long as Ethan can be eliminated this time, they will follow suit. Okay, then the third world, let's have a live broadcast of Star Destroyer. Mr. He said. Immediately, everyone started to act. On Ethan's side, he hadn't noticed it yet, but the third world has become riotous. Fuck. Do you know? More than a dozen civilizations have been formed into warships and flew towards Ethan's home planet. I knew it a long time ago. I knew it the moment they set off, and I don't know what will happen to it. When I knew all the details of Derby last night, I didn't sleep all night. Ethan, he is a genius. Overlord. Yes. Yesterday, the 4 major hospitals all issued effective transcripts. And there were even some videos. You didn't see them. I watched He Yanlong's 3 moves last night and was killed by Ethan. I watched it hundreds of times. Upstairs, a great pen. What's so good about He Yanlong? Still a genius. Yeah. Is this the first genius of the Royal Academy? When I meet Ethan, I just fall down with 3 tricks, and he didn't even put a fart. Died. Is it useful to say that? I don't know what Ethan's home planet is like now. Just when everyone is anxious to learn the news. Suddenly, in the third world, a large-scale live broadcast platform was launched, and the name was Ma Ixing. Chapter 571. Chapter 569. Fangs. Fuck. Destroyer. Is this a live broadcast of the battleships of the He family? Awesome. Even the live broadcast has been made. They really want to destroy the Earth. Nima, it's horrible. When people get a big match, they want to kill Ethan. Is this still human? Upstairs is the SB who doesn't say much. When Ethan killed his son, why didn't you talk about extinction of humanity? I think this is what Ethan deserves to make him so arrogant. I think the Earth is destroyed today, and Ethan died today. What? The third world is full of discussions. There are tens of billions of people watching this war, and the number is still increasing. In the Hajia warship heading to Earth. Take a look, see, how many people want to destroy Ethan. We are destroying Ethan, we are destroying the Friel civilization. Is the whole world still far in our hands? The parents of Nay looked up to heaven and laughed. The rest of the people also saw the watching of tens of billions of people, and they felt a sense of pride in their hearts and a feeling that they were about to become the master of the Freal civilization. As long as Yetan is destroyed, Freya civilization will completely collapse. With Yetan, Avril will have the protection of those Deans. But Yetan, whom the Dean valued, was killed. How about Avril and the others? It must be difficult. Then they will come again and ask for another big match. Then Avril, ha ha ha. The whole room was filled with wild laughter. Report, Captain, we are about to reach the territory of the Earth. Just as everyone was laughing, a helmsman came to report. The He family is always the leader of this operation. He is also the acting patriarch of the He family. The previous patriarch was directly mad by Ye Weather. So if the clan failed to succeed the patriarch, he took the post. Ha ha, well, we have finally arrived. Now the situation has changed. Now that we have launched the live broadcast, Yetan must not know the situation yet, but we surrounded the Earth and waited for 5 minutes. I believe that Yetan must. I will see it. The words of the elders of Ye's family made everyone suddenly realize, and they nodded their heads. They all understood what he said. The live broadcast has only started now. Few people watched it and the publicity was not widespread. What if Yetan didn't see it? They have been perverted inside. They want Yetan to look at his home star and die. Everyone's warships began to move. After Jupiter, Mercury, and Mars, they came to the outside of the Earth, looking at the countless moons floating outside. They all smiled disdainfully. This is Yetan's home planet. So backward, it's still in the state of first-class civilization. Yes, it's really an indigenous planet. All the officials of the warship, large and small, are commenting in disdain. Yes, Yetan's home planet is very beautiful, very bright, completely different from their planet. It's just like a crystal. But the backward civilization makes them feel very disdainful. In the third world, such a beautiful home planet. Ilgo, there is such a vibrant planet in the Frilton domain. Yes, I was surprised when I saw this planet, but looking at their civilization, it is the first level. It stands to reason that this stage of the first level civilization is the easiest to pollute and collapse the planet. Hey, how can it be so beautiful? Seeing that such a beautiful mother star is about to be destroyed by those warships, I feel a faint pain in my heart. I don't know why, as if this mother star has life. In the Earth, the intellectual brain left by the sub-Ace Red Dragon instantly received the news of the troops on Mars. Suddenly, a global alarm sounded. Woo! A loud voice resounded everywhere in the world. People on the Earth have saluted so much, and this situation is no longer as panic as before. Each one rushed towards the refuge in their respective areas in an orderly manner. After Yetan's transformation, the Earth is no longer the same as before. The air is better and the refugees everywhere are getting richer. And every province, every city, every district, there is an underground refuge. The whole refuge is made of bloodthorn mecha materials. Very strong. All people have entered the underground refuge. The underground refuge is not big or small. It is divided into 10 floors. Each floor has a restaurant, energy storage, food storage base, etc. And on each floor, there is a huge screen. On the screen, what is displayed is outside the Earth, with a dozen super huge warships facing the Earth. Who are these people? Why did they suddenly come to our planet? Need to say, these people must be aliens invading, and we can't control it, but they actually provoke Yetan. It's just looking for death. Yes, although we have not seen Yetan for a long time, I can feel that our Earth is growing day by day, and we are no longer afraid of aliens. All the people in the refuge shouted with the anger of the enemy. These days, they have learned a lot of useful information from the people on the transport ships of the 7 civilizations. Although Yetan is not well known in the third world, Yetan is very low after all. However, Yetan had learned a lot of shocking news from the 7 civilizations. They all knew about the Bloodstab mecha every second. They even saw the development of the Earth. Now that aliens invade, they are all angry from the heart. This is the pride of an Earth tribe. Bone and blood. Outside the Earth, inside the Ney family battleship. Elder He has already arrived in the live broadcast, looking at the beautiful and shining planet, and said gloomily, "Earth, today is extinct, this is their fate. Yitan kills my son, today's revenge will be repaid." The people who watched the video took a deep breath, and it was really about to start. They also observed the Earth for a long time. There is no powerful warship at all, and even no defensive measures. Can this be fought? Ha, an aboriginal planet has delayed us for so long, so let them be completely wiped out in ashes. Elder He roared in the screen. The emotions were very excited, and his face was grim. Everyone was shocked. Is it about to start? At this time, someone had sharp eyes and saw a dozen warships flying from the other side of the Earth. Fuck, look at it. On the other side of the Earth, a dozen super huge war fortresses are flying towards the Hajia warship. Each one is super big and looks like a wild beast. Just when the shock of everyone's hearts could not be calmed down for a long time, the prehistoric beast giant opened its hatch, and then thousands of blood-stabbed mechas flew out. Who said the Earth has no warships? Who said the Earth has no defense capabilities? The Earth hasn't shown his fangs yet. Chapter 572. Chapter 570. The shock of people's hearts. The third unit. More than a dozen large warships that did not belong to the Freel civilization slowly flew out from behind the Earth. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Who said the Earth has no defenses? Who said the Earth has no warships? Are so many warships decorated? More than a dozen war fortresses flew in, and they were not idle. Then, one by one, blood-stabbed mecha flew out from the war fortress. Like all the hornet flying out of the honeycomb, the scene is terrifying. Can you imagine that the outer surface of the Earth is full of dense blood-stabbed mechas? Even the 7 kings of civilizations took a deep breath when they saw this scene. It turns out that the Earth has its own mecha. The imagination is right. The first batch of blood-stabbed mechas were made by others. But I didn't expect that there were so many. In the third world, sharp-eyed spectators saw Mars beside the Hajia battleship. There seemed to be something on Mars. Look! What's that? Everyone looked at Mars, their eyes widened, and the boiling in their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. What did they see? I saw a huge barrel in the dense forest on Mars. It spread all over Mars, like a hedgehog. All the gun barrels are facing the battleships of Hajia. Boom! In the Hajia battleship command center, Nahi's parents slammed the table. With a distorted face, he shouted frantically, "Who gave the information? Is this Earth only a second-level civilization? This Earth can already be a fourth-level civilization." Hearing what Mr. He said, everyone in the audience bowed their heads, gloomy and wondering what they were thinking. Elder He, let's not worry. What they are showing now is that the blood-stab mesh is stronger. Look at his battleship. There is no attack method at all. How can we defeat us? Yes, what the Patriarch Ma said is reasonable. They just have a lot of blood-stab mechas, but in a real contest, who can beat anyone? Yes, what a blood-stab mecha is, it's just a mecha driven by ordinary people. Everyone, I said firmly. The elder on the stage who listened to him also nodded. Yes, what a blood-stab mecha is, it's just a mecha driven by ordinary people. If you have the ability to drive blood, the people who stabbed mecha were of the same level as Yitan, then we have nothing to say. But they don't know. Red police soldiers. Open the hatch and fight to the death. Family, he said coldly. Immediately, the news spread to all departments. They had dozens of super huge warships. The hatch opened, and the first one that flew out was the small warship. One swish, 2 swishes, 3 swishes. A huge battleship can house more than a dozen combat ships and frigates. Hajia and the others have more than a dozen warships, and they have released hundreds of warships. In addition, there are quite a lot of their fighters. The whole situation changed suddenly, and the number of warships on the Hajia side far exceeded that on the Earth. People in the third world sighed helplessly when they saw this scene. There is no way. They can't resist the battleships of the He family at all. Each of their huge battleships is a warship. They are all controlled by the soldiers, and when fighting, the soldiers must win. No one is optimistic about the Earth. in their eyes, the Earth will lose. At this moment, Yi-Tan was looking at the third unit. This unit surprised Yi-Tan a bit. That's right, the ability of this device is no different from that of the Red Dragon. It is the pulse bomb that destroys all warship instruments, which is much stronger than ordinary pulse missiles. This kind of unit is like a weapon of level 6 civilization. Electromagnetic pulse weapons, one time launched, it can strike and detonate instantly at the speed of light. Once detonated, the electronic equipment of either the 6th or 7th civilization will be scrapped. No matter how powerful the shield is, it will not be able to resist it. Construction time, 1 hour. Energy for construction, 1000. Can be built without restrictions, and each use is only one time. Yi Danksen was ecstatic. The big killer, this thing is just for precautions. If the Red Dragon is upgraded, without the Red Dragon, this thing can be used to destroy the enemy. Red Dragon, immediately let the Earth divide the base, build electromagnetic pulses, and build 10 self-explosive dark energy fighters. I want them to disappear from the Earth one by one. Yi-Tan's cold voice made Hong Long's heart cold, and the master was really angry. The enemy has already hit the Earth, and it is too late to rush back. Fortunately, the Earth has a subbase, and Mars has a subbase. This time the main base was upgraded, and there were also subbases, but Yi-Tan hadn't had time to look at it. There were many things that Yi-Tan didn't have time to look at. Master, everything is in progress. Okay, let's go back to Earth and accelerate with all our strength. Yes, dominate. With Yi-Tan's order, the Golden War Fortress, like a behemoth, began to madly jump towards the Earth. At the moment at the Earth subbase, countless red police soldiers are holding their hands heavily. And the subbase has built an eagle-like fighter plane, which is very thin, and looks cooler than all fighter planes in the Freya civilization. The streamline is simply beautiful and undesirable. It seems that it is very powerful, and the eagle eye is like alive. It seems to make the scalp numb, and the heart feels distressed. Everything is in the plan, and the Hajia warships outside the Earth are now ready to start charging their weapons. Those fighters are also flying back and forth in front of their Hajia battleship. The mission of these fighters is to block the weapons launched by the Earth. If they can't stop them, they must let the fighters be those energy weapons. They are commonly known as cannon fodder, also known as stormtroopers. It's about to start. Why is there no movement on the Earth? Yes, there is no movement on the other side of the Earth. Don't they want to fight Hajia anymore? People in the third world are still discussing, and even some self-proclaimed military professors shouted in the live broadcast room, the Earth's defense measures and warship capabilities are not the opponents of these Hajia warships at all. From experience, the Earth will lose. Now the Hajia battleship has begun to charge weapons, and there is no action on the Earth. In my opinion, the Earth must have never experienced war, so it has committed a major problem. As soon as the professor said something, everyone suddenly realized, oh, it turned out to be like this. I don't know that there are no measures on the Earth. They are only a second-level civilization. Even if Yi-Tan spent all his money and bought a lot of equipment and weapons, they would not use it. Yeah, Earth, hey, looking at the bright planet every time, I really don't want their planet to explode. Chapter 573 Chapter 517 Short Jump, Face Professor. That professor's words directly convinced many people in the third world, and there were some who supported Yi-Tan. Swearing in the third world. But they are swearing, and they don't have any hope for the Earth in their hearts, and they have all hit the door. They didn't take any measures. Isn't this looking for death? Outside the Earth, inside the Hajia battleship, start attacking. As one order after another was passed on, all the warships began to charge up. The weapon is about to be fired. It's about to start. Concerned about the third world of this war, everyone felt nervous and watched nervously. Just when they were nervous and silent, the Hajia battleship suddenly launched a weapon. Those energy rays, toward the Earth's war fortress. The blood-stabbed mecha flew crazy, drawing a colorful arc in the dark universe. These arcs are very dense, forming a colorful waterfall. But when all their energy was about to hit the Bloodstab mechas, the huge war fortress moved and came directly to the front, abruptly carrying those energy weapons. The Fortress of War inspired a shield. How could they break this shield? They also saw this scene in the Hujia battleship. The intellectual brains of their warships also gave an analysis, and their energy weapons cannot defeat their warships. What's the situation? Mr. He was shocked. This kind of shield is not in the Freel civilization. Even everyone in the third world was shocked. Countless netizens, with their mouths open, looked at it in disbelief. This Hujia video screen will become like a virtual projection in the third world, allowing them to be on the scene. They also saw it. So I was shocked. The so-called military professor just now had an embarrassment on his old face, and his face snapped. In his live broadcast platform, the people who support Yetan are all cursing in his platform. Haha, this is what you call a military professor? Oh, hello, what a good cow. How about it? Yetan's battleship used a shield to block your so-called powerful attack. How do you explain this, professor? Question mark. Upstairs, do you believe what the professor said? A professor like this is just a nonsense with his eyes open. This face is slapped. I will ask the professor, is your face swollen? The professor also saw the comment and almost didn't stand up in anger, but for the sake of the show, he had to calm down. Everyone, even if you don't agree, the fact has been set. The Earth's battleship shield can block energy attacks, but have you ever thought that if the Hujia's battleships are separated and attack the Earth from all aspects, the Earth's can the battleship really block it? As soon as the professor's words came out, the people who supported Yetan dimmed and said nothing. The professor said something reasonable. If they were commanders, they would have entered the Earth like this. Since their defensive power is strong, why not break through in all aspects? If this is the case, they will be overwhelmed, and their warships will be useless when the Earth is destroyed. Hujia battleship outside the Earth. Attack separately. That's what the elders of Nahi meant. Since the battleships on your planet are very powerful, then we will spread out to see how you block us. The battleship began to disperse, and all people became nervous again. Some people even feel that the Earth is finished. And just as they dispersed, 10 warplanes flew out of the Earth at superfast speed. What kind of fighter is that? How fast? Is this battleship the ultimate weapon of the Earth? I don't look like it. If 10 warships can save the Earth, I will eat it. And in the refuge of the Earth, all people clenched their fists. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit, staring at the video firmly. Their hearts are more tense than anyone else. Once they break through the defense of the war fortress, the Earth will be over. Under everyone's contemptuous eyes, the 10 fighters flew directly towards the warships of Hujia without any delay. Give me those fighters. Family, he said coldly, the situation is urgent now. There can be no mistakes. The Hujia warship launched an energy weapon, and again an overwhelming energy missile, flying towards the fighter. And just when everyone thought the fighter plane was going to be blown up, suddenly, a huge fortress of war leapt over, directly blocking the front of the fighter plane, and the fighter plane stopped moving. Wow! The third world exploded directly. Whoever sees this scene will be boiling. My Nima can still do this. The battleship jumped a short distance and was so precise that it stopped right in front of those fighters. Fuck. You said this? I was even more shocked that this warship jumped in front of the fighter plane, and the fighter plane could also stop steadily. This was shocking. Who is the commander behind this? So awesome. No one can do this special Freel civilization. Seeing this scene, many people admire the Earth. Who can do such a feat? Let alone short jumps. If there is a slight insertion error, the entire battleship will be destroyed. Jumping short distances is commonly known as death. But the people on Earth did it. The warships of the He family, at this moment, all the warships are embarrassed, all seeing this situation, one by one dumbfounded. My Nima, what level of civilization is this? What level of civilization are we fighting? The elder he was also dumbfounded. The head of the Ma family was dumbfounded. and Patriarch Yu Yang was dumbfounded. At the moment they panicked, those armors began to charge frantically again. No, stop those fighters. Those fighters must have problems. Elder He seemed to have thought of something and shouted directly. He was afraid that the ship was loaded with pulse missiles, causing their ship to collapse completely. At this time, the parents of He felt a little chilly. The people in the third world also saw it and looked at them with a sneer. They also guessed that there must be pulse missiles in these 10 fighters. But, can such a cover really pass? Just when everyone thought that there were countless pulse missiles in these 10 fighters, in the area, a blue ray of fire rushed towards the Hajia warship madly. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot keep up, because that is the speed of light. What is that? This should be some kind of weapon, such a fast speed. At this speed, there are none of the 7 civilized warships. Just as everyone commented, the light-speed missile instantly hit his battleship. A blue light instantly appeared throughout the battle circle, like a round shape, and began to spread crazily. Chapter 574 Chapter 572, Electromagnetic Pulse, Dark Energy Blast Fighter. It's a pulse. Fuck, your uncle. The pulse missile can fly so fast, this Nima. Yeah, this pulse has exceeded the speed of light, right? It's over. This Hajia battleship is over. Sure enough, the warships affected by the electromagnetic pulse missile were motionless, and even some charged warships exploded directly. Once the launching instrument stops, can the continuously charged weapon not start to collapse? One fire after another lit up in the entire dark universe, very beautiful. Inside the Hajia battleship, the old He family roared angrily, "Quick, quick! Start manual operation, get out of here." Now all the instruments in the battleship are broken and can only be operated manually. Every battleship is controlled by brains and manually. Manual control is very troublesome, and everything must be operated by humans. Without a group of sophisticated operators and helmsmen, it will not work at all. All the warships, like the elders of He, began to order the steers to operate manually. In such a crisis, the huge warships on the Earth did not move, as if they did not know that they were launching pulse missiles. This scene was seen by people in the third world. One by one was speechless. The Earth is launching an attack. Are all the weapons displayed? Damn, what is the Earth doing? Don't they know that what they are launching is a pulse? If this is manually operated by the Hajia battleship and left, you must not cry. Halo. This is the dumbest and cutest country I have ever seen. My God, is there such a dumb empire? Upstairs. Are you a girl? Please make an appointment. Even the professor spoke. Ahem, this Earth. All technology and knowledge are no longer on the same line, so their lord, Yitan, even if they buy a lot of sophisticated weapons, they will not use it. Hey, it seems that the Earth will be destroyed today. As soon as the professor's words came out, some of the following began to curse. Hee, you are so smart, why are you still a professor? You just jumped a short distance, can you do it? That is, people did a short jump just now, you were beaten in the face, and now you disdain them. Ha ha, I see how they beat you. This professor, how old are you? When the professor saw these comments, his face twitched. He just disdain. A short jump on the Earth just made him startled. But what is it now? A group of indigenous people on the Earth. They should be stupid if they don't attack in such a situation. In the third world, there are capable people, and soon someone found the professor's information. Under the professor he scolded. Oh fuck, this professor turned out to be a member of the He family. Ha ha, let me just say it, such a professor is simply an insult. Professor of Hajia, hee, I know. I thought it was a big man, it turned out to be the professor of the He family, and it still depends on you. In the Hajia battleship, the He family chief was very happy, because there was no movement. On the Earth battleship, there was green light in his eyes. So good, so good. The Earth is stupid. If there is no movement, then we can leave easily. And when everyone is excited and happy, when the third world has mercy on the Earth, The 10 warplanes have flown to all the battleship groups. Look, those fighters have already arrived in the Hujia battleship group. What are they going to do? Yes, what will these warships do? Are these fighters the superfighters Yetan bought from Supreme Civilization? Everyone commented. As everyone commented, the 10 fighters suddenly revealed themselves. Boom! A shocking sound rang in the analog sound machine. Immediately afterwards, a black light appeared like a black hole, and then all the warships began to decompose crazily. Everyone saw this scene, opened their mouths, and didn't know what to say. The black light became bigger and bigger, and the group of warships swallowed more and more. The battleship the Elder he took, desperately began to fly towards the Earth. In their eyes, only the inside of the Earth is the safest. Many battleships that have resumed manual driving, followed the old battleships of the High family, and flew towards the Earth quickly. The electromagnetic guns on Mars also began to attack. Bang bang bang, a thunderous thunder was emitted in the simulator, and huge black projectiles were bombarded towards the battleships of Hujia. Bang! Swish the battleship directly to smash it, but it can fly, it's safe to enter the Earth. No matter what you are, I just fly anyway. Even the war fortresses outside the Earth began to move, slamming into the warships. Who can stop it? They don't even open their shields, just hit you. What can you do with them? The whole war has begun in an all-round way. The battleships of the He family, like flies fleeing, scurry without head and brain. Nonsense. That dark energy light can break them all down. The warships of the elders of the Ares family were abruptly hit by the war fortress to fall apart, and one by one took the transport ship and flew directly towards the Earth. There are also more and more He family members who are flying directly toward the Earth on transport ships. They stopped fighting and abandoned the ship and left. The light of dark energy is also over, and the entire area is clean, without any residue left. The people in the third world just reacted. One by one looked stunned. Just now? Was that dark energy just now? It's dark energy. My Nema is so terrifying. All the 10 fighters carry dark energy. The people on this Earth are too courageous. If this is detonated on their Earth, what will be left on this Earth? Yes, when this dark energy touches matter, it will be swallowed frantically. The Earth is terrible. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and even the battleships of the He family flee desperately, making their hearts boil. Which country can do this? What a joke that more than a dozen civilizations that are similar to each other can fail against a projectile civilization. The professor of the He family also shut up and said nothing. His face is now pale and swollen. Don't want it. People in the third world like the mysterious civilization of the Earth even more, and the shock it brings to people is too much. Their new live broadcast disappeared. The moment the pulse missile exploded, their signal was infected, and there were signal nodes on Earth, and they were connected to those warships. And now, it has completely disappeared, because the warships have exploded. Just when they thought they couldn't see it, there was another video with a red border in the signal that the third world had just broadcast. Chapter 575 Chapter 573 Are you going to fight the red police soldiers on the Earth? People in the third world were surprised. What video is this? Everyone clicked to take a look. Above the red border, there is a huge banner. Anyone who violates my Earth, even if it is far away, he will be punishable. When everyone saw this sentence, they were shocked. This video belongs to the Earth. This sentence is really too domineering. There are really not many words that can be said in the universe. Many scholars in the domain of Freya civilization, seeing this sentence, admire the Earth from their hearts. What the Earth? This mysterious Earth. Tamron, this mysterious civilization, a second-level civilization actually utters, let us who engage in literature deeply admire. Fuck, it's teacher Kang, he is a true writer, and even he was exploded. It's so exciting. Yes, Tang Elder is the #1 writer in the domain. If he says so, who else? In the red frame video, outside the universe, no surviving Hujia battleship can be seen at this moment. All are fragments, floating in the cold universe. Is the He family finished? Suddenly, this thought came into their hearts. In their eyes, He's battleship was completely finished. And at this moment, in the dark and cold universe, a swishing golden warship suddenly appeared. Then the transport ship flew out and flew towards the Earth. At the moment the transport ship flew out, all the Bloodstab mechas, as if they saw a king, flocked to form a circular channel, escorting the transport ship. This is too domineering. Whose civilization can achieve this level? Yeah, this should be Yetan. Their subordinates are really loyal. They used their bodies to create a circular channel for Yetan, for fear that Yetan would be injured. Seeing such a subordinate, I really seem to want it. Everyone already knows that Yetan has returned to Earth. The people in the Earth refuge screamed when they saw the Hajia battleship swallowed up completely. In their eyes, the remaining He family remnants are nothing to worry about. Enter the Earth. That is, enter our nest. Do not believe you can get out. The red border video came to a certain area of the Earth again. The flaming transport ships slammed straight towards the ground. One swish after another. There are hundreds of ships. There are more than 5,000 people in each transport ship. Immediately after that, the hatches of the transport ships opened, and countless troops in military uniforms walked out of them. They were all from the He family, as well as from the Ma family and the Yu family. These patriarchs were smart and ruthless, and at the moment the dark energy exploded, they started flying towards the Earth madly. Today, they can be considered to retain a lot of troops. All the troops are assembled. People in the third world have a look. The final battle is about to come, but the units of the He family seem to have sophisticated weapons. I don't know how far the forces of the Earth can reach. And someone is commenting, does this still need to be fought? At first glance, the Hajia troops have failed. There are so many Bloodstab mechas on the Earth, and their troops don't even have a mecha. What are they going to fight? That's right, when they enter the Earth, they enter Yetan's nest. Isn't this looking for death? No need to fight, they surrender. And just as they commented, in the red frame video, a floating sports car, overwhelmingly flying towards this side. The troops led by Hajia amounted to more than 500,000. And this overwhelming floating sports car, there are hundreds of thousands of them. In addition, it is almost equal to the Hajia troops on the ground. He always looked at it. Is this going to be a condescending rally? They have regretted it in their hearts. Why did they come to attack the Earth? Why provoke them? But now it is too late to regret. People in the third world are all confused when they see the floating sports car. Why don't you drive a Bloodstab mesh? Just kill them all. I don't know. I see these floating sports cars. They must be unusual. Just when everyone commented, those floating sports cars suddenly opened their hatches, and one after another red police soldiers jumped down from above, came to the ground. The arrangement is very neat. At this moment, everyone was even more confused. Fuck, what shit floating sports car? This Nima is going to fight hand-to-hand. What the hell are the people on Earth doing? Hand-to-hand combat? The units of the He family are all excellent units. Every soldier is an E-level beginner, right? Yeah, they are all E-level beginners, and the Freel civilization troops are also E-level intermediaries. What else does it need to fight? Unless the warriors of the Earth are all level. But is this possible? Everyone was stunned and frantically complaining. Inside the red frame, Yetan came to the front of the red police force. If he saw the comments, he would spit out. Uncle, you think I think? This Nima red police soldiers rule, that is. They can't help but accept it. Even, people have to single-handedly challenge themselves. The red police soldiers can only watch. You say this is beeping, not beeping. Yetan came to the front of the soldiers, and looked at the elders of the Hai family and the Ma family elders with cold eyes. Yetan, seen Yetan? The patriarch of the Ma family and the Yu family roared up to the sky, and their enemies met with jealousy. No, it's strange that Yetan killed his son if he didn't get angry. Yetan looked at them with cold eyes, and said coldly, I said that today will be your death date. I didn't expect that you would come to die. So what else is there to say? Hearing Yetan's cold words, the head of the Ma family and the others became more violent. Yi Tan, it is not certain who will die today. Even if we die today, we will still pull you up. Ha ha ha, a group of indigenous people, where can you be strong? Yi Tan smiled coldly, turned towards them, and cursed in a low voice, SB. The voice is not loud, but everyone is unusual, and no one can hear it. Yi Tan, today is. The old man wanted to highlight himself, otherwise Yi Tan didn't have to look at him directly. However, before Yi Tan waited for him to finish, he shouted, "Shut up, noisy." Then Yi Tan squinted his eyes and said cold-bloodedly, "I know you have been holding back for a long time, so let these people stay here completely." After that, Yi Tan's eyes suddenly reddened, and a powerful burst of power broke out all over his body. Killing intent. Afterwards, the red police soldiers behind him suddenly snarled up to the sky, and the breath on their bodies exploded. There were more than 600,000 fighters, all of them were evil beaks. This burst of breath. Evil Pinnacle family, he said with wide-eyed eyes. The look in his eyes was unbelievable. And the third world is boiling. What evil? Isn't Yi Tan evil? What's so strange about this? No, 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 I think what the Hai family always said was not Yi Tan. It was Yi Tan's troops. Chapter 576. Chapter 574. All are evil peaks. Does this still need to be beaten? Yi Tan's troops exploded with that powerful aura, which really surprised the He family's troops. He was always horrified. His eyes almost stared out, watching Yi Tan's troops screamed, "Class peak? This is impossible." Even the troops behind him still looked condescending and dragged their win. But they all looked at this situation in horror. Their hearts were really deeply shocked. And their expressions are all recorded in the red frame. In the third world, those audiences also saw this situation. "Oh, let me go. What's the situation? Isn't Yi Tan the top of that class? What's all the fuss about this?" "Yes, but how do I look at those elders? It seems that they are not talking about Yi Tan." "Ah, you are not the only person who feels this way. I also feel this way." Those He family chiefs, it seems that they are not talking about Yi Tan, they seem to be talking about Yi Tan's troops. Please stop upstairs. How many troops does Yi Tan have? A full 600,000. You tell me that they are all evil peaks. This is a 6th level civilization, which is impossible. Yeah, stop joking. Okay, I can't stand the joke. If it's a 600,000 rank pinnacle fighter, what else would the opposite He family fight? There was a lot of discussion among the people in the third world, and many people couldn't accept that Yi Tan's troops were all evil beaks. At this moment, in the red-framed video, Nahi's parents are already gloomy. The whole face is somewhat distorted. Impossible. This is impossible. The two elders of his family were impossible, and the people watching from the third world were shocked again. Could this Nima be true? Yi Tan's troops are all evil beaks. This idea emerged in everyone's mind, but they were still surprised by this idea and couldn't believe it. Nonsense. 600,000 evil pinnacle fighters, what level is this Nima Tenglong civilization? Do they dare to count? Yi Tan looked at the old man he with red eyes and bloodthirsty, and said gloomily and coldly, "What's impossible? Since you provoke me, be prepared to die." Yi Tan's icy voice made the old man he feel a chill. That's right, they couldn't calm down at all at this moment, because the people standing opposite Yi Tan were all rank pinnacle fighters. Yes, a total of 600,000 soldiers. This Nima is a beeping dog. 600,000 rank pinnacle fighters, this is a hammer. This army is directly invincible. Okay, fighting invincible all over the world. Let's withdraw. Mister, he said coldly. His pupils were too shrinking at the moment. Yi Tan's troops made him see fear. Such troops are not opponents at all, and the entire Freal civilization will not be Yi Tan's opponent. Such troops are simply invincible. Immediately, the troops behind the family elder he immediately began to flee, but their hearts were clearly cruel. The opponents are all evil beaks. This Nima can't fight at all, even if the parents are going to play. they don't necessarily have the courage to play. If this goes up, it's just going to die. Yi Tan saw that the old man and the others wanted to run. He suddenly sneered unconsciously, and a stern arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Want to run? Is this possible? Kill! Yi Tan roared coldly. In an instant, the 600,000 troops behind Yi Tan, like a torrent, directly swallowed the troops brought by the elders of his family. The Red Police soldiers are all Drank Pinnacle fighters, with very strong auras. When they see the He family's troops, they punched the warrior, and the head of the rotten soldier exploded directly. This is power. Sheer power. The scene became chaotic again, and more Hajia troops became a corpse that was trampled on the ground wantonly. On the whole ground, there was a blood pool which was not deep, and it began to cover all around. There are still many Hajia troops who were directly frightened by this scene and started to flee wildly around, but are the suspended sports cars in the sky vegetarian? They have been controlled by the Red Dragon, closely monitoring the surroundings of the battlefield. As long as someone dared to escape, it would be a bombardment. After the bombardment, there would be no scum. And now in the third world, everyone was shocked, dumbfounded, and stared at the red border in horror. Fuck it. Fake? Did Yi Tan's troops beat tons of chicken blood? How crazy. Chicken blood? This Nima has been knocked out of medicine, so fierce. I can see that the He family's troops, even if they are at the top of the level, any evil beginners, they seem to be unable to defeat Yi Tan's troops. Is it possible that Yi Tan's troops are really all evil troops? The Pinnacle? Hiss. When this guess came out, many netizens took a breath. Can't they guess in their hearts? They just didn't dare to say it, but now someone has said it, making their hearts tremble even more. If this is the case, then Yi Tan's troops are simply blasting the sky, and they can walk sideways in the Freel civilization domain. Those big guys who originally wanted to participate in this war against Yi Tan saw all the videos in the red frame, and their hearts were a little pale, and they even trembled. Everyone wiped the sweat on their foreheads, and their hearts were also frightened. Unexpectedly, Yi Tan's troops were all evil peaks. Yi Tan's trip to the big competition is just a little evil Pinnacle. But what can it do? Now the special people's troops are all evil peaks. This Nima has simply encountered a ghost. Fuck. This Earth is too powerful, right? A full 600,000 Drank Pinnacle fighters have become more and more interested in this planet. Yes. If you can go to the Earth for a turn in this life, it will be worth it. Whose empire can have 600,000 Drank Pinnacle fighters as the foundation? I said, can you please show your face? Don't discredit the public. If you want to go to the Earth, you are worshipping money, worshipping Yi Tan, and worshipping violence. It is not right for you to do this. I just want to say, you go to the Earth. Can you take me with you when you come? When everyone saw this comment, they were all speechless. Wipe. As soon as they saw this guy saying the previous words, they were ready to do it, but when they saw the latter words, they spouted directly. What the hell? They also said that people smeared. What are you? On the battlefield, the soldiers of the He family were slaughtered one by one, and even the heads of the elders of the He family were stomped by an unknown soldier. This is simply a battle without any suspense. Chapter 577. Chapter 575. Princess is back. That's right. 600,000 and 500,000 are still in the nest. This in itself does not have any advantage to the people of the Hajia troops. Now they are all evil peaks, which makes them desperate. A sea of blood, with a strong smell of blood. This time on the Earth, it is already June, in this area, but it is quite hot, and many flies have been breeding. That sea of blood, the strong smell of blood, suddenly attracted countless flies, gnawing and sucking on the broken meat and corpses that fell on the ground. The Third World used virtual projection to see this scene, and many people directly vomited out. The entire 500,000 Hajia troops were all killed. Looking at the large area of the corpse, many people still took a deep breath. There are 500,000 people. Even if you are awesome, killing one person every second, that would be tiring. Is it over? Did the He family's troops disappear in the universe like this? Well, it's probably over. The He family no longer has any force. It can be said that the He family has been kicked out of the 4 major families of the Emperor Star from now on. Even if they belong to the 3rd tier family, they are considered good. It's too shocking. It's too shocking. There are so many powerful people on this earth. It's too exciting. I really want to go to the earth and take a look at this earth. How come there are so many powerful people? Hee. If you go upstairs, you probably won't be able to come back now. On the earth. The war is over. Yeeta lowered his head and looked at the corpse all over the floor, without any mercy, pity. This is the case with war. No one is right or wrong, all fighting for survival. No one is the virgin, and no one is the savior. In this interstellar space where people cannibalize, only the strong can survive better. Master, it's all solved. No survivor is missing, and no one lying dead. In Yeetan's headset, the Red Dragon's voice suddenly came into being. After Yeetan heard it, he nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Yeetan was also shocked this time when the He family was out, but thinking of the current level of civilization on the earth, the nervous state of mind suddenly disappeared. Yeetan's civilization level is probably comparable to the Freel civilization at this moment. Red Dragon, clean the battlefield. Throw all the corpses into the cloned unit. The cloned unit, which is a unit of Yuri, is also a unit that Yeetan likes very much in the Red Alert game. After this type of unit is built, as long as the base barracks build any type of unit, their cloned unit will also be built. 1 becomes 2. Even when you are short of funds, you can put all the soldiers you built into this clone pool, and then increase your income. But what can some useless corpses do? The answer is, nothing can be done. Only the battlefield can be cleaned up, and no plague will occur. Once a plague appears on the earth, Yeetan can't afford it. Although the medical equipment is very advanced now, once the plague appears, let alone a day, within half an hour, hundreds of people will die. Yes, the master. Hong Long shouted decisively in Yeetan's headset, and then there was no sound. However, outside the domain of the Freel civilization, the remote domain, even if you take a war fort, you need an afternoon jump to reach the domain. That's right, within the domain of Osman civilization. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering event in the Osman civilization domain. The prince who had been missing for nearly a year is back. Prince Os is back. In the administrative palace of Os civilization, Lord Naos was watching his son kneeling before him like a beggar with a gloomy face. Nizai, where did you go during this period of time? And there is not even a bit of news, saying, where did you go, and what happened to your clothes? Hearing his father's angry voice, Prince Os didn't have any expressions, only gloomy. His eyes flushed and stared at the ground. There was a grim and hoarse voice in his mouth. Father, give me a warship. I want to go to the Freya civilization. I want to destroy the Tamron civilization. In the end, Prince Nose directly roared. The sudden sound also made Lord Ossa startled. Fuck, what's wrong with me? After a trip to the Frill civilization, it became like this when he came back, looking at his son's expression, as if hundreds of big men have passed by over and over again. The corner of King Naus' mouth twitched. Nizai, tell me what you want to do with a warship. Even, what's the matter with the clothes on your body? Hearing what the father said, Prince Os gave a sneer, and then there was still a trace of tears in his eyes, roaring at his father. What am I going to do? I want revenge. What happened to my clothes? I was robbed by pirates, and the entire Cosmos-class mothership was taken away. Prince Os roared, and then lowered his head, thinking in his mind what he had made after Yeetan had detonated his jumping function and destroyed the energy system. I went to the Freel civilization to cooperate with the father and the Freya civilization, but I did not expect that Avril would actually like an aboriginal of a second-level civilization, as my woman. How can Avril Lavigne be allowed to like such natives? After that, we went to take revenge. But the natives seemed to have a super brain that controlled all of our spacecraft. When we were still escaping and jumping, the energy system of the battleship blew up, and the pulse missiles continued to attack. Let our battleship be seriously injured. When we were jumping, we made a mistake in inserting, and the coordinates were confused. We jumped directly into the domain of the insect star. Do you know the Zerg domain? Do you know? It's an endlessly dark and cold universe, without a trace of sunlight, not even a star. And that's how the indigenous civilization got the Zerg star. We fought desperately. Without passing through a planet, we would provoke a million Zerg races. We can't beat them. We can only continue to sacrifice the warriors. Sacrifice and create for us chance to leave. But when we first came out of the Zerg territory, we encountered a dozen pirates from other territories. Without a word, they snatched my mothership away, leaving us with a small, broken transport ship, and my subordinates were taken away by the pirates and prepared to be sold. After all our hard work, we finally returned to the home planet today. Father, if you ask me why I want to do this, I will tell you today. I want Tamron civilization to die. Dead. Prince Nose looked up to the sky and roared. His eyes were full of cold and gloomy light. Note, Princess, what will the unity of Freel's civilization be like? Chapter 578. Chapter 576. Understanding of Osman civilization. Lord Os looked at his son's crazy appearance, and did not speak for a long time. What he has already understood is probably, knowing that his son was under attack in the Freel civilization domain, and the 5th level Cosmi-class mothership, communications, energy, and everything were destroyed, a lonely mothership, constantly floating in the Zerg star field. It would be good to be able to come back. Now it is required to keep the warship and go to the Freel civilization for revenge, which makes Lord Os a headache. He knew that these few days were the days of the Freel civilization competition. If this happens with people from higher education institutions, it would be difficult to handle. But seeing his son's crazy appearance, Oshang felt a little shaken in his heart. After all, this was the first time his son was so proactive. Once this matter is done, his reputation will be better. After all, the future throne of Osman civilization also needs him to sit on. My reputation is not good now, I am always a dude, now I can have such an opportunity, you can't miss it. Lord Os raised his head and looked at Princess, then frowned. Come on, investigate whether the Freel civilization competition is over. Have those people from higher institutions left? Pumping thumping. A man bent over and came to the hall. Yes, Lord. This is to do it. The man bent over and shouted in a low voice. Wait. At this moment, Prince Nose suddenly stopped the man. Prince, what's your order? When you go to investigate, don't forget to investigate the master of the earth. Yitan, has he been admitted to a higher civilization? When the man heard it, he nodded and said, yes, Prince, do it now. With that, the man went down. Princess had a cold face, and quietly looked at the intersection where the man exited. This investigation was very quick, because in the domain of Freel civilization, there were also eyeliners of their Os civilization. As long as through the third world, cross-domain contact, you can quickly learn the situation. Lord Os sat on the throne, propped his cheek with his arms, tilted his head, and squinted awaiting news. Just as the two waited quietly for about 10 minutes, the man who ran off just now strode to the hall. Report. The situation is basically understood. Princess was shocked, and moved forward with a small step. At this time, Lord Os, who was sitting on the throne, opened his eyes and shouted coldly, read. Lord, Prince, the great comparison of Freel civilization has passed. People from the highest civilization institute will leave the domain of Freel civilization these days. In addition, Yitan, who you asked me to investigate, also made it clear that Yitan, the master of the earth, also participated in the competition this time. Hearing the words, Princess trembled in his heart. There is really no way to repay his grudges. If this is admitted, there is no way to do it against Yitan. It must have not been admitted, it must be so. Seeing the look on the prince's face, the man hurriedly lowered his head to finish the investigation. According to our investigation, the first place in the big competition this time is Yitan, the master of the earth. What? The prince roared directly. He was horrified. The master of the earth turned out to be the first. How could this be possible? How could that little secondary civilization be the first? Must be fake, right? On the aloft Lord Os, his face also showed doubts. According to his son's report, that Yitan was only the master of a second-level civilization. How could he become the first place in this competition? Yeah, Lord, Prince, according to the message given by Freya's civilization, this Yitan is the first place in this competition, and the second place is Miss Avril. I didn't believe it at the time, so I repeated after inquiring. The people over there told us that Yitan is a Fivline genius, and all his talents are level pinnacles. Hearing this, Prince Os made a bang in his heart. How long has it been? How long is this? Yitan is already at level pinnacle? And he's still a 5 genius. How is this possible? A crazy twisted look appeared on Prince Os' face. Even the aloft Lord Os, his expression moved. 5 geniuses, the level pinnacle? Are you sure you are not kidding me? A Frelwyn star domain controlled by level 4, unexpectedly appeared at level 5 pinnacle talent, paralyzed. How could this be possible? And according to his son's words, Yitan is only the master of a second-level civilization, and even if Freeman uses a large price to upgrade Yitan and provide resources, it is impossible to make all 5 level peaks. In such a short period of less than a year, who is fooling you? Is it true? Aloft Lord Os said coldly. If the 5 geniuses really appeared, it would be bad. If I wanted to make Freel civilization a subdomain under my own domain, it would be impossible to achieve it. Originally, Prince Os went to the Freel civilization and had a task to make a deal with Frey, the king of the civilization, and that was to make the domain controlled by the Freel civilization become the subdomain of the Os civilization. That is the meaning of branch. But his son was almost killed by others. It seemed that Freeman had already torn his face with him. Avril had been admitted. It was only a matter of time before the Freya civilization became a 5th-level civilization. Even now, it is even more impossible to deal with Yitan. Yitan was also admitted, and he was still the first place. To kill Yitan is to be an enemy of the people of the college. They are just a mere 5th-level civilization. How dare to fight against the 7th-level civilization academy? Isn't that looking for death? Lord, the situation is true. The Humble Post has reviewed it more than 10 times, and the answers given are all like this. Another thing is that Yitan, the master of Earth civilization, has killed a lot during the competition. The children of the higher families in the Freya civilization domain. Now those families have gone to Earth to find Yitan's troubles. They threatened to destroy the Earth. According to the analysis department, they are going to get rid of Yitan. Then they captured the entire Frelwyn star domain in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the whole room was silent, and Prince Os and his father's eyes shrank suddenly. Prince Os' heart beats with a huge shock. Those families have gone to avenge Yitan. If they go out and help those families at this time, wouldn't it be easy to succeed? Moreover, killing Yitan, destroying the Earth, helping them to take down the Frel civilization, and then sending troops to take them down, wouldn't the Frelwyn starfield become their back? Thinking of this, the father looked at each other and smiled. And his heart was ruthless. Chapter 579. Chapter 507. Tice even, the status quo of the Earth. Fight to clean. The aloft Lord Os also figured this out clearly, and immediately on the throne, he shouted solemnly, Alto, Father, my son is here. Now, I ask you to lead 2 warships to the Freel civilization to help those families and calm the chaos. After the Os civilization master finished speaking, he gave his son Alto a clear look. Prince Os immediately understood that if he didn't understand this, he, as a prince, could be hit to death. Children take orders. With that said, Prince Os went down quietly, and the reporting man was taken aback on the spot. And then he cowered and retreated. On the way down, he didn't know whether to tell himself the prince. Those families had all died. Even the Earth has 600,000 class pinnacle fighters. Shouldn't we say all these? But think about it and forget it. Because the Lord had already spoken, the prince also went to take the order. He had no chance to say it. Anyway, the prince went to calm the chaos. Maybe he took the opportunity to find Avril. Thinking of this, the man didn't think about anything, so he went down. As for Princess, the army has already been deforested. Two of the supergiant ships, which are twice the size of the war fortress, have already begun to leave the military berth of the warship and fly towards the distant star field of the Freel civilization. It's not too far away. The two star regions are next to each other, but you can walk across these two star regions by one person for hundreds of years. And in the domain of Frevin's star, in the third world. At this moment, there was no sound and silence, and everyone looked at the red frame with horrified expressions. In their hearts, what is shocked is not undesirable. There are 600,000 rank pinnacle fighters on the earth, and these fighters all bow down to Yetan. Is this Nema surely kidding us? Everyone in the entire third world doesn't know what to say. Anyway, they feel that their perceptions have been subverted. A small second-level civilization. There are big people inside. 600,000 evil pinnacle fighters, just for this assessment. How can you get a fourth-level civilization? But people are so low. It is a second-class civilization. Many civilized kings and patriarchs of their families wiped the sweat from their faces nervously, but fortunately they did not go to the earth, participate in this star-destroying plan together. If this goes, they won't be able to stay. Just that dark energy self-donation device. Who can stop it? This is not a second-level civilization. This is a fifth-level civilization. After the last Hajia unit was hammered into flesh by a red police soldier, the red border disappeared. All the people watching and eating melons in the third world saw that the red border disappeared, and they seemed to have suppressed a rock in the sky, not knowing what to say. On the earth, the red police soldiers had already begun to clean up the battlefield, and the corpses began to be transported to the cloning pool and directly thrown inside. Although it can't increase the energy point, it can increase a little protein. If you clone it later, it will be easier. This is Yetan's original words and Yetan's fantasy. Outside the Earth, the Bloodstab mechas also began to sweep the battlefield. Although the dark energy was devastating enough, most of the battleship fragments were swallowed up, but there are still many battleship fragments floating in the universe. The mission of the blood-stabbing mecha is to clean up the extraterrestrial environment. Some large battleship fragments were directly pulled back to the Earth. The Earth was heavily mined in the past and is no longer suitable for overexploitation. Therefore, after these large battleship fragments are pulled back to the Earth, processed, reheated, and processed, they are still a pile of iron. Everything is in progress. And Yetan also returned to the first factory at this moment, which is the largest Bloodstab mecha factory in the remote area of the Earth. At this moment, the number of workers in this factory can be said to be very large, and there are also many factories built around the world. Now the Earth has connected with the universe, and interstellar trade has begun, including cigarette manufacturers, spicy sticks, and all kinds of clothing. Anyway, as long as it is lacking in the universe, the Earth will be made crazy. Selling 5 cents a pack of spicy noodles on the Earth, in the universe, but selling a pack of 5 universe coins, what can 5 universe coins buy? In the universe, clothing made by the Earth, that is, selling 1 universe to 2 universes, even some transport ships, shuttles. And what kind of technology can be bought with only a few hundred or thousands of cosmic coins? A large transport ship, which is tens of thousands, is a little more high-end, that is, it needs about hundreds of thousands. This can represent how popular hot strips are in the universe, and hot strips, cigarettes and other daily necessities have contracts with the 7 civilizations. The extensive publicity of the 7 civilizations has made the Earth's trading business more and more popular. The living conditions of the people on Earth are getting better and better. Well, for example, a courier company. Everyone now wears a shuttle. Airline has cooperated with Yetan to become a large suspended aviation aircraft. Game Penguin has already set up a deal with Huang Shengming. The Star Wars Mesh game is very popular on the Earth, and Yeetan's technology companies are almost no longer operating on the Earth, and are operating directly on the Interstellar. You said Yeetan is behind? Hee. How popular is the Bloodstab mecha in the Interstellar world? Just a Bloodstab mesh has completely defeated all the companies on the Earth that trade with Interstellar. People just disdain to do that kind of small corporation, such as Light Brain, games, food and so on. After all, to give the people of the Earth a way to survive, digging the Earth is the foundation. Behind the #1 factory, in the restricted area, that is, in the subbase where Yeetan was placed, Yeetan was standing in front of the huge base, watching the Red Police unit in detail. At this moment, the Red Police unit has become more and more powerful, and every unit seems to be evolving and evolving. As long as the main base keeps upgrading, all units will change accordingly. For example, the Gwingling Tower has become an energy beam defense tower, a technological change. And Yeetan also has a big killer at this moment. That is, the dark energy beam weapon. As long as anyone provokes him, that is the end of the star extinction. Red Dragon, there is nothing moving on the Emperor Star, right? Yeetan asked, squinting his eyes. Master, there is no movement on the Freel Civilization Emperor Star. Since the competition ended and Miss Avril was admitted, Freeman has given orders to deprive his royal children of the rights. In addition, there are some from the He family. The movement is quiet. They have already begun to withdraw from the Emperor Star and gather with the remaining troops of the Margier family. It seems they are going to escape this star field. Yeetan smiled coldly when he heard it. Now he knows he is going to escape, but doesn't it feel too late? Chapter 580 Chapter 570 Princess comes to the Freel Civilization. Master, what do we do now? Do you want to return to the Freven Star domain and leave them in the Emperor Star? It was the Red Dragon who said this. On that ethereal face, a bloodthirsty expression could be seen vaguely. Yeetan listened to Red Dragon's words and shook his head and said, they can't escape. If they want to leave the Star Territory, they need the approval of the Freya Civilization. Since the Freya Civilization King is still Freeman, he know how to do it. After Yeetan finished speaking, his face showed a confident and cold expression. It was just a group of He family remnants who were struggling to survive, and Freeman would definitely not take it seriously. Even now the remnants are closely monitored. What we have to do now is to rectify it. My deadline is coming soon, Yeetan said coldly, squinting his eyes. Honglong's eyes lit up, and he knew what the Master meant. At the beginning, the Red Police Base had sent a mission to the Master, that is, to conquer the Frelwyn Star domain within 2 years. The ultimate goal of the Red Alert is to dominate the universe. Master, let me also report to you that the chance of a super unit in the barracks will increase again by 5%. When Yeetan heard Red Dragon's words, he was immediately happy. After first contacting the universe, Yeetan finally knew what was the difference between the super arms and the ordinary arms. The difference between super units lies in their talents. That's right, Natasha is also a Clevel Pinnacle now, but like Yeetan, she has 5 talents. And Spy is the talent of speed and power. There are only 2 talents. As for Bomb Madman, 1 speed and defense are also 2 talents. Now that the barracks have once again increased their appearance rate by 5%, can Yeetan be unhappy? Yuri, whom he loves most, hasn't appeared yet. If Yuri does appear, it will be a real live action. Red Dragon cannot help but be able to accuse tanks and control people, and Yeetan's current Red Police is no longer the kind of Red Police in the game. It's a cosmic Red Alert. If Yuri comes out, can he control the Zerg? Can you control the mechanical race? Can you control the battleship? It's hard to say. If all can be controlled, this Yuri is simply invincible. With Yuri, is it difficult for Yeetan to fight the world? Are you difficult? As soon as you control people, you can shoot casually just like shooting a target. Great. This time we are fighting for the Frelwyn Star domain. Don't raise the base level first. First pile up the number of fighters, otherwise every time you upgrade, the number of fighters does not increase, And you have to renew violent soldiers. That's more expensive. It's too deceptive. Yi Tan learned to be smart this time and suffered 2 losses. Yi Tan already understands many rules of the Red Police. In this competition for the Frelwind Star domain, one is to plunder the energy stone, and the other is to expand the number of fighters to 2 millions. The third is, when everything is ready, start upgrading the base. But Yi Tan is still a little worried about this base. After all, it needs a full 10 million energy. Now they have less than 5 million energy sources, or even less. 10 million energy is 100 billion energy stones. There are so many energy stones in the entire Freya Windstar domain. Earlier, he was defeated by Yi Tan. Red Dragon, now start to exchange the second construction. Give me the remaining energy. All the rioters burst the war fortress, and some of them are left with 1 million energy. Pave the time and space jump unit. Yes, Lord, everything is written down. Red Dragon said from the side. Yi Tan nodded understandably, and suddenly thought of something. He looked at the Red Dragon and said, "Did we award a subbase for this upgrade? I have not observed one thing. This subbase of our planet is also now level 4, if we expand the base we just rewarded now, will it also be level 4? Yi Tan had been questioning this for a long time. But as soon as he had finished upgrading the base, he met Darby, so he didn't have time to ask. The Red Dragon didn't even think about it and said, "Master, the reward base, once it's expanded, it will also be level 4. Follow the level of the main base. All the unit levels inside are the same, universal." Hearing what Hong Long said, Yi Tan immediately understood, and nodded with a smile. If so, it would be perfect. There are now 4 subbases. Every subbase is the life of Yi Tan. Red Dragon once told him that he would destroy the base. He would destroy the base. The base is about his life. Okay, no problem. Let's start violent soldiers now. After Yi Tan finished speaking, he walked out. Now the 3 bases that have been deployed are all starting to operate. There is another subbase that hasn't been expanded. Yi Tan didn't want to expand so early, and waited for the hegemony of the Freel civilization to take over the star field. After the future bases are established in various places in the universe, that is when Yi Tan dominates the entire human star field. He does not know what the future Red Alert base will be like when it is upgraded to the top level. Yi Tan wanted to see the future. But if you want to reach that level, Yi Tan will have to be enemies of the human race, the Zerg race, and the machine race in his life. Yi Tan once also had a doubt, that is, the universe he sees now is different from what he imagined. There are only 3 races in the entire universe: human race, Zerg race, and one race created by human beings themselves. Except for these 3 races, it seems that no other races have been seen. This made Yi Tan very puzzled. This universe was too monotonous, but even if he tried to deal with Red Dragon didn't tell Yi Tan 1, 2 or 3. Yi Tan didn't think much about it. Anyway, it's normal for him to be detached. After all, he also came through, and when he came to this parallel world, everything he saw was normal. Think about the Guardian of the Galaxy that he was watching on Earth, but there are all races, and even some magical things can appear. Looking at his own world, Yi Tan shook his head helplessly. But this is not a bad thing for Yi Tan. No one knows what exactly will happen when the Red Police base rises to the highest level and dominates the entire human race. In the Freel civilization, the 2 warships led by Prince Nose have already arrived in the Freel civilization. The 2 super huge warships steadily stopped outside the Emperor Star. Princess and the others went to the Emperor Star and went to find Freeman. They didn't know what was being discussed, but within an hour, Freeman walked out with a gloomy face. After walking out of the palace, a large group of interstellar reporters gathered around. "Princess, I don't know where you went last year. I heard some people say that you haven't returned to your own civilization in a year, and even Os civilization sent people to come to you. Can you tell us where did you go?" Chapter 581 Chapter 517 Press down the news. "Princess, you are here today, still come to discuss the deal with the Lord." "Princess, I wonder if you are here today. Do you want to marry Princess Avril?" "Princess, please answer back. Princess, you are here today. Why are you bringing 2 warships with your country? Why is this? Those reporters, surrounded by Princess, one question after another popped up, and Princess' face became more gloomy. But he is not good at it. After all, he is the Prince of Osman, so he can't discredit Osman. When you unite with those of the He family, it will be the end of your Freel civilization. By then, Princess showed a bloodthirsty expression on his face. Then his face straightened, looking at the light brains of the major reporters, and smilingly said, I practiced in other places last year, so I didn't inform civilization. In addition, I am here today. First of all, congratulations to Princess Avril for being admitted to a high-level civilization. Lord Freya civilization will also consider marriage with our civilization. Another question. Why did I bring 2 warships with me today? I saw that some families of the Freel civilization were bullied by a small civilization. I brought their distress letter to help them and eradicate them. That little civilization. The reporters suddenly realized that when they heard the first 2, they thought it was normal, but when they heard the last one answered by Princess, they suddenly knew that the first 2 were abnormal. Isn't this Nima coming to Yitan? What kind of experience did he talk about? The information circulated last time said that Yitan threw Princess into the Zerg domain. But this is gossip, and even the above does not let them dial out, and they dare not speak nonsense. But now they heard Princess say this. They were still a little horrified. Yitanzan threw Princess into the Zerg domain. When he heard that Princess was about to take 2 warships to deal with Yitan, the expressions of the reporters suddenly brightened. My Nima, is it another big show? Yitan gang wiped out the He family's troops, and you are about to go out now. And on the Earth, there are 600,000 class pinnacle fighters. Princess, all the small civilizations in your mouth refer to the Earth Tamron civilization. Princess, I don't know what your chances are. Princess was in a better mood at first, and felt that his words had put the Aboriginals under control, but when he heard the second question they asked him, he became furious. I grabbed the light brain and looked at everyone coldly and said, my Osman civilization. What is the odds for dealing with a small Tamron civilization? My odds are the 2 space-class warships parked outside Emperor Star. Furthermore, I'm here to tell you that today, the Tamron civilization will definitely be erased by me. My 2 warships this time have brought more than 1 million warriors, and every fighter is an A-class pinnacle. To erase a little Tamron civilization, what chance do we need? After Princess roared, he threw away the light brain and left here in a cool manner. After taking Princess away, all the reporters were dumbfounded, staring at the Princess who was leaving without a doubt. Am I dreaming? After finishing speaking, the reporter still pinched his cheek. They really couldn't believe what Prince Nose had just said. Are you sure you didn't tease us? You have prepared more than 1 million level pinnacle fighters. We just want to Yitan. But there are 600,000 rank pinnacle fighters. No one is so high profile. You are so high profile. It's a beeping dog. I don't know how you felt when you met Yitan's 600,000 rank pinnacle warrior. Will you collapse? The reporters nodded each other, smiled bitterly, and prepared to leave. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out of the palace and talked with them a few times. Then the reporters nodded clearly. That person, Reba spoke, and told them to not broadcast all the articles they interviewed Princess. These are already classified. The reporters immediately understood, and immediately returned to their own newspaper. After Reba returned to the palace, he reported directly to Freeman. Freeman, sitting in a high position, looked at all the interviews with Princess, and suddenly snorted in disdain. Princess is so cruel. Freeman said majestically and coldly on it. Elbow stood below, smiled awkwardly, and touched his nose and said, Lord, this is not to blame Prince Nose, but to blame. He and Yitan have lived in a century. When Freeman heard this, he immediately laughed. That's right. Living with Yitan for a century is just fucking. Lord, I will inform Yitan now, Elbow asked while standing on the stage. looking at Freeman. Freeman nodded. This must be informed. Now their relationship is like a person wearing a pair of pants. And Freeman has already recognized the kid Yi-tan. Now people do better than him. Moreover, he still loves his daughter sincerely, so why should he be the father who can't be loved by women? Okay, I'm going to notify Yi-tan. Ilbo walked on as he said. After watching Ilbo go down, Freeman sighed. This is a relaxed sigh. Since Yi-tan helped Avril to get the admission, the whole palace, military power and people's hearts have returned. Those members of the royal family also suffered assassins. There is basically no objection to the entire Freeal civilization, and even if there is, it is just secretly making small moves behind the scenes. Freeman is now comfortable. What would he be like if he knew that Yi-tan was going to compete for the Freya Windstar domain? Will the dog peep? Yi-tan, who was far away in the Earth's #1 factory, had already received a communication from Ilbo. Princess? Yi-tan questioned. Which product is Princess? Yi-tan thought about it carefully in his mind. When Ilbo saw Yi-tan's appearance, he was speechless. You have forgotten your uncle and Princess. How big is your heart? If someone offends Princess, I guess they won't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, right? It's good for you. You have forgotten who they are. Ahem. Yi-tan, Princess is the one who came to Earth last time to kill you. Hearing Ilbo's figure, Yi-tan suddenly rang. Oh yes, that's the one? Why, he's back? Do you want to deal with me? Does he have enough energy stones? When Reba heard this, he became even more speechless. Fuck, I shouldn't have reminded him. No one is so pretending. Chapter 582. Chapter 580, The Pride of Princess. Okay, I'll just notify you. Now that the notification arrives, then you should prepare as soon as possible. After speaking, Ilbo directly hung up the video, without giving Yi-tan a chance to force it. This guy, as long as he catches the opportunity to pretend to be forced, he will pretend to be forced to death. Yi-tan watched Ilbo directly hung up the video, and touched his nose speechlessly. Did he pretend to be forced? Is that guy looking for death, right? Knowing that he has a 600,000 evil pinnacle army, and he still has to come and fight himself, isn't this looking for death? Since he is here, then he shouldn't even want to leave here. Yi-tan didn't know that Ilbo had already suppressed his news, and Princess didn't bother to watch the news in the third world. Therefore, it is basically impossible for Prince Nose to know that Yi-tan has a 600,000 evil pinnacle army. Otherwise, if you give Princess 100 courage, he will not come to the Earth to die. Arriving in the empty main base, the Red Dragon's voice suddenly appeared. Dominate. Yi-tan nodded when he saw the Red Dragon, and asked directly, how many violent soldiers are there now? Master, I have invested 3 million energy, rioting troops, and building war fortresses. Now there are 10 perfect war fortresses and 1.1 million class pinnacle fighters. The other 3 million energy is not there yet. When it is used up, due to time constraints, after waiting for about 3 hours, all energy will be used up. By then, the number of soldiers will reach about 1.5 million. Hearing what the Red Dragon said, Yi-tan nodded helplessly. It seemed that no super troops appeared. How could it not? Last time it was increased by 5%, and this time it was also increased by 5%. There is a total of 10% chance that there is no super unit. Simply helpless. Okay, let the Martian troops begin to prepare, and Princess will bring troops there soon. Yi-tan said coldly. The Red Dragon nodded immediately. As long as he investigates, the news can be investigated instantly. So when the ruler uttered Oz1, the Red Dragon had already investigated all the circumstances. Master, Princess will now gather with the remnants of the He family. After Yi-tan heard this, he was taken aback. This Princess was going to unite with the He family? Interesting. Since we are going to be together, we must all stay here, starting with you. Detonate the entire Freya Windstar domain. In the Universe-class battleship of Princess, Princess is gathering with the remnants of the family such as Hajia Majiayu family. Everyone, I am looking for you today to eradicate Yitan for you. You only need to cooperate with me. I know your ambition is to become the master of the Freyavan civilization. I will also help you. I did it. Princess, who was high above, said coldly, looking at the discouraged He family people in the audience. When the He family heard this, their eyes suddenly shrank, and their hearts, the throne of Freyavan civilization, suddenly became excited. It can be said that there is greed. Princess, isn't it easy to deal with Yitan? He family remnants said nervously. When Princess heard this, he smiled coldly and disdainfully said, He, even if they are great, where can they go? I am Princess, don't you believe in my strength? Princess said proudly. His eyes filled with disdain. A group of indigenous people, a small secondary civilization, make you so embarrassed? Hearing what Princess said, the He family and the others were taken aback. Princess was able to find them. He must have understood the situation. Most of the troops in his base camp were killed by Yitan, and Princess must also know. Since Princess is confident, what else can they say? Princess, since you have the confidence to eradicate Yitan, of course we can help you. Now, I will contact some people who want to rebel against Freya civilization, unite with you, and eliminate Yitan. Yes, eliminate Yitan. At this point, the remnants of the Ne family, the Yu family, and the Ma family all shouted with their hands high. The arrogance and dignity of Princess did not allow them to tell how good Yitan was. They are now street rats, and they don't even dare to appear in public places. Once they do, they will be retaliated by Yitan. Moreover, they are not eligible to exchange with Princess. What Princess lacks is only a dog, which they willingly regard as this dog. But they never thought that Princess didn't understand the situation at all, and he didn't even ask where their family army had gone. He didn't even know that Yitan wiped out his army. There were 600,000 evil pinnacle fighters on the earth. No, now it can be said that it is 1.5 million soldiers. If this Nema goes, anyone will die. Well, you can contact as many people as you can. After I eradicate Yitan, it will be the end of the Freyavan civilization. If you destroy the Freyavan civilization, you are in control, Princess said with a successful smile from the corner of his mouth. He also has the dog he needs now. As long as he kills Yitan, the people from the higher academy will not pursue them. Just help them quickly lay down the Freyavan civilization, and then one of them will take the throne. Killing the person who enthroned, killing everyone, the Osman civilization is in control of the Freyavan civilization. If this is the case, the higher education institutes will only investigate the problems of the Hajia and others, and there is no problem with the Osman civilization. Under the control of the Osman civilization, whoever dares to talk nonsense, whoever talks nonsense, is a dead end. At that time, the growth of the Osman civilization, will the senior college dare to offend them for a student at will? Thinking of this, Princess showed excitement on his face, and his heart began to jump wildly. Because as long as the Freya civilization is broken, Avril will be his, and Avril has been imprisoned, so he can play whatever he wants. The first beauty of Freyavan civilization. Such a plaything, quack. Ha ha ha. Princess suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, very frantic and triumphant. Those from the Hajia family have already gone down, and began to convene those who want to anti-Freyavan civilization. With Princess as a bargaining chip, basically anyone who is anti-Freyavan civilization will agree. After all, this is real force. As long as there is Princess, who can stop them? There are 5 levels of civilization. And at this moment on the Earth, everything is on alert. When Yitan originally allocated resources in the base, a word from Red Dragon suddenly made Yitan almost fainted without excitement. Master, a superhero appears. Yuri. When Yitan heard this news, he just slammed and hurriedly headed towards the barracks. Chapter 583. Chapter 581. Yuri Unit. The superhero is out. Master, a new superhero appears in the base. Yuri. The Red Dragon standing beside Yitan said suddenly. After Yitan heard it, his eyes glared on the spot. Blood was all over his body. Fucking Yuri is coming out. Yitan almost fainted without excitement. Yuri, how long has he been waiting? He had been waiting from the moment he appeared at the red police base, but unexpectedly, he finally appeared today. Take me there. Yitan held back for a long time before uttering these three words. Hong Long took Yitan to the barracks of the subbase. At the gate of the barracks, there is a soldier standing. The soldier does not carry any guns, which is very different from Yuri in the game. Yuri's head was naked, and there were a lot of tubes inserted into his head, which looked terrifying. There is still a small moustache under the nose. Yitan arrived in front of Yuri, then Yuri immediately chopped off his right foot, beat his chest with his left hand, and shouted at Yitan, "Humble duty Yuri, see master." After speaking, Yuri raised his head. His eyes contained an extremely intense expression of excitement, and Yitan was a little bit startled when he looked at it. Why does this guy look like this? Does he know me? Yuri, do you know me? Yitan asked, squinting. Master, you can forget us, you can forget our past, but we will never forget the honor you brought us. Fuck. Yitan was shocked. What's the situation? When did I bring you honor? When have I been with you? What the hell is this? Yitan lowered his head and did not speak. From this moment, he had a new perspective on the red police base. He has a hunch, but he is not sure. After thinking for a long time, Yitan raised his head and looked at Yuri. No matter what it was, Yuri finally appeared today. This is a great thing. Yuri details. Yitan King said coldly. Immediately, the red dragon behind him projected a screen, displaying all the detailed data of Yuri. Yuri, the leader of the Red Police unit, can easily control the human nerve center, and can even control large battleships, optical brains, intellectual brains, etc., and is a natural and powerful enemy of the Zerg. There is a distance regulation for each control, and the distance is regulated according to different levels. The powerful brain and fragile body must be protected. Once Yuri dies, the controlled unit will also restore the nerve center. After reading the detailed data of Yuri's unit, Yitan closed his eyes and trembled in his heart. This is a real superhero. This guy can kill everything in seconds. Just when Yitan closed his eyes, the sound of a person running quickly came from a distance. Yitan opened his eyes and saw that he was even more excited when he saw the person coming. The second Yuri came out. This Yuri was given by the clone center. The clone center is connected to the barracks. Once the barracks create any units, the clone center will follow along to create one. This also means that Yitan will always be to Yuri. Report master. Yuri will report on the second. It's the same with Yuli number 2, stomping his chest and giving the highest courtesy to police Yitan Hong. Yitan looked at this number 2, but his appearance changed a little, and the rest was no different from Yuri. Yuri, what is the range you can control now? Back to the master. The range of the humble duty control is 100 kilometers. The total control is a unit. 100 kilometers. Yitan's heart exploded. 100 kilometers, this guy is crazy. But Yitan had the final say, in fact, the same. The expansion of the base, about 100 kilometers larger, let alone Yuri. Then if you control the unit in the interstellar space, will you be disturbed? Yitan asked with his heart. And he was most worried about this issue. After all, the Red Alert is a unit in the game. Who has seen the Red Alert game appear as an interstellar? Back to the master, the humble position can control the unit at will in the starry sky. Please rest assured the master. Hearing Yuri's reply, Yitan finally let go of his heart, and his mood is even better. Now Yuri is a superhero. Even if he is a princess, what should he worry about? And according to the Red Alert in the game, once Yuri controls an enemy unit, the commander can control that unit so that it can run across the map. That is, as long as the enemy is controlled, it can run across the stars. Natasha. Behind Yitan, she followed Yitan's charming beauty Natasha straight out. Humble job. Yitan looked at Natasha with piercing eyes and said, immediately start to prepare the army. and let the people in the laboratory build two powerful armors for Yuri. Yes, dominate. Why did Yitan build two high-impact armors? That's because he was afraid that Yuri would be killed directly before he even played. That's a beeping dog. Yitan returned to the command hall, looked at the information mobilized by all parties, and nodded in satisfaction. Although Natasha was the first superhero to appear, it was only a super individual soldier and powerful sniper rifle. But the interstellar mode, Natasha's talent, has been transformed into mecha. It can be said that Natasha is a born mecha fighter. Even if it is the Red Dragon, it is hard to beat Natasha. You can imagine how terrifying the Red Police Base has transformed Natasha. Now with Yuri, Yitan feels that conquering Freel's civilization is not a problem at all. Although Frere's civilization is the master of Fremen, even if Yitan does not conquer, the future of Frere's civilization is also in control of Yitan, because of Avril Lavigne. However, it is the task of the Red Police Base to fight for the hegemony of the Freel civilization, and Yitan is also lacking energy stones. Therefore, it is necessary to fight for the hegemony of Freel civilization. The future control of Freel civilization is still Fremen. He just blood-washed the entire domain. Loot some energy stones. For Yitan, there is really no need to control the star field. Master, the battleship of Princess has already started, coming towards our Earth, and it will arrive in 2 hours. Hearing the words of the Red Dragon behind him, Yitan squinted his cold eyes and muttered, "Is it finally coming? Is this my last battle in the Freel civilization?" The Red Dragon standing behind Yitan did not speak, but her mechanical eyes, Red Shinran. This time the Osman civilization has gathered most of the forces of the Freer civilization, basically the anti-Freel civilization empire. Power. Once these forces are completely destroyed by Yitan, Yitan can complete the task of contending for the hegemony of the Freel civilization. Red Dragon, move the battlefield away from the Earth. Chapter 584. Chapter 582, Assembled Os Army. Red Dragon was taken aback. Why did he change positions? This time is the strongest battle we have encountered. It cannot be placed outside the Earth. If there is any mistake, the Earth will also be affected. When the Red Dragon heard the words of the Master, he immediately understood. Master, where should we put our position? Yitan squinted his eyes and looked at the galaxy outside the Earth. Mars is not good. Mars has been transformed and can become the second life star on Earth at any time. So it cannot be placed on Mars. The moon is too small. After a few attacks, the moon will explode. When the Earth has no moon, wouldn't it be a beeping dog? Place Jupiter. The surface area of Jupiter is 121.9 times the surface area of the Earth, and the mass is 317.8 times that of the Earth. And it is very vast. Then prepare to fight on Jupiter. The Red Dragon squinted his eyes twice, then nodded and said, Master, according to the calculation, it is not enough for us to place on Jupiter, because we build defensive weapons and cannot keep up. But there is a large group in front of the home planet, asteroid debris. We can place some dark energy self-exposure fighters in the asteroid debris group. As for the Red Dragon, Yitan suddenly understood that if they came to Jupiter, they must pass the asteroid group first. Once they passed, they could detonate those dark energy self-destructive fighters. By then, but there are many people who think that this time, every empire has an outstanding commander. Will anyone be fooled? Yitan couldn't help having a headache. And at this moment in the third world, what is already boiling is going to heaven. Everyone knows one thing, that is, Princess gathers several civilized empires and heads to the Earth to prepare to kill Yitan. This news exploded directly in the third world, and everyone was discussing with each other excitedly. Does Yitan attract hatred so much? Why do so many people want him to die? Aren't you talking nonsense upstairs? If your son is dead, will you avenge your son? Yeah, Yitan did too much in the Big Buy. He killed more than 800 sons. There will be hundreds of civilizations to avenge. Haha, Yitan is not dead. I will eat. Haha, how many times have you eaten Xiang upstairs? I remember the last time you said you couldn't eat Xiang. right? Tusk. I heard that the second level 100% evolution potion sold in the last auction was sold on Earth. And there are also formulas. What? There are other things? The matter of the level 2 evolution potion suddenly spread in the domain, and more civilizations were about to move. They knew about the evolution potion, and even participated in the auction, but they didn't mention it. They almost forgot. Those people who were about to move, eventually moved, and they gathered the battleships one by one, ready to go to the Earth to plunder the formula of the evolution potion. Moreover, there are also the technical data of the Bloodstab Mecha. These things are all good things. Suddenly, many civilizations went to the Earth without the invitation of the Osman civilization. This made the entire Freel civilization. Suddenly wind and thunder combined. Everyone felt the abnormal sense of depression in the air. It's very quiet, as if a storm is coming. On the battleship of Os civilization, Prince Os is discussing with hundreds of civilization leaders in the meeting room. Everyone, I am very happy that you can come together to kill Etan today. Prince Os sat in the first place and said confidently. Everyone in the audience smiled and said, the prince is laughing. We can come. One is to help the prince, and the other is to avenge our son. Etan must die. Hearing the voice from the audience, Prince Nose nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I just received the news that there are still many civilizations who are responding to my call and preparing to join us. Prince Os said proudly. Really? Great. Now that we have so many warships, don't you believe that we can't destroy a single Earth? Ha. Don't believe Etan is not dead now. Everyone shouted happily and excitedly, as long as Etan is destroyed, how many good things the Earth has, it will be exciting. And they have now completely forgotten the 600,000 class pinnacle fighters on the Earth. Even the faint-hearted, seeing thousands of warships on them, will pluck up the courage, even if there are 1 million class pinnacles warriors. What are we afraid of? We have so many warships. Since they want to meet with us, let's wait for them for a few hours first, and I will discuss how to take down the Earth. Prince Os narrowed his eyes and said. Suddenly, the people in the audience said dryly, Prince, I don't think you need to be so overkill. Just our warships will be bombarded. What else is left? Ha, that is, we have so many warships. I don't believe that Etan can shake the sky. Hearing what the audience said, Prince Os was slightly displeased. He wanted Etan to die, but he preferred to torment Etan slowly. That was the coolest. Some people saw the displeased look on Prince Os' face, and suddenly closed their mouths and said nothing. Those who were still in an uproar closed their mouths as they saw their voices getting quieter. The meeting room was quiet. Prince Os opened his eyes and squinted at the people and said, even if we want to kill Etan, we have to respect him. Why should we be so rude? After all, that is a beautiful planet. Hearing what Prince Os said, everyone pretended to yell. Yes, that is, we can't be so rough, or the prince knows the whole thing. We deserve to be the prince of Osman civilization. Yes, the gentlemen of Prince Os, even the princes of the royal family in our domain, can't compare to it. It should be unworthy. Hearing the flattering in the audience, Prince Os' face eased a lot. Well, I will now talk about how we deal with Etan. First of all, we separate. The people in the entire conference room were listening to Prince Os alone, and everyone else was listening attentively. And no one knew that a hidden camera above their meeting room suddenly flashed a red light. Then one battleship after another flashed red light. Very fast. There are thousands of warships outside the Osman civilization now, large and small, even transport ships, come to join in the fun. Anyway, the scene Prince Os wants is that the bigger the better. And Prince Os is now waiting for another batch of warships. After all, more and more people are responding to the third world. Prince Os has other strategies in his heart, which is to gather everyone together. In this case, he can obtain it by himself. It is much easier to have the throne of Freel civilization. Chapter 585 Chapter 583, Princess who has exploded. The red light flashing in the warships of the Osman civilization is a sign of the Red Dragon invasion. Hong Long told Yi Tan the news, and Yi Tan was taken aback on the spot. What does Osman thus want to do? Do you want to be so exaggerated to deal with an Earth? How many warships do you need? These are thousands of ships. And what kind of Zerg is our planet? What an exaggeration. But Yi Tan was pondering. Yes, he discussed with Natasha Hong Long and others for a long time, but the eggs were of no use. Thousands of warships will come, unless they can place their dark energy self-donation fighters in their battleship group, gather together, and then explode. But they are scattered. There is no way at all. Battleship group ... Battleship group. Yeah? Yi Tan suddenly thought of something, and laughed ha-ha when he slapped his thigh, and the Red Dragon standing by was startled. What's the matter with domination? Master, what did you think of? Hong Long asked, tilting his head. Yi Tan said excitedly, where are the warships of the Osman civilization now? The Red Dragon hurriedly projected a star map, showing the warship of Osman civilization. Master, the Os civilization battleship is here, which is more than an hour away from our Earth, but they are now gathering the major civilization battleships of the Freel civilization, so they are waiting. Hearing this, Yi Tan's eyes brightened. Good, 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 great, Red Dragon, let the army prepare immediately, and let the scientists rebuild the shape of the war fortress for me. The Red Dragon froze for a moment, and his eyes flashed continuously. What do you want to dominate this? Everyone has already come. What kind of war fort are you looking for? Red Dragon, just follow the command line. We will not place the war here this time. We will place the war zone here. Yi Tan finished speaking, pointing directly to the direction where the Os civilization battleship stopped. Hong Long looked at it, and the boss suddenly opened his mouth. I'm going to dominate. This is going to other people's lair. Yes, the base is basically very strong now. If there are not thousands of warships attacking together, then the base will definitely destroy the existence of other civilizations. If we go to other people's nests now and make the world upside down, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. After Hong Long wanted to understand everything, he immediately began to prepare. All the army built on Jupiter, all returned, riding on one after another war fortresses, ready to go to the location of the battleship Princess. After Yi Tan had arranged the Earth's defenses, he and 2 million class pinnacle fighters went to the location of the Os civilization battleship. And the dark energy self-donation fighter he carried this time. But there are 100. At this moment, where the Princess battleship is, more and more warship civilizations are coming. The group of thousands of warships is increasing crazily. There are already more than 1,500, and many people are here, gathered together. As the Prince of Os civilization saw more and more people coming, his heart was filled with extremely powerful pride. And the more people there are, the weight of Princess becomes less and less. And many people are already dissatisfied with his position as Commander-in-Chief. In the battleship Princess, a huge meeting room, there are now thousands of civilization masters gathered together. The entire conference room is not so quiet, but very noisy. No, I don't agree. I don't accept Princess to assume the position of Commander-in-Chief. That is, I am also not convinced. You people are looking for Yi Tan to avenge. But we are going to the Earth to find those things. You should know how precious these things are. Yeah, why let Princess be the Commander-in-Chief? Then what are we doing? Did you kill Yi Tan for him? We don't want to be a dog. You should be just like you. The entire conference room is extremely noisy. On the one hand, it supports Princess. On the other hand, it does not support it. People who do not support it all come from the scientific and technological materials of the evolving medicine formula and the blood stab mecha, and those who support them are all surrendering to Princess and avenging their son. However, there are many more people who do not support Princess. When Princess saw this, his face turned black, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Killing Yi Tan was the second task, and taking down the Freel civilization was the first task. On the way here, His father had been in discussions with him for a long time. Yi Tan's affairs can be set aside, but the throne of the Freal civilization cannot be set aside. Seeing that the scene had been out of his control, Prince Os was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This Nima is simply acting like he cannot live, because they are surrounded by warships that they don't support. Once they do something, it will be a swarm of attacks. Even if the universe-class warships of Prince Os are awesome, what about it? Faced with thousands of warships, how can it be great? Boom! Prince Os, who couldn't bear it, slammed the tabletop, looked at the crowd with a gloomy expression, and said coldly, "Since you all said that you want something like the Earth, who can tell me, what is on the Earth?" Prince Os' eyes were staring. He knew that there was a super powerful thing on the Earth. That is the brain. That's right. The last time he suffered a loss, it was the problem of the brain, but that brain has been killed by himself. What else can be on the Earth? Prince Os, what we want, you probably won't look up to you. I want all the scientific and technological information of the Earth's Bloodstab Mecha. Oh, you are a third-level civilization, and you want the information on the Bloodstab Mecha. Why don't you go to heaven? The Bloodstab Mesh technology data is mine. Hee. What a Bloodstab Mecha? I want the formula of level 2 evolution potion. A group of idiots. What's the use of those things? Not much to say. I only want all the researchers on the Earth. The scene went crazy again, and Prince Os' complexion turned pale, his face twitching constantly. What are these things in my Nima, Mecha technology data? Evolution potion formula? Researcher? What use are these things? My Oscar civilization, most of them, this group of indigenous people in Nima, can it be fun? Prince Os has the urge to cry now. Following this group of turtles, he really had nothing to say. Boom! Prince Os slapped the table again. His face blackened as he watched the crowd yelling, "Well, since you want what you want, I can give it to you. I don't hurt the Earth. I only want Yi Tan's life, and you are, help me kill Yi Tan." As soon as Prince Os said the words, the entire conference room suddenly calmed down. No, it can be said to be silent. Those who support and don't, all look at Prince Os as if. Prince Os was taken aback. What happened again? Just when everyone was silent, someone said, "Prince Os, do you think we are all 3-year-olds? Or are you a fool? You don't want the scientific researchers of the Earth. The evolving potion, the blood-stabbing mecha, how am you funny?" Yes, who would you lie to? When Prince Os heard this, a wave of enthusiasm almost poured in. Fuck your sister, I am a dignified prince of Os civilization. What am I doing so shabby? Chapter 586. Chapter 584, The Shocked Prince Os. Damn. What do I want these things for? My Nima. Prince Os almost fainted with anger. He really almost got angry. He is a dignified prince of Os civilization. He wants these things to be useful, but looking at the faces of this group of natives, Prince Os is really speechless. One is more real than the other, and his face still looks stupid. Forbearance. Prince Os kept breathing, and secretly said in his heart, he was afraid that he really couldn't help it, and killed all these natives. Then you said, what should you do now before you believe it? Prince Os suddenly couldn't help but burst into a drink. It directly silenced the entire conference room. So frowned, thinking in my heart. This time, it was true that Prince Os took the lead, but now that there are more and more people, everyone wants to get a share of the Earth. But this matter is not so easy to handle. Seeing everyone bowing their heads thoughtfully, Prince Os closed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. He opened his eyes and said, everyone, all right, since you all want to get the information on the Earth, so good, we attack the Earth together, kill Yi Tan, and then make all the scientific and technological information public. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. This is not a solution. Prince Os, I want to ask, what should I do if I don't want to make it public? It seems that I don't need to be with you this time. I plan to find another companion to go to the Earth to kill Yi Tan and obtain the science and technology information of the Earth. One person stood up and said, everyone's heart sank, yes, the Bloodstab Mecha information is so precious, they all want to obtain it. but they don't want others to have it. This is human greed. I think this is not a solution, but we can still do this. We will attack the Earth first, and then we will not move the Earth. We will test individual capabilities on the Earth and then allocate all the resources. How about this? Hee. What you said is like a fart. Then what do we low-level civilized people do? Is it cannon fodder? That's it. This method won't work. The scene rioted again. At this moment, Yetan, riding in the war fortress, has slowly arrived at the gathering point of the OS civilization battleship. Yetan brought a total of 2 war fortresses this time, and the shape of the current war fortress has been remodeled. It can be said that it is not a transformation, but only some useless cyan sheets have been added to the battleship, which makes people invisible at first glance. This is a war fortress. After all, the Fortress of War is already in the realm of Freel civilization and is famous. Master, we are already close to the battleship stronghold of the Osman civilization, and now we need to verify our identity. Yetan nodded, looking at the overwhelming battleship. His heart was a little bit cold. If so many battleships go to the Earth together, will the Earth have a chance to survive? Master, past, I have tampered with all their messages. Very good, Yetan said with satisfaction. With the Red Dragon here, it's just good not to want it. Red Dragon, look at this for Yuri to control some people, and then place the Dark Energy Self-Donation fighters in their battleships. Remember to place them evenly. Yetan said with a sneer, since you are here, let you blossom together. After Yetan arranged everything, he headed towards the mothership of Princess, and he had to attend a meeting to come here. And Yetan also wanted to meet this princess. If he had the opportunity, he would place one in his battleship. Yetan went this time and brought a Yuri and Natasha, just 3 people. But for Yetan, these 3 people were enough. After that rigorous inspection, Yetan and the 3 finally came to the meeting room. The 3 of Yetan walked directly in the noisy meeting room. There were screams, roars, fucking, and people fighting. All this almost made Yetan think that he was in the wrong place. But when I saw Princess, who had a dark face, I knew he hadn't gone wrong. But what happened to these people? Yetan opened his eyes and looked at the people's constant arguing and cursing with great interest. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Yetan finally understood. The corners of his mouth twitched. Right? These people are simply not evenly dividing the spoils. This hasn't started yet. You have started to divide the spoils? What do you mean by dividing the spoils and dividing Liz's property? Yetan didn't know how to stare at everyone. And Princess, who is the first one, can't help it anymore. Didn't you see him shaking all over? Ah, shut up. Princess suddenly stood up, roared, and then looked at the people coldly and roared. Now I have not yet left the Earth. This kind of thing happened. Well, since you want all the information on the Earth, then in this way, we can lay down the Earth by our ability. Anyway, I am not interested in the information of the Earth. I only need Yetan's head to be on the head. The cold voice of Princess made everyone bewildered and looked at Princess dumbfounded. Suddenly someone stood up and said, Princess, do you not know the preciousness of the Earth data? You don't want it. Then what are you doing? Let's go, and we will help you take down Yetan's head. That's right, you said so righteously. Don't you just want the data of the Earth? With your ability, who can beat you? Yes. The last sound was Yetan yelling from behind. Princess's face is getting darker and darker. Does my Nima need these spicy chicken things? Okay, tell me, what are those things? Princess roared and shouted impatiently. At this moment, everyone in the audience was shocked. This princess originally didn't know about the blood-stabbing mecha, the evolving potion. All of a sudden, the meeting room was extremely quiet. The butler standing next to Princess had already understood the situation. He stood next to Princess and said softly, Prince, the blood-stab mecha is researched on the Earth, and once sold for the price of a capital in 1 second, only a little bit was sold. In addition, the second-level evolution potion formula they said was a 100% successful formula. The finished product has been produced, and it has even been sold in Freyavin. Hearing the words of the butler, Princess trembled in his heart and gave the butler a big mouth, excited. Fuck, It turns out these things are so good, they are so good. I wonder if this group of turtles want them. However, the eyes of Princess were full of greed. Everyone in the silent meeting room saw his face, and they were a little bit inwardly. It's okay now, this guy actually knows. What can I do? At the back of Yi-Tan, a bloodthirsty and excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 587. Chapter 585. Princess has his brains. Princess' eyes were filled with endless greed. When he learned that the Earth had a second-level evolutionary medicine formula, and it still had a 100% success rate, all of a sudden, greed filled his heart. And all the information on the Bloodstab Mecha, these things are all good things. Is it possible to sell things that can sell Yijing Universe coins? Everyone in the conference room also saw the greedy color on Princess' face, and they made a chuckle in their hearts. It turned out that Princess didn't know anything. If they had known it earlier, they wouldn't be quarreling. Now Princess knows how many pieces can be divided into such a big cake. All of a sudden, the entire conference room was quiet and terrible, and everyone had their heads lowered, not knowing what they were thinking, and Yi-Tan, who stood behind the crowd, showed a bloodthirsty smile. Yuri closed his eyes as well. Then there was a greedy Princess on his face. Suddenly there was a huge shock all over his body. His body shook, and his eyes were a little red. He lowered his head and pointed at the wrist. Wisdom Brain issued a series of tasks. 1 hour later, the warship opened fire and killed all surrounding battleship groups. If you can't beat it, the self-detonation program will start. After Princess gave the order, there was a sharp pain in his mind, and then Princess' eyes returned to normal. But the pain in his head made him press his temples. What happened? Princess secretly said in his heart that at the moment just now, he seemed to be lost, as if he had a strong mental power to replace himself. But when I saw the silent conference room, it was still in the state just now, and I didn't notice anything, but the greedy desire in my heart dropped a lot. The question I am thinking about now is how to let these people attack the Earth, and then all the resources of the Earth are their own. Just when Princess lowered his head to think, but did not realize that he gave orders to the warship, the audience began to feel irritated. They feel that waiting like this is not a solution. Princess, what are we waiting for? Let's start attacking the Earth now. Yeah, that's right, attack the Earth now. Seeing the ridiculous crowd in the audience, Princess smiled disdainfully. Can they wait? Are they afraid that they will wipe out the Earth's resources? Princess squinted, wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, a person slowly walked to the side of Princess. Many people did not notice. After all, there were so many people in the entire conference room. Just when the quarrel in the room became more and more serious, everyone, listen to me. Yi-Tan, who was beside Princess, suddenly yelled, and suddenly the whole room was quiet. Since Yi-Tan turned his back to Princess, Princess did not see Yi-Tan's face clearly. I just want to hear what the man standing in front of him wants to say. And everyone in the audience didn't seem to think of who this face was. After all, no one would have thought that Yi-Tan would come here, or even come to their lair. Everyone, I know your worries and fear that one person will take away the resources of the Earth under attack. I know all of these, but I have a good way to let you all obtain those resources of the Earth. Yi-Tan stood in the first place, his face solemnly shouting at everyone. When everyone in the audience heard it, they suddenly became interested. What's the solution? This little brother, you mean it? That's right, what can be done? Seeing everyone's questions, Princess was also puzzled. What else could be done? This is obviously because there are more wolves and less meat, and there is no way to distribute them. And Yi-Tan spoke. Yi-Tan took out a brick from his back and kept worrying about it in his hand. He smiled and looked at the people and said, it is very simple to solve this problem. I can balance it with one hand. When everyone heard it, they were even more puzzled. What we want is the resources of the Earth. What use can you take with which iron plate? If you can balance with one hand, who can you balance? Everyone complained in their hearts. But Yi-Tan looked at the expressions of the crowd with a bloodthirsty smile, then suddenly turned around, raised the iron bricks, and slapped his head fiercely toward the innocent look of Princess. Boom! A muffled sound rang in everyone's ears. I saw that Princess was already limp to the ground at the moment. His brains were all taken away. Blood was flowing out. Princess' physique was not simple. His talent was defense. So Ethan didn't kill him at once. Instead he fainted to the ground. Are you nonsense? You try? Everyone in the conference room was dumbfounded, horrified, and looked at with open mouths in disbelief. Hiss. Is that Princess who fell down? Nonsense. That's not who Princess is. I'll take a bite. Who is this person, so powerful? Mommy, what did I see? It's blinding my dog's eyes. Who is this guy? Seeing the awkward expressions of the crowd, Ethan sneered even more. This group of people hadn't recognized themselves yet. Just this thing. Still want to go to the earth to get revenge? Tease me? The butler next to Princess recovered his expression, and squatted down to check the prince's injuries. Who are you? Do you know that this is Princess? You dare to hurt Princess? Don't think of a warship today. The butler squatted on the ground. His face roared fiercely. Ethan snorted coldly and patted a brick towards the head of the housekeeper. Boom! In my life, I hate being threatened by others. Boom! Boom! The head of the housekeeper was directly smashed into fleshy flesh by Ethan, becoming a headless corpse. The bloody smell spread directly in the room. Everyone dared not speak anymore. They knew it. This guy was deliberately trying to kill Princess. You guys, I don't know if you are satisfied with my solution. Ethan wiped the blood spluttered on his hands, smiling at everyone and said. Everyone was stunned, and they were suddenly fucked. Your uncle, you want to fight against Princess? Don't pull us. The people standing in the front hurriedly took a step back. No one wants to get this bad luck. At this moment, Princess, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up. Clutching his head, his face was painful and ferocious, and his whole person trembled slightly. And when Princess hadn't spoken yet, Ethan got close to Princess' face and looked at him with a smile. Prince, those people say you are not sincere enough and they can't do it. Well, so you have to die. They can get all the treasures of the earth. Princess was originally dizzy, but when he heard Ethan's words, his eyes were full of anger. Gritting his teeth and looking at the man in front of him. The more he looked, the more familiar he became, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became. This Nima. Chapter 588. Chapter 586. Want to get what I have? Death. The more I look at Princess, the more familiar his pupils are. Isn't this Nima? Boom. Another iron brick fell, and Princess was shot in the dark. And the blood splashed out again. The whole person also fainted directly. Ethan looked at Princess who fell on the ground with a bloodthirsty smile. He didn't want Princess' life now because Ethan wanted to have fun with them. And everyone in the audience had already beeped the dog. Damn your uncle, why do you want to bring us? What are we letting Princess die? Can you have fun? Everyone looked at Ethan's expressions, full of anger. Boy, what do you mean? When did we say those things? That's right. Boy, I think you are looking for death, right? Which civilization are you from? In this booming environment, the trusted patriarch of the three main masters of the Ma family and Yu family of the He family also came to Princess to check the injury. They thought that Ethan would not deal with them, because they were Hajia. But, boom, the head of the Ne family that Ethan shot directly with a brick fainted to the ground. The two patriarchs of Yu family stood up immediately, looking at Ethan in horror. Then the head of the Ma family spoke. Little friend, I don't know how we have grievances with you, but do we have something to say? What do you want? The Earth's resources are still Mecca's. What do you want? You say. Everyone in the conference room also looked at Ethan. It was not that Ethan alone suppressed everyone, but that everyone did not want to participate. One less person, one less competitor. This is what everyone wants to see. What do I want? Ha ha, am I missing? Ethan said sarcastically, and went straight up with a brick wheel. The head of the Ma family also had his head opened and collapsed to the ground. Ethan came today and he was sickened to death. As for the clan leader who had not spoken behind him, looking at Ethan's face, his heart became more and more horrified. more and more frightened, and the expression on his face became distorted. This person is Yi Tan. Yi Tan smiled sharply when he saw the expression on Clan Chifu's face. He knew that Clan Chifu already knew who he was. What if I know it? The plan is all ready. Yi Tan took a step forward, and the head of the Yu family shuddered and backed away abruptly. He looked at Yi Tan with a horrified expression on his face and roared, "Yi Tan, you dare to come here?" The words of the head of the Yu family shocked countless people in the audience. Wow! What? He is Yi Tan? I'm going. Do you want to do this? People have hit our nest, and we are still discussing how to divide their property. Is he Yi Tan? Ha ha, just kill him. Isn't the earth ours anymore? Everyone in the conference room got excited, and it was so effortless. Yi Tan looked at everyone in the conference room and sneered. Are you joking to kill himself? Princess, who was lying on the ground, woke up leisurely. The first thing he did when he woke up was to suddenly stand up and retreat. He looked at Yi Tan standing in front of him with a distorted expression. You, how dare you come here? Ha ha, well, let you stay here completely today. Princess roared hysterically. The minced meat on his skull fell tremblingly as he spoke, and there was a lot of minced meat directly connected together. It looks extremely disgusting. But Princess was already unable to take care of it. He raised his right hand and gave orders to his army to support them in the conference room. But the raised light brain, I don't know when, was trampled on by Yi Tan. Looking at the light brain on the wrist of the butler who fell in a pool of blood. Yi Tan was also trampled on. The angry princess has a pale face. Looking at the cameras on the surrounding walls, everything is working normally. Why is there no response? Why haven't those people come to support themselves? Princess has endless anger in his heart. In the monitoring center of the princess warship, the largest screen shows the princess meeting room. However, everything displayed on the screen was normal. Princess stood on the stage and addressed the following. Everyone in the audience listened attentively. This made everyone in the monitoring center not aware of any problems, so they didn't pay much attention. Therefore, Princess is so angry that there is no way. In the meeting room, there are cameras on the walls. If you look closely, you will find a hint of red light inside. Yi Tan looked at the hideous face of Princess, smiled disdainfully, moved his feet, and came to Princess in the blink of an eye. Yi Tan looked at Princess coldly, grabbed him by the neck, and said coldly, last time you let you escape, it was your luck. You dare to provoke me this time, but I want to thank you. I gathered all these people together, otherwise it would be difficult for me to find them one by one. After Yi Tan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became violent. The hand holding Princess' neck tightened harder, and Princess blushed and could not breathe. And everyone in the conference room was shocked when they heard what Yi Tan said. What did he say? Looking for him later. Could it be that what Yi Tan said last time at the big competition? Everyone's eyes were horrified, and they hurriedly looked around. Sure enough, everyone around, who can come here, was the one who killed his son by Yi Tan last time. Their son insulted Yi Tan in the audience, and Yi Tan told them that if they insulted me today, tomorrow is their death date. It turned out that Yi Tan had been trying to kill them, so he didn't know that the college gave him a 3-month holiday. Thinking of these meeting rooms, everyone panicked. But Yi Tan looked at the distorted face of Princess. His heart was cruel, and his pinching hand became more vigorous. Want to attack my Earth? Want my technology products? Want my evolution potion formula? Want my woman? Yi Tan said in the end. He burst out directly, and the whole room kept echoing Yi Tan's bursting voice. All the faces that listened changed dramatically. The eyes of Princess were even more horrified. What kind of strength Yi Tan is? This strength has surpassed the D level. Want my life? See who died today. Yi Tan roared violently, and then his other hand fiercely inserted into Princess' eyes. Puff. Yi Tan's hand was like a sword blade, and it was inserted into Princess' eyes in an instant, and the whole arm moved in, and Princess began to twitch frantically. Above the eyes is the brain. Yi Tan entered with this palm. He must die if he doesn't die. Chapter 589. Chapter 587, The Death of the Prince, Chaos and War. Princess was convulsing frantically, and Yi Tan pinched his neck, not giving him a chance to get off. Yi Tan shook his neck fiercely, and Princess directly knelt on one knee. The pinching hand was still firmly stuck on Princess' neck, but the palm of his eyes began to move. Yi Tan, like tearing the peel of grapefruit, forcibly tore the head of Princess in half. Princess died instantly, lying motionless on the ground. Then Yi Tan let go of his hand, but the head of Princess, at this moment, burst out like a fountain. Because Yi Tan had been stuck in his neck before, a lot of blood did not flow up. This loosening was not a fountain of blood. Yi Tan's cruel tricks were seen throughout the conference room. Everyone is dumbfounded, but Princess just died like this. Was it killed by Yi Tan abruptly? The hearts of everyone are unbelievable, but the bloody facts are in front of them. It makes them feel terrified. Yi Tan, do you know who you killed? You killed Princess today, and tomorrow the Os Empire army will enter the domain of the Frel civilization. You will be a sinner of the ages in the domain. Yi Tan, you have to die. Kill Princess, I think whoever can get you. Everyone looked at Yi Tan angrily and roared frantically. Yi Tan looked at the faces of everyone, smiled disdainfully. What a sinner through the ages. Yi Tan stepped forward, staring at them with hostile eyes, and said coldly, what a sinner of the ages. You have organized thousands of warships to come to destroy my home planet and even kill me. And isn't it just for you to kill? Even I can't get revenge. If I kill a princess, I will become a sinner forever. Hearing Yi Tan's angry voice, everyone felt a chill, and they all felt the awe-inspiring breath of murder in the air. Yi Tan, you don't want to be arrogant. You kill my son first. Can't I take revenge? What, Yi Tan? We will retaliate today for killing my son. Yes, kill Yi Tan. I don't believe he can kill all of us. Those fathers whose sons were killed by Yi Tan roared frantically one by one, and some did not want to participate in this matter. Princess is dead. If this continues, when the Os civilization enters the domain, none of these participating people will end well. Suddenly, people in twos and threes were gone, but the moment they appeared at Yi Tan, some clever people had already taken pictures. Because it serves as evidence, or wait for the Oscar civilization to enter. There is no evidence that Yi Tan killed them, and they all have to die. With evidence, the Os civilization will definitely not let Yi Tan go. Slowly, many people left the conference room. There were only more than 600 people left in the entire conference room. Everyone looked at Yi Tan with a ferocious expression. They were going to kill Yi Tan today. Yi Tan looked at them disdainfully, and didn't stop those people from leaving, because those people didn't go far. Just when everyone was facing each other, suddenly, the Osman civilization battleship began to buzz, as if it was a weapon charging like vibration. Everyone in the conference room groaned. What happened? At this time, a notice sounded from the Os warship. All soldiers of the A1 military region, please prepare for battle. All fighters are ready. All weapons are ready to be charged. Target all surrounding battleship groups. Countdown to attack. 10.9.5. Everyone heard the next sentence, and everyone panicked. What happened? The Os warship is going to attack all their warships. How can that be? Suddenly, everyone in the conference room swarmed out, heading towards their warship. The people on the Os warship did not care about these people. Because of Princess' mission, there was only one: attacking all the surrounding warships. There are no other tasks. When the commanders and helmsmen of the Os warship received the order of Princess, all of them stared wide-eyed and repeatedly checked whether this was the order of Princess. But no matter how you check it, it seems that Princess personally issued the order. They have no choice but to follow suit, and their hearts are still very worried, because there are thousands of warships around them. If this is all attacked, even the level 7 civilized warships can't stop it. For a time, the entire conference room was empty. Everyone returned to their warship. They didn't know what happened, but as long as they returned to their warship, it was safe. Standing in the conference room, Yi Tan looked at the Hajir, Majayus and the unconscious 3 people lying on the ground. He smiled coldly, looking at the dead princess. Yi Tan's eyes were cold and he went straight. With Yuri and Natasha, He left the Os warship and returned to his war fortress. Just returned to his war fortress. The war outside is about to break out. It's the kind of random raids, and the use of energy weapons is not a big damage weapon. And the people from the warship wanted to leave here. They didn't know why the Os warship was attacking them, but they could think that Prince Os died in the meeting room. What would be the only thing if they were discovered by those people? Don't even think about leaving. Sure enough, the deputy captain of the Nos warship began to send people to the conference room to find Prince Os. After all, he gave this order, but now there is no one and I don't know what to do next. Let's talk about finding Prince Ozzy. The deputy captain stood in the command hall, looking at the warships on the screen, frowning. What happened to these people? Somewhat weird. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. The deputy captain turned his head and looked around, and saw that the soldier he ordered was looking for Prince Os. Why did he come back in the dust? What's the matter? So flustered? The deputy captain asked with an unhappy expression. The soldier shouted with a crying face, "Captain, the captain prince is dead. The prince is dead." After speaking, the soldier slumped directly on the ground. His face was grey and his heart was very broken. What? The deputy captain roared. And the prince was dead? How can that be? The deputy captain's heart was raised. Unable to fight, he walked up to the soldier, grabbed it, and shouted with a frantic expression, "What are you talking about? Say it again." The soldier said with a grim face, "Captain, I just went to the conference room according to your order and found that Prince Os was ... killed in the conference room." When the captain heard this, he stepped backwards, his body still shaking. The helmsman, "Fight me fiercely against all the warships." The deputy captain understood. That must be the last words left by the prince when he died. Chapter 590. Chapter 588. The three of the He family hit the dungeon. "Hit me hard." Standing in the command hall, the deputy captain roared directly, for fear that the helmsman would not hear him. He understood now that it must have been those who participated in this meeting room who killed the prince, and when the prince returned, he left his last words. All these are good things done by these civilizations in the Frere domain. I wonder if they didn't even finish the meeting. They left early. There was a conspiracy. Ah, the deputy captain roared loudly. The prince is dead. How could the Lord have committed against them? Osman civilization. The Lord's favorite is this prince. Although the prince is dull, he is deeply loved by the Lord. Of this prince Nemu is dead, so don't you want to live? The captain's eyes were crazy, and the two warships of Os also went crazy. The shield opens. Energy weapons. Weapons of extensive damage. High-energy weapons. As long as the weapons that can be launched are attacking frantically. Those civilizations who were already eager to leave when they saw the Os battleship suddenly became so crazy, their hearts shook. It seems that the battleship Nos has already known about the death of Prince Os. Many people feel a little sinking in their hearts. They contacted the Os battleship, but none of them received any messages. What to do? Obviously, the most fringe battleship did not see what happened inside the battleship. After all, there were thousands of battleships, large and small, and the water surrounding the Os battleship could not leak. How could the battleships outside see it? Don't say you heard it. Can your space transmit sound? The warships at the edge were the first to come out. They immediately took the horror pictures they had taken, began to organize them, and then released them in the third world. This was just released and many people did not pay attention. And at this moment in the Os battleship, in the meeting room, the three of the Hajime family woke up leisurely, although their brains were about to split apart by Yeetan. Simply their physical physique is a little better, not broken. If it breaks, they guess the scene will be here today. Where are the people? The head of the He family sat on the ground, looking at the empty meeting room around him with blurred eyes. Ma and Yu grinned. The pain on their heads almost made them collapse. I don't know. They were still there when I was stunned by Yeetan. Something is wrong. What about Prince Os? Could Prince Os have killed Yeetan? Well, it's possible. The head of the He family was a little excited. Yeetan is dead and everything is easy to do. No, Listen. Clan Chief Yu narrowed his eyes and screamed in surprise. Clan Chief he also heard the trembling and shelling of the battleship. This ... this is up. Clan Chief he suddenly narrowed his eyes, quickly stood up and ran towards the outside, and as soon as they left the house, they encountered a large group of deputy captains who came with troops. Captain, seeing the ferocious deputy captain, his family and others hurried away. The deputy captain and the others also saw the Hajia and others, and their eyes sank. Did they kill Princess? Captain, is Yi Tan dead? Will he let him slip again? As soon as clan captain he came up, he asked this, and the captain smiled disdainfully, pretending, "You can kill people, and you shirk them on Yi Tan. Yi Tan came to our fleet." Captain, how's Princess? Clan Chief Yu, who was standing by, asked. The captain's face is getting darker and heavier. The prince is dead. You still pretend. Snapped. Suddenly, a mouth was pulled away fiercely toward the He family chief's cheek. The head of the He family was dumbfounded. Why are you hitting me so much? Captain. What does this mean? The He family chief looked at the captain with gloomy eyes and asked. When the captain heard this, his heart exploded even more, and another mouth was pulled up fiercely. What do you ask me? The prince is dead in your hands. Today, none of you want to leave, and the people outside don't want to leave. What? Family captain he and the others stared, looking at the captain in disbelief. Princess is dead? How can that be? Did Yi Tan kill Princess? Captain, that thief Yi Tan must have killed the prince. Yes, Captain. Are you misunderstanding? We are also victims. Then Yi Tan used iron bricks to slap us all out. Seeing the explanations of Hajia and others, the captain's face grew gloomy. Yi Tan? Does he dare to come up? Return the bricks? When we fighters all grew up eating xiang. Everyone who comes in will search. You said he brought in the bricks. The more you talk, the more ridiculous. The prince's death. But his head was abruptly pulled away. Come on, take these people down, and use all the torture. The captain screamed, then turned his head and left. The Hajia and others were soft, and the captain didn't listen to them. Why must they be deemed to have killed them? Then several soldiers dragged Hajia and others towards the dungeon. Hajia and others were shaking all over. And now in the third world. The humble video is boiling in the third world. More and more people are watching this video. Fuck. That's Princess. That man dare to shoot Princess with a brick. It's amazing. I am a big trough. What did I see? Princess was killed by someone. Princess is dead. That person turned out to be Yi Tan. In the entire third world, everyone saw this video and went crazy. They knew that Princess and many civilizations were going to attack the Earth. Many people want to see the results. But there has been no information. The message sent back this time directly caused the third world. No, everyone in the Freel domain was boiling. Last time, the second generation patriarch of the He family attacked the Earth. The entire army was wiped out, and the second generation patriarch died. This time it was Princess who led the third generation of the He family to attack the Earth. What's more, the He family is not dead, but Princess is dead. Everyone is swiping the screen and wants to see more videos. In the war fortress, Yi Tan squinted his eyes and was looking at the series of reports. The final result shown above was that everything was in progress according to Yi Tan's evolution. The war in the central area has been fought and cannot be fought. Those civilizations that were fighting against the battleship Os wanted to cry one by one, "Damn Nima, the battleship's on the edge, you just retreated. Nima is a battleship, how do we fight?" But the warships on the edge were not moved at all. Yi Tan watched this scene with a bloodthirsty smile. The first step is completed. Next, let you taste the taste of dark energy. P.S. Da Hai is here to say something. I saw the comment last night. I didn't sleep well in the middle of the night. These days, it's getting hotter and drowsy. I'm not focused, and the code word speed has dropped a lot. But some people, please forgive me and forgive each other. If you spray me, you can. But don't insult my readers and fans. I wrote the book not for you alone. Chapter 591 Chapter 589, Farewell. Go to Do Academy. Yi Tan drivers war fought, left, and flew far away. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Yi Tan's war fortress stopped. Yi Tan looked at the spherical Osman warships from a distance, with a bloodthirsty smile on his mouth. Red Dragon, prepare to detonate. Hong Long stood beside Yi Tan. His eyes flickered, then nodded. The so-called Dark Energy Self-Detonation Fighter is Yi Tan's reward after this upgrade. Once it detonates, it will stimulate powerful dark energy. Dark energy swallows all matter in the world. Wow! In the OS Civilization battleship group, the fire suddenly exploded, and everything was swallowed frantically. A powerful wave suddenly appeared, spreading towards the surroundings in place. Even the far-away war fortresses are flashing. Yi Tan looked at the empty battleship group and sneered. The attack of thousands of battleships was so relieved. Yi Tan sent an expedition to survey the surroundings to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. After everything was resolved, Yi Tan took the war fort and returned to Earth. The people on Earth didn't even know that they were almost attacked by thousands of warships, or even that they had passed by with death. Everyone lives a normal life. At this moment, in the third world, there was an uproar everywhere. Everyone was frantically discussing the death of Prince Os and the revenge of Os civilization. In addition, today is also a day for the nationwide celebration of the Freer civilization, because their master-daughter, Princess Avril and the Prince of the Seven Civilizations, are going to the Martial Arts Academy. The warship of the Martial Arts Academy stopped steadily outside the star of the Emperor Freer civilization. Avril Lavigne, Huang Saikang and others went to the shuttle, ready to take the battleship of the Do Academy and leave the star field where they lived all their lives. Avril Lavigne was standing in the square of Emperor Star, looking at the dense crowd. Freeman stood beside him and the 7 civilization kings. Sister-in-law. Don't read it, the boss said. He still has important things to do, so he has to go 3 months later. Yes, sister-in-law, don't be too anxious. When you arrive at Tanwu Academy, it's impossible for anyone to bully you. Even if someone bullies you, there will be us. Yes. Huang Saikang waited for his brothers, looked at Avril's little depressed face, and said comfortingly. Avril Lavigne cheered up in her heart, and then smiled slightly at her brothers. It's okay, I just want to see him. Huang Saikang and others opened their mouths and didn't say anything. They watched the Third World video, and they even knew that thousands of warships had gone to Earth. The warships of the 7 great civilizations and the Freer civilization are already ready. As long as there is a war there, their warships will go out. But they didn't expect that the videos circulating in the Third World shocked their hearts, and Prince Os was actually killed by Yi Tanxing. Even thousands of warships. So far there is no news. Freeman had already sent warships to the Earth, and if there was any danger on the Earth, they would immediately support it. But up to now, the battleship they sent hasn't responded. Just as everyone was thinking about it, the several instructors who came down from the shuttle contained the Deacon King. The time is up, we should go. The Deacon Wang said, standing in front of the academies. Huang Saikang and the others took a deep breath. Are they finally leaving their star field? You can finally see the outside world. I don't know what the higher civilization outside is like. Avril Lavigne's small nose twitched twice, and then he turned back and walked towards the shuttle. Just as Huang Saikang logged onto the shuttle, suddenly someone broke into the square and shouted, "Wait, Miss Avril, wait a minute." Everyone squinted their eyes and found that it was someone wearing very dazzling clothes, who looked like the kind of nouveau riche. Who is this person? How to dress like this? Huang Saikang asked, frowning. Sage next to him said, I don't know him. He should be a fan of Miss Avril. Maybe. But Avril Lavigne squinted her eyes, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and the dimples even appeared. Looking at Huang Saikang and the others stared straight. Fucking, who is this guy who can make his sister-in-law show such a happy smile? Huang Saikang and the others became angry all at once. In their eyes, The sister-in-law only loved Yetan and could not smile at others. But seeing the smile on the sister-in-law's face, can they not blow it up? Miss Avril, wait a minute. The upstart man finally came to Miss Avril. Stop. Who are you? Huang Saiking and others stepped forward and stood directly in front of Avril Lavigne, blocking the nouveau riche. The nouveau riche was taken aback for a moment, then returned to his expression. Watching Miss Avril respectfully make a gentleman's gift, Huang Saiking and the others frowned. This guy wears such a nouveau riche, so brightly blinds everyone's eyes, and even knows the gentleman's courtesy. This is simply nondescript. Miss Avril Lavigne, I am the Earth Dragon civilization. You can call me akin under the ruler. The nouveau riche said with a smile, with a special voice that everyone outside the square obviously could not hear. The eyes of Huang Saiking and others shrank. Tenglong civilization? Buttlebo, who was standing by, was speechless with black lines on his face. He could see from a long distance who belonged to this product, and he could be dressed like this, but he is not rare on Earth. These are all Yetan's gold masters. One is more prodigal than one spending money, and, to dominate this name, it is estimated that only Yetan dare to rise. Apart from Yetan, who can think of the name domination as a pronoun? It's the boss. Huang Saiking and others also reacted. Their eyes lit up. Akin, what do you want me to do? Avril looked at the upstart with expectant eyes. Her heart was beating bang, but there was some loss. Why didn't Yetan come to find herself by herself? Miss Avril Lavigne, it's like this. My master has just finished solving the Osman civilization issue, so now, it can't keep up. But my master will give you a big gift. Hearing what Ajin said, everyone was a little bit lost. Yetan still did not come, and Avril Lavigne also smiled slightly. Did she still not come in the end? Everyone was looking at Arjun, and saw that Arjun took out stacks of papers from his arms, and they immediately attracted the 7 great civilization kings and freemen. Generally speaking, as long as Yetan gives gifts, it will not be small. I don't know what exactly Ajin is holding. Miss Avril, these are the things my master gave you. These things, but our brothers, have spent a lot of energy. After Ajin finished speaking, he gave the stacks of paper to Avril Lavigne. Chapter 592. Chapter 590, The Gift Before Parting. Mission complete. Avril Lavigne took a look at her hand, and she was suddenly surprised. To cover her small mouth, he looked at Arjun incredulously, then looked at the content on the paper. Huang Saiking and their Lao Tzu who gathered around also saw the shock on Avril's little face, and looked up with their necks. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, it's shocking when you see it. Huang Saiking's eyes widened and his mouth trembled. This is equity, planetary management rights, and IMLK Mecha Equity. Fuck. And my Star Wars Mecha Game Equity. How did you get these things? Huang Saiking was shocked. Among these brothers, he was involved in business, and the other brothers had their own industries. Even the 7 civilization kings were moved. This stack of paper, it can be said that most of the economy in the Freya domain is in your hands. There are hundreds of planets involved in the control. These planets are basically rich minerals, and there are even some planets with better economies. The tax revenue in a year is hard to imagine. How did Yetan get these things? Only Lbo stood behind him. His face turned black. How did he get it? This Nemayashin is too bad, and these prodigal sons are too bad. They often use generous money, please this, please that. It seems that there is endless money, which attracts many people at once. Once these big people come into contact with these prodigal sons, they will be over. Unknowingly, those big people are crazy and want nothing. All to Yetan. This Nima is just beeping a dog. Lbo has been paying attention to this matter for a long time, but has not said that. After all, this is Yetan's matter, and it is not easy to participate. Then Arjun spoke. Miss Avril, my master said that if you go in these 3 months, Freeman will definitely not give you much pocket money. These things are all pocket money given to you by my master. Every month's funds will be added. In your light brain, Lord of the 7 civilizations, when the prince heard this, he immediately gave a thumbs up. This is the real local tyrant, This is true love. Give half a star field to your wife. Who else? Good guy. The tax revenue this month can reach millions of cosmic coins, right? Even if there are waves every day, it will never end, right? Thank you for me, the master of your house. Avril said with a smile. She can't accept it. He knows Yeaton's character. He is very domineering. He doesn't accept it. That guy will definitely chase to the academy and force her to accept it. Since Yeaton hasn't come, there must be something important. Perhaps the Osman civilization has not yet been dealt with, but Yeaton's heart makes Avril Lavigne as if she ate honey. Her heart is very sweet and very happy. Seeing Avril Lavigne's happy smile, Freeman nodded in satisfaction. From the beginning, he did not look down on Yeaton, because Lobo told him all about Yeaton's deeds. The most famous thing is that if you drink a dozen bottles of evolution potion together, you can survive intact. Who can do this? Not many people can do this. So from that moment, Freeman admired Yeaton very much, and he was very optimistic about Yeaton. Now, his daughter and Yeaton are also considered to have achieved positive results. Miss Avril Lavigne, we should go. The Deacon Wang in the shuttle also came down, watching Avril Lavigne beckoning and shouting. Avril Lavigne nodded, looked at Emperor Star with nostalgia, and then gave the stack of equity certificates to Freeman, and then slowly boarded the shuttle under Freeman's instructions. Huang Saiking and others also talked a lot to their father before they got on the shuttle reluctantly. This time, it takes only 3 years to come back, and they don't know much about higher civilizations. Basically, few students who go there every 10 years come back. Some even lack arms and legs, and some even return to the domain with a bunch of enemies. This is all normal. So they are very worried about a few of them, but there is only one way to grow civilization. Many ordinary people think that today's civilization is very good. If not. In fact, low-level civilizations will always be the cannon fodder of those high-level civilizations, and will always surround them firmly, with the supreme civilization at the center. This is the so-called bullying and fear of hardship. And Yeaton's mission is to fight for the hegemony of the entire human universe and change all patterns. This is Yeaton's ultimate goal. The shuttle set off, passed the barrier of Emperor Star, and came to the battleship of the Martial Arts Academy. The 8 people took the martial arts battleship and leapt towards their higher civilization. Don't give them any chance to visit their star field. When Freeman and the 7 kings saw the battleship leaving, they felt a strong disappointment and loss in their hearts. On Earth, Yeaton watched the video sent by Emperor Star, closed his eyes, and said in his heart, Avril Lavigne, wait for me. Only 3 months. Yeaton opened his eyes and Hong Long stood by. Master, everything is arranged. This time the civilizations participating in the encirclement and suppression of our planet have basically declared their surrender, and the contract has also been signed. Each month, each of their civilizations, according to different levels, will give us energy. Stone. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yeaton nodded in satisfaction. After he got rid of Princess, he sent people to thousands of civilizations. What to do? That is to declare war. Yeaton is very uncomfortable. He didn't even die, so he ran to other people's civilization and said, your boss is dead, why are you still following us against him? What? You surrender. Don't, we continue to declare war, we like war. What? Do you have to surrender? Then you give us tribute every month. In this way, thousands of civilizations surrendered without fighting. There is no way. People wipe out their bosses and warships. What do they use to fight? Moreover, the Earth has 600,000 Class D troops. If thousands of people are randomly placed on their planet, then the Devil Kingdom has entered the existence of the Hulk. Not a level at all. Very well. Since the entire Freeman civilization has basically been taken down by us, why is there no response from the base? Yeaton squinted his eyes and asked, Master, maybe it's still under review, so we need to wait. After hearing this, Yeaton nodded, but he was very interested to know how the Red Police Base audited it. If you could know all the secrets of the Red Police Base, it would be even cooler than fighting for the universe. After waiting for a long time, finally, Honglong came to Yi Tan and said, "Master, the base is approved. The mission is completed. The task of contending for the hegemony of the Freal civilization is completed." Hearing the Red Dragon's happy voice, Yi Tan's heart was also very excited. Great. And finally finished. Chapter 593. Chapter 591, Raffle. This is the first hegemony task that Yi Tan has completed since he stepped out of the earth and came to the domain of the Freal civilization. Of course, there are rewards for completing tasks, and there is a lottery for the 3 units. Yi Tan came to the main base excitedly. Looking at the big screen of the main base, there is a huge compass, which shows countless units, and each unit occupies a little bit. The more powerful the unit, the smaller it occupies. Yi Tan, who was watching, almost threw his sleeves and left. What do you mean? Is it fair to draw a lottery? If the most powerful unit is so small, if this Nema can be drawn, it will be a hell. On the pointer of the lottery, there are 3, which means there are 3 chances. Master, this is the time to fight for luck. Yi Tan's face turned black when he heard Red Dragon's words, and he shouted, "Start!" After that, the huge compass began to spin frantically, without seeing the shadow of the pointer. "Stop!" Yi Tan shouted with his eyes closed, and then the pointer slammed on the brakes and stopped on a red area. Yi Tan opened his eyes wide, and his angry eyes almost popped out. Fuck, there is no one with this luck, right? Red Dragon, is it too unlucky for me? I actually got a free soldier. Who else is there? Yi Tan said a lot. He really couldn't help but complain about this stuff. With so many units, he just picked one of the most garbage. Do you think Yi Tan can't blow it up? Master, I believe you, you will get something good next time. Red Dragon stood beside Yi Tan and said comfortingly. Yi Tan is even more speechless. Honglong, you are a good brain. Do you believe in luck? Can you be more scientific? The second lottery draw. Let's begin. Yi Tan shouted, shivering. Then the pointer began to spin fiercely again. Yi Tan didn't close his eyes this time. As soon as he started shouting, he called to stop, just to play with the base once. You have been upset for a long time. Then, on the huge screen, the unit of the lottery appeared. Increase the chance of random boxes by 10%. Yi Tan's eyes lit up when he saw this unit. This thing is good. This thing is even more powerful than the hero unit. I remember I saw a box last time, and it was invincible for a minute after I ate it. It was amazing. This box is very common in games. Well, I finally got a decent one, which can increase by 10%. Which is quite good. I don't know what proportion this is based on. Yi Tan muttered to himself. Master, this one appears randomly according to the location where the base appears each time. It originally appeared once in 100. But now it appears once in 90 days. Yi Tan suddenly understood, wondering if he had never seen it before. No. Yi Tan's face turned dark again. He looked at the Red Dragon and said angrily, Red Dragon, according to what I mean, it turns out that I have a 0 chance of being special. In total, I only showed up last time. Things exist, don't they? After Yi Tan finished speaking, his face darkened. The Red Dragon didn't speak, and directly defaulted. It made Yi Tan feel even more angry. This base is too pitted and pitted. Why is the system in the novel so good? Why is mine so bad? After all, it's because it's someone. Let's start the third lottery. Yi Tan took it seriously this time, and now has the last chance, hoping to get a big prize. Stop. Yi Tan roared. The pointer stopped suddenly, and then the result of the lottery also appeared on the big screen. Lightning Storm Enhanced Version. A small cosmic storm can easily cover a planet with an area like the Earth, and its power is 100 times that of a lightning storm. Each use requires 1 million energy sources in Ghana, and each time can exist for 1 minute. Special unit? Yi Tan's eyes lit up. Since the lightning storm was built before, it was of no use to interstellar warfare. This time an enhanced version of the cosmic storm appeared. And the power is 100 times stronger. This thing is simply a spike artifact. But how can this thing be more expensive than dark energy? Yi Tan simply wanted to die. Dark energy is great, right? Once it explodes, the entire planet will disappear, but this cosmic storm seems to be more expensive than dark energy. He knew exactly what Yi Tan had experienced. Looking at Dominator's black cheeks, the red dragon felt guilty in his heart, so he had to speak. Dominator, dark energy weapons are just a sign of entering the 5th level of civilization, but in the 6th level of civilization, how to target dark energy attacks has been developed. So although dark energy is powerful, just like the nuclear bombs on Earth in the past, it is different now. Once you enter advanced civilization, dark energy is simply the principle of energy beams against nuclear bombs. Hearing what Hong Long said, Yi Tan finally felt relieved, as long as he didn't lose money. The Red Dragon continued, Master, the enhanced version of the cosmic storm, its greatest ability is group attack, like today's thousands of warships attacking the Earth. As long as we throw a cosmic storm, basically, they will not have any chance to survive. Hearing that the cosmic storm was so powerful, Yi Tan's eyes lit up, and his heart became happy. 3 chances were used in this way, but besides the ghost soldiers, random boxes and cosmic storms were all very helpful to Yi Tan's future. Well, we have also completed all the things in the frail civilization realm. Now it is time to help that person complete his commitment, Yi Tan said with squinting eyes. Red Dragon stood aside and nodded. When the warships of the Os civilization attacked Yi Tan, it was Taling, the prince of the glorious civilization, who rescued them. If there was no Taling, Yi Tan would have died in Huangquan. At the beginning, if I accepted it, I found his left civilization, helped them grow up, and even found a good civilization. As soon as Yi Tan arrived in the Freya civilization domain, he began to send prodigal spies, inquiring everywhere, but never found it. But a few days ago, he finally made a major discovery. The original glorious civilization had already left the Freel domain and went to the Osman civilization. It can be said that the enemy is not right. He just killed his son here, and now he is leaving for his lair. It stands to reason that most people would not die like this, but Yi Tan, this person, had promised others, he had to do it. Master, do we want to appeal to the individual like Lord Freyr? Yi Tan nodded, and for the Earth, Yi Tan didn't have to worry at all. Because there was a subbase, Yi Tan's projection could appear at any time. Even if the Earth is in danger, Freeman would come to support it. This time I went to the Freel Civilization Empire to tell the individual, and finally let him pay more attention to the Earth. Chapter 594 Chapter 592, Farewell. And at this moment, the Emperor Star of the Freel Civilization, as soon as Yi Tan made a decision, they received the news. Fortunately, the 7 civilization kings have not left yet. It happened to be in Freeman's palace. In a conference room in the palace, Yi Tan arrived when he was 2 children, as if he was about to leave the domain. Freeman said, sitting in the first place, majestically. The 7 people in the audience frowned. What is Yi Tan going to do? Why are you leaving the domain? 3 months later is the day to go to the Do Academy. The 8 people began to discuss with each other, waiting for Yi Tan. Although they didn't know what Yi Tan was going to do, in their hearts, Yi Tan must be doing the right thing. After waiting for nearly 3 hours, Yi Tan finally came. Pushing open the door, I saw the room was filled with smoke and choked to death. Let me go. How many cigarettes did you smoke? Is this harmful to your health? Yi Tan said dumbfounded. These smokers have learned a lot since they went to the Earth. Last time, Yi Tan saw these 7 products in the video because he scolded a company's veteran director for a problem with the equity. The curse is even more classic than the curse of the Earth China country. Well, it's very classic, 1 line per person. They curse in cosmic language over there. How many of them? Oh, I found out. You look like a person. People are stunned. What is this? Just ask who? Who knows? They all shouted together. Do you really look like my grandson? The people who listened to yelled at them. They got even more energetic. What the fuck? Nima, your sister, fuck, and so on. and they kept repeating it. The scolding people don't understand, but the 7 are big people, and they always promote which language they have learned today in the third world. When the man saw the language translation, he jumped up suddenly. Good guys. These guys had already cursed the 8 generations in their ancestral graves a long time ago. Cough cough, not much. Isn't it because the Lord likes this bite? Hey, smoking is harmful to your health. I said Lord, it's better to smoke this thing less. The king of civilization, Huang Sheng, pretended to be a bit appeared to persuade. Freeman was taken aback. My uncle I just picked the second one, okay? You are one by one, look at the cigarette butt in front of you, and you have the face to say me. Freeman's face turned dark, and he was too lazy to tell them. Who didn't know that these guys are cursing people very badly now? Okay, you guys don't smoke a little in the future, don't smoke anymore and you won't wave. Yi Tan said with a smile. The 8 people nodded their heads. They all have professional testers to test this thing. It is poisonous, but it's not big, and it won't die after long smoking. In their eyes, they won't die. In the past, on the earth, TSK 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 TSK. It is not necessarily, everyone still smokes less. Smoke if you want to smoke, be nice to yourself. Yi Tan, those things you said today are true? Freeman asked. Everyone hurriedly looked around and asked with their eyes whether it was true. Yi Tan nodded and said, yes, I plan to leave the domain in these 3 months. In addition, Lord, I have cleaned up all the civilizations that should be cleaned up in the domain. You can rest assured to be your emperor in the future. After everyone heard it, they were speechless. What is called tidying up? You are almost crippling the Freel civilization. How many warships were destroyed one by one under your magic hand? You left the domain. Where are you going? Freeman asked first. I am going to Oscar civilization. The whole room suddenly became quiet, and the 7 people were stunned with the cigarette in their hands. What the hell? Oscar civilization? Yi Tan, are you really going to Oscar civilization? Freeman also looked at Yi Tan in shock. Can you not be shocked? His uncle, you just killed Sumion's son, and now you run into Sumion's lair. What will their mood be? Whoops. It really hurts for the nose civilization master, and asks for his psychological shadow area. Don't worry, I must go to Osmanthus civilization. After all, I am also entrusted by others. Don't worry, Osmanthus civilization will not cause any harm or influence to me. Everyone turned dark. Do we care about your injury? Will it have an impact? We are worried about the Osman civilization. The Osman civilization is simply a horrible crime, and I ran into you. Seeing everyone's black faces, Yi Tan also touched his nose in embarrassment. He also felt that doing so, the Lord of Osman, seemed a little unhappy. By the way, I have handed over the production of the Bloodstab mecha to my subordinates, and the amount will be set out every day. Besides, don't you guys always want the war fortress? I have brought 8 ships. The war fortress is parked outside, and you will each be one at that time. When the 8 people heard it, their eyes lit up, especially for Freeman, whose eyes almost came out. They have a Freel civilization in the Fortress of War, which was brought back by Leber from the last auction. After testing by scientific researchers, it was discovered that this battleship could not be built by the 4th level civilization at all, and even more advanced. Moreover, strong defense or something. It is simply to explode all the warships of the entire Freel civilization. Those 7 civilization kings, the heart is even more excited, don't want it, although they have now become the 4th level primary civilization, but with a war fortress, the civilization level will be even stronger. Thanks, Yi Tan. Everyone was moved in their hearts. They really didn't know what to say. They could only express it in a few short words. Yi Tan smiled slightly and said, thank you. It doesn't matter, you remember to help me pay more attention to the earth. Okay, I have said what I should say, and there are still some things. I will let my subordinates talk to you. If we contact you in the future, we will use our brains. If I leave this time, I may not come back. Go straight to the Bdo Academy. Hearing Yitan's words, everyone nodded, letting Yitan feel relieved that he was like an old man, and blessed Yitan for a long time before letting him go. Yitan, who was riding in the fortress of the war, looked at the huge Emperor star, smiled slightly, and it was finally over in the Freya domain. This time he went to Osman civilization, with a total of 5 perfect-class battleships, 2 main bases, and 1.5 million elite soldiers. Superheroes, Natasha, Yuri, etc. were all brought along, and the Earth, which operates normally every day, and mass production of the base, became Yitan's strongest back force. Moreover, on Yitan's battleship, he carried many scientists, 5 times the size of the Earth, and the Earth's scientists only developed equipment and some units for the level of Freya civilization. To become a super economic empire, going to the Osman civilization, what exactly will Yitan make in Osland? Easy to riot or? Chapter 595. Chapter 593, The Glory Race in the Osman Federation. Inside Osfield, on a pitted planet that was dug by hand, there are huge pits everywhere, and inside the huge pit, there are many workers in sparse clothes, digging crazy. This is an energy planet. Because of the terrible weather, this planet has not been able to live for long, so it becomes a resource planet. Countless workers, slaves, or thugs caught by the Osman civilization are all on this planet, digging resources continuously. On this planet, there are 2 camps, one is freedom and the other is prisoners. The 2 camps generally do not interfere with each other. There is always friction, and there are frequent riots, and only the workers and slaves die. In a huge pit. Brothers, hurry up. Let's finish this work and we can rest. A tanned man who was darker than the Africans roared with a huge basket on his back. The third child, stop yelling, we are about to finish it soon. This horrible weather is becoming more and more erratic. Those beasts don't treat us as humans at all. A man crawled out of the pit, while spitting out the dirt in his mouth. He cursed in a low voice. The very tanned youngest also scolded, brother, how did you say that they became like this? Are we worth less than those thugs? I thought they would give us a salary, so they were so crazy. I work, and our family is almost unable to survive. After the youngest had finished speaking, his eyes dimmed instantly. The third child has survived in this bad weather since they were young. Although they have never been to other planets, they have heard a lot of legendary things from their parents. For example, their civilization used to dominate one side in another star field. And even in this domain, they didn't dare to resist their civilization. But a big event happened hundreds of years ago. Their Zerg invaded, and his own civilization swears to resist. The entire territory is extremely miserable. The entire civilization has played a single battle, and finally the civilization has also fallen. Leaving that star field, the tribesmen of 500 years brought them to this Osman civilization, but they encountered interstellar pirates. Directly their dilapidated civilization was taken to captives, and they began to sell their people in large quantities. In the end, they were sold directly to the owner of the mineral veins of the planet. This work took nearly 500 years. That's right, they are the glorious civilization. For 500 years, the glorious civilized tribe is getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, the situation of this resource star is even more dangerous, like the weather environment of the last days, so that they, who are just ordinary people, are even more tragic. The youngest of the glorious and civilized tribe is a little depressed. They are like robots now, they only know mining, and mining. The mechanical life is numb, and only when they think of the legends of the old civilization before they have some color in their hearts. The sandstorm is coming. The sandstorm is coming. Suddenly, at the mouth of the pit, a dozen men as dark as the third child roared into the pit. Hearing this, the old third's face changed drastically, and immediately stood up and shouted towards the cave. "The sandstorm is coming! The sandstorm is coming!" After shouting, the youngest beckoned to the top of the pit. A dozen men standing on the top of the pit directly fastened the rope and slid down from the pit. One by one, they swarmed into the deep hole. The third child was the last to come in. Before he came in, he squinted at the overwhelming tornado. His heart was chilled. In the morning, it was hail, and at noon it was a high temperature of 50 degrees. Now there is a sandstorm. The weather is so abnormal one day, it seems that this planet can no longer stay. I don't know what the people in those companies will do. The old third sighed. Those capitalisms will not stop unless they are drained. Thinking of this, the old third slammed the iron door at the entrance of the cave, and used a dozen iron roots firmly stuck. A sandstorm is like a tornado on the earth, but it is no less than 100 times stronger than a tornado on the earth. Basically, even the land can fly away wherever it passes. On the edge of Osfield, there is a berth for warships that is thousands of miles long. This is the largest inspection base of the Osman Federation. As long as they come to their Osfield, they must pass through this berth for inspection. The purpose is to prevent the invasion of pirates in some other domains. At the edge of Osfield, there are such large-scale parking inspection points in other places. The entire Osfield is like a railroad, very tight. Today, in all the peaceful Osfield, there will be a character who can turn the entire Osfield upside down. Yeetan, at this moment, the 5 sweeping super-huge war fortress has come to the Wanley checkpoint. Master, this is the checkpoint in Osfield. It was formed by the Osfield Federation. If we want to enter Osfield, we must accept their inspection. Red Dragon stood beside Yeetan and said one by one. It is very easy for the Red Dragon to know this information. This level is not so lonely and quiet in the Friel domain. This is the Osfield, which is already close to the center of the universe, and there are many warships from other areas. Laugh. When Yeetan nodded, the inside of the huge war fortress suddenly shook and made a sound of venting gas. Yeetan understood on the spot. This was a match. Sure enough, the personnel inside the checkpoint requested a call. Yeetan said nothing, and directly signaled the Red Dragon to connect to the message. On the huge electronics screen, a man appeared directly, sitting on a chair, wearing an Osfield uniform, and a pair of Yeetan Dao staring at the screen very majestically. Honorable outsider, please show you from which domain, to which civilization, and civilization level. Hearing what the man said, Hong Long sent all the messages without saying a word. The soldiers over there immediately received the message. Looking at the message above, they frowned. The warship from outside this domain turned out to be in the Friel domain. Isn't the prince going to the Freyr domain? And for so many years, few warships in the Friel domain can reach here, because they simply don't have the correct star map. No matter how they came here, the soldier could not stop them from entering Osfield. After reading it further, Tamron's second-class civilization suddenly frowned, and Tamron civilization had never heard of it. Moreover, how can a small second-level civilization have such a warship? How did you even get here? Suddenly, even normal people can see that this warship is unusual. Chapter 596. Chapter 594, Despised Captain. The prosecutor immediately passed the news back to the headquarters of this checkpoint. After receiving the news, the people from the headquarters immediately sent someone to take over the window. But Yeetan, in the war fortress, frowned slightly, because he hadn't passed it for so long. Do they already know that they killed their prince? If this is the case, we must prepare early. Yeetan's face was a bit chilly, and at this moment, the picture turned and appeared directly on another screen. There were 3 people standing on the screen. Standing in the front was a beautiful lady with a cold face, wearing smaller and exquisite gold glasses, which looked very unique. Hello, I am the commander of the garrison in the Osman Federation domain. We haven't checked your identity yet, so I will delay you a few minutes. We need to ask you a few questions. That cold beauty said professionally. Yeetan shrugged and said directly, excuse me. After hearing this, the beautiful captain lowered his head, pushed his glasses, looked at the light brain in his hand and said, "In the Freya domain, Tamron level 2 civilization, how did you come to our Osman Federation?" After the woman finished speaking, she looked at Yi Tan with sharp eyes. "How else can I come here? Of course I came on a battleship." Yi Tan blurted out the answer directly. The soldiers standing on both sides of the woman immediately began to record what Yi Tan said. "Please pay attention to your tone. Please don't be so uncooperative. I am not asking about the warship, but asking you how to find our Osman Federation." The woman saw the rude look on Yi Tan's face and said coldly. Seeing the woman's hairy, Yi Tan touched her nose, and then said, "You said this. That's your prince. Your prince has released a star map of your civilization in our star domain, saying that he wants to associate with the two domains. Friendship, the development of a civilized culture." Yi Tan took care of his 3 Svensvans, and talked about it indiscriminately. Does he have to say that he killed their prince? Then did the Red Dragon steal the information from their battleship? Isn't this looking for death? I'm afraid if this sentence is said, they will go to war today. What Yi Tan said really bluffed the female captain. The female captain was taken aback for a moment. Did the prince give the star map to the Freya domain? How is this possible? Also, the two realms form friendship and jointly develop the culture of civilized races. How can that be? Didn't the prince look down on the people in the Freya domain the most? How could this be done? Suddenly the woman knew that she had been fooled by the man in front of her. An unhappy expression appeared on his face, and he looked at the man and shouted, "I advise you to tell the truth. How did you come to our Osman Federation? If you are not telling the truth, please leave our federal domain. Otherwise, we would use force to resolve this matter." When Yi Tan heard this, his heart suddenly exploded. Didn't he say that he was tortured by you like a prisoner? There are still 2 people standing by your side, making notes. What is the difference between this and a prisoner? Suddenly Yi Tan's face became cold, and he sneered unclearly. "This female officer, even if we enter the Osman Federation, we don't need to ask how we know your location in the Osman Federation, right? Don't we buy news from other places? You asked us about these things. Why? We didn't steal 1 or 2. Why?" Hearing Yi Tan's cold voice, the female captain was also angry. "Why? It's because your civilization level is too low, the battleship you ride on is too luxurious, and our prince hates you civilizations in the Freya domain. It is impossible to tell you the star map, let alone people from other domains. It is even more impossible to go to your domain. Do you know what humans call in your Freya domain? It's natives, a bunch of rotten natives, a bunch of trash that can only survive in that small edge gap." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. With every word, Yi Tan's eyes became colder and colder. "Is this someone in the central area? This is human?" A group of stalwart rubbish actually said that they are rubbish, who is on the verge of fighting the Zerg to make your life better. The words of the female captain made Yi Tan's heart suddenly become cold. His eyes filled with endless killing intent. If Yi Tan didn't know anything about these things before, but he had already understood all the distribution of the universe. Yi Tan's heart became very cold when he learned that their Earth and the Freya domain were small civilizations struggling on the edge, but higher civilizations lived in the central area. They are little people, cannon fodder. Cannon fodder looked down upon. We are in the Freya domain. Do you look down on it like this? Yi Tan stared at the female captain with cold eyes. The female captain was hairy by Yi Tan's cold murderous eyes, and her heart was a little bit shy. You can see the strong murderous intent through the screen. How many people did this man kill? Isn't it? I advise you, it's best to recruit from the ground, otherwise, we will use force. Shut up. Before the woman could finish speaking, Yi Tan drank it coldly. Looking at the woman with cold eyes, she said, "You take a mouthful of an indigenous person." "Okay, today I will let you see what an indigenous person is. I want you to openly invite us into your Osman Federation." Yi Tan's cold shout made the female captain stunned, and then his eyes became cold. The recorders standing on both sides of her were taken aback. Who is this man, who has such a big tone? At the other end of the video, Yi-Tan nodded towards the red dragon not far away from the video range, and the red dragon immediately understood. It's time for Tamron civilization to sublimate completely. In the Freya domain, Earth, a civilization upgrade document was submitted to the audit department of the Third World. As mentioned above, the Third World is simply a place in the Third World of mankind with the supreme civilization. It is also through the Third World to master all civilizations in the 108 domains of mankind. Once something happens to human beings, the message can be conveyed through the Third World, and even the supreme civilization management is also managed in the Third World. After all, this makes management easier. In fact, such a system is the same as every city on the earth. The supreme civilization is the capital, the highest capital. Other provinces and cities are in other regions, and the more backward provinces and cities are those in the Freel civilization. In each province and city, there is a supreme person in charge, and these supreme people are also governed by the supreme civilization. It's the same reason. And when Yi-Tan submitted an application for upgrading civilization materials. Chapter 597, Chapter 595. Civilization Upgrade, and the Civilization Upgrade file submitted by Yi-Tan allows the Third World to use their signal nodes and collected data to determine whether the civilization level is upgraded by reviewing it in the Freel domain. The speed is very fast, and the efficiency of the personnel in the Third World is not foolish. In less than 30 seconds, on the light brain of the female captain of the Nose Federation, all the information on the Yi-Tan battleship suddenly changed. In the Freya domain, Tamron level 3 civilization. Seeing the upgrade, the female captain still smiled disdainfully. Just becoming a third level civilization, what can it be? Even if you are a third level civilization, don't even think about entering the Osman Federation domain. Disgusting civilization will always be disgusting. The female captain looked at Yi-Tan and said contemptuously, she felt that this man was challenging her majesty. I encountered such a thing the first day I came to work. Cannot be disturbed by a disgusting civilization. Yi-Tan sneered even more at the words of the female captain. It seemed that the speed of the Third World was quite fast. However, the cost is even higher. Every time civilization is upgraded, a large sum of cosmic coins is required to be given to the Freya domain. Of course, it is not available in the Freya domain, because all are used by the supreme civilization. Various reasons were taken away, so their speed is fast. This is an opportunity to make money. Who doesn't want to make money? As the female captain finished speaking contemptuously, the message on her brain changed again. In the Freya domain, Tamron level 4 civilization. Seeing this message, the female captain's face finally changed. The 4th level civilization is now impossible. The 4th level civilization can already control the lowest level of the domain. In the Freel domain, that is, a 4th level civilization. How could this be? The female captain's face changed in shock. She wouldn't believe that this message was fake, because this message was synchronized with the Third World, and it was impossible to be fake. Yi-Tan looked at the change on the female captain's face and sneered. Is this bullying and fearing hardship? I said, I will let you invite me into the Osman Federation. Yi-Tan said coldly. When the female captain heard Yi-Tan's words, she burst into anger, and said coldly, the natives are natives. Look at your face and think that if you have upgraded your civilization to level 4, you can sit on the ground with the Osman Federation? I'm telling you, even if you are a 4th level civilization, you don't want to enter our Osman Federation. The female captain was completely on the bar with Yi-Tan. Speaking is no longer so official, it is directly disgusting and ironic. After Yi-Tan heard it, he sneered. There will be a time when you cry. At this moment, the female captain's light brain changed. In the Freya domain, Tamron's 5th level peak civilization. The big characters flashing golden light made the female captain's face pale suddenly, and her pupils shrank suddenly. How can that be? It is impossible to jump from level 2 to level 5. The recorders standing on both sides of her face again. They knew that something was not good. The female captain in front of them came to work on the first day. It was the daughter of a certain consortium who came in through the back door. What they are doing today is in their eyes. Isn't the female captain doing anything reasonable? Are these the so-called 3 fires for new officials? But what you burn is to set yourself on fire. At the moment the message was refreshed. The female captain's work brain sent this message directly to the Commander-in-Chief. Every time you enter the civilization of the Osman Federation, a civilization higher than them, or a civilization of the same level as them, will be prompted to the Commander-in-Chief by the brain. So the Commander-in-Chief suddenly stopped. The news they received at the first time was a second-level civilization, but in just 10 minutes, you are now a 5th-level civilization? What is going on here? Suddenly, the Commander-in-Chief sent someone directly. No, the Commander-in-Chief also went to the window of the female captain. The matter is a bit big, and the 5th-level civilization is turned away. If the above knows this, he, the Commander-in-Chief, will not want to sit down. In Yitan's war fortress, Yitan looked at the female captain with cold eyes and said, "Now my civilization is level 5 civilization. Now I can enter the Osman Federation." When Yitan said the words Osman Federation, he said with a slightly disdainful voice. The female captain didn't dare to look at Yitan directly. She was already a 5th-level peak civilization. What kind of existence was this? They have struggled for so many years in the Osman Federation. In the past few years, they managed to become the 5th-level pinnacle civilization. They knew how much they paid. But look at people, fucking, it's an existence that can be upgraded while lying down. What is this against others? Even if his father is the top 100 consortium of the Osman Federation, it is impossible to pass this Damron civilization. People are under the protection of the Supreme Civilization. When the crisis comes, they can call for help from the Supreme Federation. Of course, the warships dispatched are those of other high civilizations nearby. Basically, it is here, except for the shock, not participating at all, unless it's a crisis. This. The female captain with a horrified face was speechless for a long time. She didn't know what to say anymore. At this moment, the door to the room in her window was suddenly opened, and a group of people walked in directly. The head was a short fat man with a cyan and gloomy face. The female captain also ignored Yitan's words, turned around and respectfully shouted at the fat man, "Commander-in-Chief." Commander-in-Chief. The recorder standing by the female captain also hurriedly shouted respectfully, "This is the Commander-in-Chief of this level." The real big shot. The Commander-in-Chief looked at the female captain with a gloomy expression, and when the female captain saw the Commander-in-Chief's face and the iron green servant, her heart suddenly became cold. When it's over, my father couldn't help him to get this beautiful job, so he lost it. 10,000 miles of warships are parked at checkpoints and checkpoints, but the most fattened beauty of the Osman Federation only needs to record the civilization of warships entering the Federation every day. That's it. And if there is a slight problem, those civilizations will squeeze money, and everyone can earn a lot in a day. Therefore, this is the biggest difference. The main reason is that you can meet a lot of people with higher civilizations. If you can hook up with one, it would be that the grass chicken becomes a phoenix. Anything that can become a human being. After all, if ordinary people want to meet big people, it is simply impossible. And this female captain made a mistake bigger than the sky after entering. Look at what you did. The Commander-in-Chief gave a cold cry for the female captain, and then hurriedly walked to the front of the video. Chapter 598. Chapter 596, Amazing Tamron Civilization Background. The explosion of the Commander-in-Chief, looking at Yitan Dao in the video with a smile. "Sir, our employees only started working today, so there are many things that are not very clear. I hope you don't blame it," the fat commander said apologetically. But the cold light in Yitan's eyes did not dissipate, and he squinted at the fat man. "It's kind of interesting. Since I came here in a war fort, the first person to receive them was the Commander-in-Chief, who reported to them because he was in the Freyr domain. Can the Commander-in-Chief know? I just came out now. What is in my heart, don't I know?" Yitan sneered in his heart. directly said, "No, no, no, your employees are doing a great job. It's great. I don't know what courage you have in the Osman Federation. Don't you be afraid that our Tenglong civilization will be the power of the empire. Destroy you." Yi Tan squinted his eyes and said desperately. When the fat man heard it, his face was as ugly as foie gras. "Sir, this is serious, right? What is our Osman Federation saying that it has governed this star field in the universe for more than 100 years? You are only a civilization governed by the 4th level of civilization. Even if you are now level 5 civilization, don't have to be so arrogant, right? Today is the fault of our employees. We apologized here. Can it be raised? Let us take a step back. Don't look at the small commander-in-chief." His face grew gloomy. He looked terrifying, and he had a certain aura. After Yi Tan heard this, he sneered, so each one took a step back. Didn't he just not retreat? Ha ha, take a step back? Am I serious? My Tamron civilization, 2 million class soldiers, thousands of Tier 4 interstellar warships, and hundreds of Tier 5 universe-class warships. Are you serious to me? What did your employee do to me just now? We didn't leave. We just used force to deal with it. Well, see each other. Yi Tan finished speaking coldly. The fat commander's face changed drastically. So who are you scaring? Thousands of Tier 4 interstellar warships, hundreds of Tier 5 universe-class warships, and special 2 million Class D fighters. If you have anything special, I will eat it on the spot. Of course, the commander-in-chief would not say it on the spot. In this case, it would really be endless. Most of what Yi Tan said was false, but the information obtained by the Third World was so. Yi Tan had the ability to reach this level. Think about it, how many contracts did Yi Tan send so many prodigal spies after destroying thousands of civilizations? Some of their planets belong to Yi Tan. What about the battleship? That's not a lot. So if all of Yi Tan's assets add up, it can be said that it is true. Mister, we are all 5th level civilization, a high level civilization. So we still take a step back and give in to each other. We will definitely deal with this employee's problem seriously and give Mr. a satisfactory reply. The commander-in-chief still bit and didn't let go. He just didn't apologize. He said apologize, but he didn't even have a word of sorry. Even the woman was not asked to come over to apologize, which means that the commander-in-chief is ready to cover it to the end. Seeing this situation, Yi Tan smiled disdainfully. What else did he say? People are arrogant, what can you do to them? This is another place. At this moment, a certain officer behind the commander-in-chief looked at the light brain on his wrist, and suddenly looked at him again, and then strode to the commander-in-chief, wanting to whisper to the commander-in-chief. But the little commander-in-chief said impatiently, "Just say something." The officer suddenly turned his face and said in an uproar, "Fuck, it's so spicy. Can this Nima tell it in person? Say it. Do you have a place to put your face?" But no way. Who is the commander-in-chief? Just bit the bullet and said, "Commander-in-chief, I just used our authority to investigate the information of Tamron civilization and found ... Find what? Just say it." Chief Secretary Lin looked at Yi Tan gloomily. The commander-in-chief is like this. Everything this gentleman said is not wrong. According to our authority survey, they are civilized and indeed have 2 million class fighters, and thousands of 4th class warships. In addition, there are 20 universes class battleship. What? When the commander-in-chief heard this, his face changed drastically, a little mad. How could this be? There is only a Tier 4 civilization in the Freya domain. Where are so many Tier 4 warships come from? Is this Nima still that edge star field? Is it still the native star field? Or is it the star field that people have always rejected and hated? Are you sure there is nothing wrong? The commander-in-chief's face became even paler. If it were true, their Osman Federation would be a shit, at most half of the powerful force of others. You can catch up with flattering, and, class fighters, their Osman Federation only has a class army. Right? And it's just a few 100,000. It's just 2 million people. Is this still necessary? The commander-in-chief's heart trembled. a little frightened and terrified. "Commander-in-Chief, everything is true. I investigated it 3 times," the certain official said directly, and the Commander-in-Chief turned paler when he heard it again. He raised his head and looked at Yi Tandao. "Dare to ask this gentleman, are you from Tamron civilization?" The Commander-in-Chief was not sure whether the man in front of him was a high-ranking official of Tamron civilization. If he was a high-ranking official, it would be bad to go back and tell them the master of civilization. If it were not for a high-ranking official, the Commander-in-Chief had a sharp look in his eyes. But Yi Tan looked at the Commander-in-Chief's face, sneered without saying a word, while the official who was standing aside just reporting, said bitterly, "Commander-in-Chief, this gentleman is not someone else, it is Tenglong civilization. Lord of, haha, it's okay if it's not a high-ranking official, so," said the general. The Commander-in-Chief was stunned. "Damn, what did I hear?" Suddenly, the Commander-in-Chief turned his head and stared at the official yelling, "What are you talking about? Say it again." After being yelled by the Commander-in-Chief, he almost didn't scare the official's Xiang out. The official yelled in his heart, "Your sister, if you said quietly just now, you won't save face. Who made you special? I say it out loud, let me see where your face is put." "Commander-in-Chief, this man is the leader of Tenglong civilization, named Yi Tan, male, 23 years old, and a student of the Martial Arts Academy." Hearing what the official said, the Commander-in-Chief almost stared out. Fucking is real, everything is real. And the official swallowed, looked at the message on his own brain, bit his scalp and then cowered and said, "Commander-in-Chief, there is one more thing. That is the gentleman's citizenship." Chapter 599 Chapter 509 Taiseven, apologize, pass. A student of the Do Academy? The Commander-in-Chief suddenly narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what the Martial Arts Academy was, but it was a truly advanced institution. Although it is not comparable to a supremely civilized academy, it is also a similarly middle to higher civilization. Especially for their level 5 civilization, they are very longing for this kind of academy. Whoever is a martial arts academy, that is the supreme glory. But now, they actually blocked a Tanwu Academy's academy from inside and outside their domain. Thinking of this, the Commander-in-Chief's heart was filled with panic and pale. "Commander-in-Chief, one more thing, this gentleman's citizenship." Before the official standing by the side had finished speaking, the Commander-in-Chief cautiously asked, "What's wrong with the citizenship?" He doesn't dare to be arrogant anymore, and people get their backgrounds out one by one. A 5th-level civilization level, a Tanwu Academy, and 2 million level pinnacle fighters. Adding up these things, he still wants to be arrogant. "Commander-in-Chief, citizen of this gentleman, the one shown above is a second-class citizen. I thought it was a first-class citizen, but I didn't expect it to be a second-class citizen." The Commander-in-Chief almost stared out. He took a breath. Today, what he saw and heard almost subverted his heart, making his heart tumbling with stormy waves. Take a deep breath to ease the magnificent mood in your heart. Then looking at Yi Tan, the Commander-in-Chief smiled gently and said, "Mr. Yi, what happened today is that we are wrong. Sorry, this employee, we will fire immediately. Please." "Yi Tan, don't worry." After speaking, the Commander-in-Chief looked at Yi Tan solemnly. Yi Tan sneered in his heart. The second-class citizen was given to him by the fortress of the Martial Arts Academy, and he was afraid that he would not go to the Martial Arts Academy. Second-class citizens, even in the Osman Federation domain, it is impossible for anyone to be a second-class citizen. Some are basically first-class citizens. What use is there? Except for mobilizing some surrounding civilization battleships, it is of no use at all. And the second-level citizen is different. When the civilization of the second-level citizen has a catastrophic disaster, the supreme civilization will go to save and even revive the civilization. That is, the second-level citizen basically already has a protector of supreme civilization. Now that he knows how to apologize, Yi Tan sneered in his heart. He looked at the Commander-in-Chief and said with cold eyes, "You don't need anything to apologize. as long as you take care of your employees. Not everyone who comes from the Freya domain. They are all natives. Moreover, Freya will never be a parasite that makes you sick. Remember, without our Freya civilization, the Zerg, the first to strike is your Osman Federation. After Yitan finished speaking, his eyes released a cold slaying look, and looked at the female captain. The female captain and Yitan looked at each other. In an instant, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, he directly slumped on the ground, looking pale and watching the huge video. She heard the conversation between the commander-in-chief and this man. She knew that the other party was a 5th-level civilization, even a martial arts academy, or a 2nd-level citizen. Picking out an identity at random can play her dead. Thinking of this, the female captain's face was paler than tofu, like the face of a vampire. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. I'm adding a block to you today. Don't worry, we will compensate you with something, the short commander-in-chief said with a pinch. Yitan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked at the commander-in-chief and said, "Oh, what kind of compensation is it? Let me hear it." Seeing Yitan's appearance, the commander-in-chief suddenly felt a little bit in his heart. He was most afraid of this kind of person who would ask. If Yitan's Wang forced him, he would not bother to ask for anything, and then just stuff something better, even if it's over. But now it can't. This guy even asked, then it must be painful and good things are needed. Mr. Yi, you came to Aros Federation. Are you here to seek business cooperation or? The commander-in-chief did not say anything to send, but suddenly asked like this. Yitan didn't conceal it, and directly replied, I am not seeking business cooperation. I am here to find a certain civilization, and I will not cause trouble in your Osman Federation. Hearing these words, the commander-in-chief nodded suddenly, knowing what Yitan needs. It would be easy to handle. Mr. Yi, since you are here to find someone, what we compensate you is a customs clearance list. With this thing, no inspection is required anywhere in our Osman Federation, and it can even be used to clear the customs. Line up. Mobilize a warship of Aros Federation. The commander-in-chief said Bloody Heart. This thing is quite good. It is his commander-in-chief's right to let an outsider use it himself. It can be said that he has locked many people's eyes on him, especially those competitors. They would like to have any problems themselves. If Yitan used his power to cause something to happen in the Federation, he would be dismissed directly. After the commander-in-chief finished speaking, on the huge screen, the message of the customs clearance appeared, and there was even the commander-in-chief's personal signature. Yitan saw this, shook his head and said directly, do I need this kind of thing? What use is this kind of thing for me? Even if I find someone, I see who dares to stop me. If I have a chance, I still want to meet your master and want to talk to him in person. Hearing Yitan's words, the commander-in-chief almost vomited blood. I'll take it. You are so pretending that there is no king's law. Can no one take care of it? My rights are useless. If this customs clearance can be auctioned, it can be auctioned for hundreds of millions, or tens of billions, in the Osman Federation. You said it was useless, it was just breathless. And Yitan sneered at the commander-in-chief. Why didn't he want this? That's because, does Yitan need this kind of thing? At the moment he sent out the documents, Hong Long had already stolen all the documents. In other words, Yitan didn't need him to give them, and he could use them. So, why take other people's things and take shorthands? At the place where the warships berthed at Wanli, the 5 major ships that had passed Yitan passed without even checking. The protective measures outside the Osman Federation domain are to prevent pirates and the like. Basically, many warships sent to the domain without being tied, and of course, no one will be so foolish as to fight warships on other people's turf. In a domain, how many civilizations, many, and how many warships are there? Countless. Chapter 600 Chapter 598. The backer of the female captain. If this fights, it will definitely die. So basically, no one will deliberately do things in other people's domain. Yitan left the anchorage of the Wanli battleship, fly toward the edge star field of the Osman Federation, and according to the situation of his own investigation, the glorious and civilized people live on a planet that is dying. As long as you find them, you can find a suitable planet for them to develop in the Freya domain, living in the Osman Federation domain, and you will have completed the mission. And when Yi Tan left the checkpoint, the commander-in-chief was already in the office, shouting angrily, "Trash, trash, people are a 5th level civilization, you didn't have eyes, you actually offended a 5th level civilization, or even an academy of Danwu Academy. Are you looking for death?" The commander-in-chief was standing in front of the female captain, slobbing angrily. The female captain was already in tears at this moment, crying and twitching in a low voice. Her heart was desperately cruel, because she knew what kind of monster she had provoked. "Go away. From today, you won't use it here to continue working. I also care about your father's face, so I didn't kill you. Go away." The commander-in-chief finished speaking coldly, and then the female captain ran away crying. One ran back to his dormitory, howling and crying, very helpless. At this moment, her light brain suddenly lit up, and a majestic man appeared in the projection. "Daughter, what's the matter? I just received the news that you were fired. Didn't you just go to work today? Why did you fire? What happened?" "You said to me, avenge my father for you," the majestic man said calmly. The female captain raised her head, her eyes were red and swollen, and then the majestic man in Alala said a lot. "I see, daughter. Please pack your things and come back. We are not easy to intervene in this matter, but there is someone who can help you." The female captain's father frowned and said. The female captain was taken aback. Who else could help her? Then she thought of someone, her eyes lit up, and she looked at the majestic man in surprise and said, "Father, is my cousin coming back?" The majestic man nodded and said, "Yes. Your cousin has just been in Danwu Academy for 3 years this year, and 4 months later, it will be the graduation exam." So she took a leave of absence and came back to take a look. If possible, she will enter the inner courtyard, and it will be difficult to come back by then. Hearing these words, the female captain had a happy smile on her face. She knew her own expression, that was the genius of the OS Federation. "Also, your cousin is not alone when you come back this time. There are some other civilized princes who are all chasing your expression. There is even a big person, that is their mentor, Deacon Wang. Since your cousin has a way, if you can invite Deacon Wang, there is a way for Deacon Wang to expel anyone who has offended you, even if he is the master of the 5th level of civilization, even if he is a 2nd level citizen, offending my palm. All have to be punished." After the captain's father finished speaking, his face still showed a very confident expression, as if he had seen the news of Yi Tan's death. Of course they didn't know that Deacon Wang was the Deacon Wang who went to Freel civilization to witness Yi Tan's victory in the big competition. If they meet, what will happen? At this moment, Yi Tan was riding in the war fortress, and as always the former aviator, Yi Tan came along. But the defense and monitoring of the Osman Federation was stunned. Along the way, I have encountered at least 10 inspections, but for Yi Tan, does this count? When the commander-in-chief's Guantongguan was listed, he had to knelt. In Glory Civilization, no, it can be said that there are less than 300,000 races, that is, on the planet that is about to die. The 3rd class had escaped the sandstorm and returned to their own camp. They are a glorious race, and now there are only less than 300,000 races left. With such a small number of people, males account for only half of the females. It's not that they can't bear this terrible planetary environment, but because they are exhausted, starved, and thirsty. Every day, 3 or 4 people of their race die because of hunger and thirst. In a huge underground nest, which is the home of the Glory race, 300,000 people, lying or sitting everywhere, looked in one direction. It was a small mound of doll mound. On the mound, there was a small house. This little house, in the hearts of their glorious race, is extremely precious, and it is the only property of their race. This is also the only hope their race can dig up. In the room, there are all sorts of equipment, wires, and souls, and there is only one thing like an antenna. The most sudden thing is, in the room, there are 3 young people, constantly pressing a button. That is the button that carries the message. Outside the room, in the lying crowd, there was silence. Everyone went to sleep with their eyes closed. Some people couldn't sleep. They were looking at the small house with an expression of prayer on their faces. The third child: do you say that we are glorious and civilized? Will there be other people to help us? We have been reporting to space for nearly 100 years, and we have not received any news at all," said a black man lying on the ground with a depressed expression on his face. The youngest was the one who avoided entering the deep cave at the beginning. The third child shook his head and said, "Brother, the news we learned was passed on by the older generation. Back then, when the last older generation died, he told us that as long as we keep sending distress signals, we will definitely those who were rescued by our civilized people because of the code. But the special code of our civilization, there is no record in the entire universe, only the code that we glorify the civilization and must learn from generation to generation." But, do we really have other clansmen? As soon as the boss voice at the youngest fell, he asked categorically. The young guest's face suddenly changed, and he struggled a bit to say that before, he would definitely say yes, but it has been 100 years, 100 years. If there are clansmen, why haven't they come yet? Do your own people really want to abandon them? The youngest roared wildly in his heart, with endless regrets, grievances, and unwillingness in his heart. Many people around heard the conversation of the youngest and the others, and they also lowered their heads and looked at the ground silently. Yes, every day, they are looking forward to surprises in the small iron house, but for 100 years, there is no news at all. People who have doubled their ancestors are false. At this moment, suddenly, there was a roar from the room. There is news. There is news. Suddenly, outside the small iron house, the men and women of the 300,000 glorious races were awakened one by one, staring at the small iron house with excitement and desire, but their hearts were raised. Looking at the house, waiting for news.